Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy. I am your host, Daniel Darity, the King8426 on Twitter, YouTube, all the social medias. So thank you guys for hanging out and joining us here. We are set up for round one here at the Lotus Bowl, and we can talk to you a little bit more about that, but our players are getting their mulligans set up, so let's go ahead and give you a little bit of information here. We got 5-round event. Winner's going to get a graded Deer Mint 7 Gaia's Cradle, which is super cool. All of the top 16 cut after 5 rounds going to get an collector's booster from the new set Outlaws of Thunder Junction, OTJ, not Odyssey, Torment, Judgment. And then the top 4 will all be getting they will all be getting playmats on top 4. The winner will get a special champion playmat. First place will be getting that cradle, and second, third, and fourth will be getting a taiga for their efforts. So while our players still shuffling up, resolving mulligans here, let's go ahead and zoom in, and we'll give you kind of the deck list overview of our 4 players here. And it looks like we got here, going first, we have Alex. Alex here is in your bottom left, playing Quark and Thrasios. And then above him in your top left, we have Robbie. And Robbie is on Yoshi and Jessica. Yoshimaru and Jessica. Then after that we have Jacob on a Nissa build, Nissa Resurgent Animus, which is the one from Aftermath. And then after that we have Isaiah playing a Red Farm, Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, and Roger, son of Raga. So that is our 4 participants here. And we'll go ahead and turn down the mic on theirs, and we'll go ahead and give a little bit of crowd enjoyment while we are sleeving up, resolving mulligans, and we'll see if the players have anything to say. And here at Lotus Bowl 6 by Mop Top and Beardy, this is a Top Deck GG event, and so all the points for this event will go to the respective players participating in Top Deck GG on their website, on the app. Here we are having a win is 5 points. Win is worth 5 points. A tie is worth 1. And the bye would be worth 3. Currently on round 1, we do not have anyone on the bye. This event is 100% proxy friendly. I believe that we had 56 participants for this. And as mentioned, with the top 16 all getting a collector booster from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, that set is in fact legal for this tournament. I believe this did not meet the Top Deck Gold requirements, but we still will have Top Deck Silver points as our players start to play, with Alex playing a Command Tower and Pass, and Robbie playing a Yoshimaru on turn 1. And turn cycle is passed around, a lot of land going here. And Roger. And a Birds of Paradise. And by our Croc Thrasios player here, They are going to play a Misty Rainforest and fetch, and we'll see what they grab. And the interesting thing about this Thrasios Kark list, it's pretty stock in terms of the gambling going on with this list. Pretty normal things that have been seen. I'm very interested out of the Lost Caverns of Ixalan card being played in this set, Roaming Throne, which is an artifact creature 4/4 for 4. And that creature enters as a creature type, and is that creature type in addition to the golem type on the card. And if a triggered ability by a creature you control happens, it triggers an additional time. So obviously a big boon for this Kark Thrasios list. And evolving from Kark Sakashima, which is a very strong deck, but adding green gets you a whole lot more things. Gets you an Eldritch Evolution, Court of Calling in order to get some of the creatures out of your deck list, including also Eternal Witness in order to have that synergy with getting back cards from the graveyard. Also get you some extra protection in any of the Veil of Summer effects. And Alex here on Kark Thrasios will fetch up that Volcanic Island, deciding what to do for the rest of the turn. Now, it does seem a little bit odd if you've never watched a CDH stream here. Thank you for joining if you haven't. But if you haven't, it might seem a little odd that people are stalling on turn 2. There's just so much going on. This is a multiplayer format, 4 players, 3 opponents when you're playing. So there's just a whole lot going on, a lot of decisions. You're trying to win the game. And a lot of these lists as fast as possible, or just accrue general card advantage, but you also don't want to get blown out by a kill spell, and there is a lot of black at this table. So a lot of, or sorry, not a lot of black, a lot of red at this table. So a lot of easily, lightning bolts, small kill spells that would just single target creatures might be flying around. The only one player playing black in your bottom right is the Rayhan Roger list. And here we see Yoshimaru coming in, and we'll read that card for you. Whenever another legendary permanent enters under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. It is a 1-mana 1/1. So, strength of that card cannot be understated. Just a lot of legendary permanents coming through in this deck list. A lot of legendary creatures. We have 1 Planeswalker, so those I believe are also legendary. Karn the Great Creator. And then a couple of artifacts. And looks like it's just going to be a fetch for the mountain and pass. Looks like a Lotus Cobra from the Nissa player. And then we'll pass the turn. Looks like we have I believe that's a Mox Amber with a crop rotation. Paying the mana and being sacrificed with the Taiga. And that will go around the board and resolve. So let's see what this farm player has in store for this crop rotation grab. And there's not very interesting targets, but it might just be color fixing. Of course, you have Boseiju, who endures, maybe possibility to bounce that back to hand. You also have Emergence Zone and Gaia's Cradle, all of which are very good, plus Phyrexian Tower in order to sacrifice your 0-drop. But we will see the Gaia's Cradle come out here. And cuts being done by the Nissa player Jacob. And let's see if anything's going on here. Here's 2 mana from the Cradle, 3 off the Birds of Paradise into a Rayhan, Last of the Abzan. And we'll read that card real quick for you in case you weren't familiar with that card. It enters with 3 +1/+1 counters, and whenever a creature you control dies or goes to the command zone, if it had +1/+1 counters on it, you may put those on another target creature. And I believe I saw Silence in the Hand of Robbie in your top left playing Yoshi and Jessica. And a gamble by the Clark Thrasios player goes around the board, does in fact resolve. So we'll see what they grab here. Potential 2 mana grabs. At this point, you would like to see Dockside have more than 1, which it does not currently. So probably not a grab there. But it doesn't look like it would be wise to tank for artifacts and enchantments by this player, as they're the opponents of the Thrasios and Clark player just aren't playing a lot of artifacts and enchantments inherently, and there's definitely not a lot on board. And again, if you're new here, haven't seen much CDH coverage, we appreciate you coming out and watching Lotus Bowl 6 here on Mop Top and Beardy YouTube. This top deck GG event that is very lively. We have 56 players here, so we have a very large turnout. And we're very happy to welcome everyone here. A couple people coming from out of state, coming from around the state of Georgia here to Mop Top and Beardy's in Gray, Georgia. So we appreciate everyone being here and appreciate you joining us. Feel free to shop Mop Top and Beardy. And I believe we're still deciding what to grab on this gamble, although with the shuffling, I believe that gamble target has been chosen. So we'll see what the player discards. Gamble does say to tutor up a card from your graveyard directly into your hand, and then randomly discard a card from your hand. So I believe we're going with the dice roll. And left to right, 1 to 5. Middle card 3 is a Pact. So with the Summoner's Pact discard, Alex on Thrasios and Clark will pass.
Time to see if it doesn't count. We're going to tap 3 for
As the Yoshimaru player plays a Flagstones of Tarkir, Legendary Lamp is the counter on Yoshimaru. I'm not quite sure what that second card is that was played for 2 mana, but we will get that for you in just a moment.
Well, it's not right away, but it does help.
You'll still have 2 mana producer.
Yeah, he has all his colors. I no longer have one. I don't know if we're letting take back.
Does that shut up my Greedo?
It shuts up there. You still have all your other colors. But I will say that now this is definitely no good. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna take back these, but feels like that's a big one. Yeah.
So a Blood Moon coming down on the Jessica side. Jessica Yoshimaru And I don't believe there will be much else this turn. Now, unknown still, most of the cards in the Jessica Yoshimaru player's hand, although I do see an Aven Mind Sensor and I believe a Silence. So the 1 Plains does help out a lot if that Blood Moon does resolve here.
You can't interact with him.
Yeah, it doesn't talk about the game, but it keeps you from interacting.
Although really only 1 player, the Clark Thrasios player in your bottom left, is only hurt by this Blood Moon. A lot of mana coming from the other 2 players on the right hand of your screen, Nissa and Roger Rayhan. So we'll see. I don't believe that's resolved yet, so I think just trying to bargain with the other players of the table who are likely saying, we don't care. That card does not affect us right now, and it really doesn't affect our strategy going forward. And just trying to get a listen in to these players.
Alright. I'm gonna offer my own time. I'm gonna make 2 turns.
So I believe that was a Veil of Summer partnered with an offer you can't refuse to make 2 treasures in order to continue advancing the board state, but while probably trying to hinder the Roger Rayhan player, and now only has a mountain in play. And there, let's see, 2 treasure tokens there. And looks like pass priority on the Blood Moon. No offer to the Blood Moon. Although it was perfectly possible. But potentially allowing that to resolve in order to continue neutering the board state of a few other players here. And no attack on the Yoshimaru, just a little fake out there. And we will pass over to the Nissa Resurgent Animus player, who currently only has a 2 Forest and a Lotus Cobra. A mountain comes down. Lotus Cobra, landfall, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. And while that is not a mountain, that is a Wooded Foothills from Khans of Tarkir. With Blood Moon in play, that's a mountain. That is a mountain for sure. And I'm not sure that the Nissa player is really hurting for this. If they continue to make land drops, if they continue to play basics, they will be hurt a lot less, and the 1 mana off Lotus Cobra will come into casting Nissa, Resurgent Animus, which has a landfall ability of add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, and then if this happens a second time, reveal cards off the top until you reveal an elf or an elemental, and then put that card into your hand. So that is what Nissa does. A card that's not quite seeing as much play as maybe it should. bringing a card to this large event. Again, we have 56 people here at Mop Top and Beardy's Lotus Bowl 6. So, definitely something to be said about the construction of the deck, and not just the construction of the deck, but the comfortability. How familiar this player is with, I won't say an obscure deck list, but certainly not a top meta deck, quote unquote, in which we will see a lot of 4 and 5 color decks as the day goes on, I am sure. And it looks like the right hand Roger player Isaiah is going to pass over to the left to Alex on Thrasios Clark, excuse me. And they currently have 4 mountains in play with that Blood Moon. They are in the center field of your top left player. That is a Blood Moon. And that causes the active player in your bottom left, Alex, to only have 4 mountains in play and 2 treasures. That's what the token on board is representing. 2 treasures from an offer you can't refuse on that player's own spell. Alex, they cast a Veil of Summer and cast an offer you can't refuse on that to gain themselves 2 treasures. And it looks like 2 mana coming down, possibly for a Quark. Get something in play on the board. And you really see the strength of these crutch pieces. Blood Moon, Back to Basics, etc. All of these cards are very, very tightening on some of the greedier deck lists, your 4 or 5 color lists that are playing all of the fetches, all the duels, and probably 1 or 2 basics, if that, if not 0. As we see the Quark Thrasios player Alex casting Underworld Breach, excuse me, for a gamble. I'm not sure how this buys them out of it, but it is entirely possible for Underworld Breach to just win the game. However, the setup for winning the game is a lot from here. Alex will have to likely find Brain Freeze in order to put enough cards in his graveyard to continue casting spells. It could be Brain Freeze, 2 mana, leaving 1 treasure up, recast the Gamble, leaving 0 mana up and going to get an LED Lion's Eye Diamond or something along those lines, some 0 mana card that will net you mana. And that's probably how it's going to shake up here. So Alex on Thrasios Quark, letting the Blood Moon go through has been super important, actually, because it definitely neuters any amount of interaction. There is no blue in this table that is not in that person's hand, in Alex's hand. In the Quark Thrasios deck being the only deck that is playing blue. Discarding a Brain Freeze directly. That is interesting. That is interesting. Because you would want to cast that from the hand here. Not quite sure how else this player can continue to go off. Although I believe they did only have 2 cards in hand, maybe 3. So I did not get quite a good look at how they decided what to discard from Gamble. So if there is no ability to put another card in the graveyard this turn, which is likely, I believe this deck is going to fizzle, although this deck absolutely had the opportunity to win with that Breach line, with Brain Freeze, something, if you're familiar with competitive EDH, you will know very well from any deck playing blue and red, minimum. So wondering how we're going to get there, as the player in your bottom left-hand corner will shuffle. and 1 mana plus 1 treasure for Thrasios, and let me tell you, that's not going to do it. The Underworld Breach is going to go away. Underworld Breach, second line of text says at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice it. So we did in fact try to go for the win there, but did not work out. And the Summoner's Pact being read from exile. As that is all Alex is going to do on their turn. They will pass over to Jessica Yoshi in your top top left-hand corner. As they will play a card that is irrelevant right now, as it is a mountain with the Blood Moon in play in the middle of the Yoshi Jessica's board. Right there, that golden card is a Blood Moon. And we're going to search for, I believe, an equipment to open the armories. Unless that's Steel Shaper's Gift. And it's getting right around the table. And that might be a Hammer of Nazan, actually. Looking through the artifacts here, and it is a Hammer of Nazan, legendary artifact, so it gives a +1/+1 counter to the Yoshimaru that has the ability whenever you play a legendary permanent, it gets a counter. And Hammer of Nazan enters, or another equipment, you may attach it to target creature. The target creature gets +2/+0 and indestructible. So swinging at the farm player down your bottom right went the Yoshimaru for 5. And looks like we're fetching, getting some lands in play. And the Nissa will have 2 triggers. The Nissa player, Jacob, just ramping, not a whole lot to do. In the threat of some other players here winning already, but looks like we have 2 floating green mana, 1 from the Lotus Cobra landfall and 2 from the Nissa Resurgent Animus landfall trigger. And don't forget that the Nissa, when it triggers a second time, will reveal cards off the top of the library until the player reveals an elf or an elemental. So if we get landfall trigger one more time, that will happen. But that card that was searched up was played from hand, I believe. And trying to decide how to spend it here. And let's listen in on the players as they talk about their decision about what they're going to do next.
I know that's going to get red
An Explorer being cast by the Nissa player here. And a Farseek. So that player did in fact not have a land in hand to play with Explorer, but they will be searching up along with Farseek.
Second one, reveal off top until I get
So the first card this turn being played was in fact 3 visits, which searches a forest up and put it directly on the battlefield. So no land from hand. Farseek also directly puts a non-forest directly into play, I believe. searches for a plains, island, swamp, or mountain.
Card slot. I was probably just going through my box that says ramp and just.
So it does not look like there was a single non-forest in the deck of Jacob in your top right, or Nissa player. And a Tainted Pact. Now, I believe this is on the end step. Okay, let's go ahead and read Tainted Pact. Oh, here comes the Pact. Listen in. And Tainted Pact will exile spells from the top of the library, as we'll turn down the play. It will exile cards from the top of the library until you put a card in your hand or you exile 2 cards of the same name, which, as we know in Commander, will not happen. So the Tainted Pact here using for a tutor, effectively. To which what was grabbed was Culling Ritual. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less, and then that player will add a black or a green for each permanent removed this way. So, big removal spell here. Does affect, interact with everything on the board that is not Nissa, Sage Animus, Resurgent Animus, the commander of our top right player, and the Blood Moon up in the top left. As well as the Rayhan Last of the Abzan on the board of our bottom right Rayhan Roger player. As we see a Bloodstained Mire come down and act as a mountain with this Blood Moon out from our top left player Robbie on Jessica Yoshimaru. And let's listen in to the thoughts on these players and what they'll be trying to do here.
So the thing is, if I don't get it here, then I just get blown out of the water by my BS.
Hey, that's what I did.
Yeah. And I'd rather not throw away a game like that. That just seems not great. Especially when you can do stuff and you still have to do that your hand yet. So I mean, it's yeah, this works. Don't you cast a
Twin Flame targeting Rayhan.
So Rayhan's going to be the legendary will have this sacrifice yeah, go for it.
So it just looks like a value Twin Flame here for Rayhan to come in and sacrifice itself on the legend rule. So we'll see here, because I believe that Roger should only have 3 +1/+1 counters, but we will get somebody on that to verify. And a swift pass through our bottom left player on Thrasios Clark. Back over to our top left player, Jessica Yoshi. and we'll see what's going on there.
Cast Valley.
Result.
Can you point to the front?
Looks like just a Thalia Garden of Thraben being cast in order to continue to tax the opponents across the table from Jessica Yoshi. And looks like a 6-4 Yoshimaru coming in. Unknown what player just yet. But that's how this deck would like to play. That's how this Yoshimaru Jessica deck wants to play. Wants to slow the game down. It wants to tax the board. They want to make sure that the opponents can't win before they can. And a land comes down as we pass over to the Nissa Resurgent Animus player up in your top right. A land comes down to trigger both Nissa's ability and Lotus Cobra, but we will have a swift pass through the turn. A little miscommunication there. Looks like it will stay on the turn of your top left player, Jacob, on Nissa. With the 2 floating mana, I will assume on green, as this is a mono green deck. The 1 red being able to be supplied by the Wooded Foothills as acting as a mountain due to Blood Moon in play. And okay, a finale. And if that was tapped out 4, I believe that was a finale for 5. So let's listen to the players as they talk about what's going on at this table and if they want to decide any way to stop this.
Don't really know. This is just to do something that might do something else.
He's dealing with the hammer.
I would hope. The problem is, if I use Blood Moon now, I'm tapped out.
Well, the hammer will eventually kill him.
I'm hoping he lasts.
Do you run Mangle?
Yeah. I do. I could use Mangle to kill the hammer.
I really do. I can show you my hand. I don't have to wait what it is. If you agree to get Mangle.
If I get the hammer, I'm pretty sure I'm drawing all that iron. I can't.
He won't be able to do much though, because the hammer is what's making this thing in the shuffle. Yeah. Okay. But if it's not the shuffle, I can do it.
Players are deciding what to do here and pleading with each other as EDH, still at its core, even competitive, is still a multiplayer social game. So talking on the board, unknown on what's going to happen here.
If the hammer's what you're going for. The hammer is. There are only 2 targets I was thinking about. A 5 that didn't affect me. And it should be.
I'm worried you've got obnoxious or something. Like that's obnoxious survival.
Yeah, it looks scary, but it doesn't.
You're gonna go and grab your breach and then that's honestly like
The Thalia slows him down. The Thalia slows him down.
oh yeah.
Judge!
The
I lost the 50-50 brain freeze game.
So let me see what's in blood moving on there. Everybody's greedy.
Alright, so
This is a really greedy format.
ETB trigger.
Unless you're playing.
I'll try it.
The hammer.
Do you want me to reveal my hand?
Yeah, sure. Might as well make it our own.
Oh,
You were not.
No, I was not kidding.
that calling ritual is going to be brutal though.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep playing small things and feeding it,
He gets mana for everything he destroys.
I've never seen the card's pretty good with the other one.
Alright, and as we see the finale for 5, going to get a Manglehorn. Manglehorn blowing up the Hammer of Nazan, which is on Yoshimaru. And your bottom right player, Isaiah, on Rayhan and Roger, pleading to not blow up this Mox Amber. Halfway through that. Talking about who can win, who's a threat, which is an ever-changing idea at any given table. With Manglehorn in play, now all artifacts in the future will come in tap. This includes treasures, this includes lands, this includes everything. Everything that is an artifact from the opponent's side will now enter tapped, so no immediate advantage being played with this Blood Moon in play. Blood Moon and Manglehorn kind of shutting down all of the things that the opponents can do here. As we see 3 mana being cast by your bottom right player on Rayhan and Roger. Deep in the think tank, seeing what we got here. A couple 3 mana spells that would be good here. Manglehorn clearly not a threat. Blood Moon getting around. And the Twin Flame putting 6 counters on the Roger came from the fact that both Rayhans have the ability that when another creature dies, you put that many +1/+1 counters on. And it looks like we got a tutor here. Just a casual Diabolic Intent. I'm not quite sure what the third mana was for. Unless there is just a mana floating somewhere. But sacrificing the Roger in order to put the extra 6 counters on Rayhan to move Rayhan up to a 9/9. Diabolic Intent will in fact go off without a hitch here. And we'll see what our bottom right player decides to do. Talking pregame, all of our players here felt very good about the decks they were playing. Noticeably, no 5-color decks here, no 4-color decks. In fact, even at this table 1 here, our feature match area with Alex, Robbie, Jacob, and Isaiah in turn order. And looks like the tutor will stay in hand as they decide to pass the turn over. We get a Thrasios activation for a Lightning Bolt reveal to put in hand. Possible Lightning Bolt. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand now where the third mana comes from. There's still a Thalia, Garden of Thraben in your top left player's field, so that's why that Diabolic Intent was paid for with 3 mana instead of 2. So Lightning Bolt being able to play with for 2 mana.
I can't read.
And cast Jessica. She has 1 counter.
Oh, you pay 4 for Justin?
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
I've never seen that.
We're going to 0, and he's going to deal 6 damage. And you will. That's 12.
That's if it hits a player.
Yeah, it's got to go through.
I didn't want to do it
No. I think hold on. Because it has to deal damage to a player for the match.
We're trying to figure out exactly here what is going to happen with this Jessica as the Thrasios card player pass through their turn up to the Yoshimaru Jessica player, and the Jessica player is casting it, getting the second loyalty counter because Jessica says whenever you cast a commander from the command zone in this game, Yoshimaru counts as one of 2 commanders. So probably not going to deal 2 damage to up to 3 targets, which is the -X on Jessica, but the 0 is still applicable of choose target creature until your next turn. If that creature were to deal combat damage to one of your opponents, it deals triple that much damage instead. So zeroing on the Yoshimaru, and I believe blocking with the Nissa replacement effect back into the command zone. If you're just joining us here on the Mop Top and Beardy YouTube channel, thank you for coming out. Thank you for being here and watching with us. We have 56 players here at Lotus Bowl 6, a Top Deck GG event happening here at Mop Top and Beardy store in Gray, Georgia. You can go to moptopandbeardy.com, or you can find Mop Top and Beardy on all your major social media networks here on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, etc. And now it looks like we're getting a recast Nissa. And just a pass the turn from our Nissa player, Jacob. Pass down to your bottom right-hand player, Isaiah, playing Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, and Roger. 9 counters currently on this Rayhan. Rayhan is quite big, 9 mana. Is certainly not laughable by any stretch of the imagination. So let's go ahead, and with the Emergent Zone being played as a mountain under the Blood Moon that you see in your top left player's field, let's go ahead and listen in to what's going on with the opponents, what they're thinking, what they're saying, what they're talking about.
We've been dealing with some crazy damage with his mana crypt on board. It was not giving him any help.
Can you grab dress for me a little bit?
And I believe we have a judge call real quick, so I think they're just separately talking to a judge about a card. So we'll say 2 mana here by your bottom right-hand player on Roger, Rayhan, Last of the Abzan. We'll be recasting Roger, which had previously died. Had been sacrificed to a Diabolic Intent. The mystery card still potentially in the hand, could have been an Emergent Zone, could have been something else in the hand of Isaiah, your bottom right-hand player on Roger and Rayhan. casting a bolt, looks like to the Jessica, from the way it's being pointed. Oh, maybe the Thalia. We'll get a little bit more confirmation here. But Lightning Bolt, which was revealed last turn by the Thrasios on the scry on the end step of your bottom right-hand player's turn. The bottom left-hand player, Thrasios Kark player, attempting to cast this Lightning Bolt. We'll see if it resolves here. Most people tapped out. Only person not tapped out. Probably okay with this going through. So we'll see here what happens.
That was a really good start. I was set up to win by turn.
Not sure if you can hear our players talking here about what's going on. Potentially being some sort of judge call here, and that's what we heard the reference for.
Survival, targeting, underworld breach, gets it back, cast breach again, goes for a brain freeze, hopes to get there if he hasn't already gone. So he doesn't have any blue unless he gets rid of it. LED will give him blue. All he needs is red. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I don't see the LED.
I see what you're saying.
I am concerned about the Noxious Survival.
It looks like the players are defending the way that our bottom left-hand player, Alex, on Thrasios and Kark, is in fact going to try and win the game. It looks like that's the debate here on if this Thalia is important enough to protect, and it does not look like it. Now that gives, Noxious Revival to the hand. That does give the ability to Noxious Revival this breach in the hand and be able to play it. And it looks like this is another recoup going for the win. Noxious Revival, of course, 2 mana being paid, or excuse me, 1 mana being paid or 2 life by the spell having a Phyrexian green mana cost. Will put the breach back on top, Underworld Breach, let you escape cards out of your graveyard if you cast the spell and escape 3. Or correction, exile 3 while you escape as an additional cost. So that does bring 2 mana for a breach. There will have to be some sort of blue in play for this player to cast a Brain Freeze out of the graveyard, or even an offer you can't refuse, being still 1 blue pip, just U mana, 1 CMC, but it does cost the color of blue. Currently no blue in play for any of our opponents, let alone the opponent that is playing blue, due to the Blood Moon on your top left player's board state, Robbie on Jessica and Yoshimaru. But it looks like there are 2 cards in hand, so an Underworld Breach and an unknown card. Not sure if that card is going to be able to give colored mana sources. If it was, that would be very good. But even something like an Arcane Signet would still not necessarily have the ability to win the game on its own with the Brain Freeze, unless, of course, there was a discarded way to make 1 red with Gamble. That is sort of the clutch here, or Lion's Eye Diamond, which is what this deck is trying to do, is get Lion's Eye Diamond into the graveyard, continue recouping, recasting Brain Freeze, recouping the Lion's Eye Diamond for effective infinite mana, and then finding the way to win through multiple sources. Your best source probably going to be Thassa's Oracle, but of course more than one way to win a game. So I think still deciding here. And just looks like what they will Our bottom left-hand player will recoup the Underworld Breach as we start a new turn cycle. With our bottom left player, they will just pass it on to our top left player on Jessica and Yoshimaru. This Blood Moon potentially doing more harm than good. As we have a reader, Rayhan, last of the ads, and let's go ahead and read it again ourselves. Rayhan says, they enter with 3 +1/+1 counters, and whenever a creature you control dies or is put into the command zone, you put that many. If it had 1 or more +1/+1 counters, you put that many on another target creature. And that is what Rayhan says. So killing Rayhan will still keep the power on board unless you can clear every single creature in play. This Yoshimaru is dealing 4 damage base. It is a 1/1 with 3 +1/+1 counters, as there have been 3 legendary permanents that have entered play. Flagstones as a land, Jessica, and Hammer of Nazan. And actually I believe that's supposed to be 4. So let's go ahead and get that corrected, because Thalia is also a legendary permanent. So if that is the case, we will get that corrected here.
Yeah, I missed a trick. You missed it. I didn't miss it. I waited. So that's why I didn't update it. Okay.
No rules, like a
It just looks like the 4/4 Yoshimaru swinging. Looks to be at the Thrasios player. Not quite sure. Unless they paid 4. It does look like they did pay 4 for the Thrasios activation. So we will see the Thrasios flip over a deflecting swat. Jessica 0 on the Yoshimaru and getting in there for 4 times 3 damage. A cool 12 commander damage from Yoshimaru, and that's how this deck explodes. That's how this deck wants to have it in play. Wants to make sure the table is cleared, board is clear, and just get in there with Jessica and a slightly buffed Yoshimaru, because triple the damage is still a 2-shot. Triple the damage on this 4/4 will kill you in 2 turns. As that will be all for our Yoshimaru Jessica player Robbie in your top left. They will pass over to Jacob in your top right. And it looks to be a Mana Vault from the Expedition set of Aether Revolt. And I'm not sure if this necessarily will dictate a response here from anybody, but it looks like there is a little bit of discussion around the board. Getting this big mana deck a little bit more mana, trading in the 1 for an additional 2. So 3 total with the Mana Vault. Although the downside to Mana Vault is it does not untap unless you pay 4 mana on your upkeep to untap it, and if it goes through on your upkeep, it will deal 1 damage to you if it is still tapped, and you do not untap it. So let's listen in to the opponents, let's listen in to our feature match, and see what they're talking about with this Mana Vault decision.
I'll be done.
Did you say not to worry about when he tries to go off?
I didn't say not to worry about it. I said that I have things I can do. I have interactions.
I believe in him.
And it looks like a survival in play, survival of the fittest. Let's go ahead and read that for you here. It is a 2-mana enchantment, of which we know Culling Ritual is still in the hand of our bottom right-hand player Isaiah on Rayhan Roger. But in your top right casting, we have Survival of the Fittest, a 2-mana enchantment, which has pay 1 green and discard a creature and go search for a creature and put it directly into your hand. Now a 1-mana tutor here on this big mana deck. It does look like that player will have 4 untapped mana afterwards, or at least 4 available mana if that resolves and they choose to activate it discarding a creature card. So we will see what happens here with this resolving. Looks like it did resolve, nothing happened. He passed through the Roger Rayhan's turn and back over quickly to the Thrasios Kark player in your bottom left hand of the screen. Alex starting a new turn rotation. Alex was our turn 1 of the game. And we will try and keep that consistent, keeping our turn 1 in the bottom left as much as we can today. And a free draw and not much going on. Trying to put together a win. An Underworld Breach, I will remind you, is in the graveyard along with a Brain Freeze. So, good potentials here in order to do something.
You have less than 15 minutes remaining in round 1.
It looks like we have 15 minutes remaining here in round 1 by our TO announcement. So I'll remind you here that a win is worth 5 points in our top deck GG event. Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy. A win is worth 5 points. If this ends up going to time, we will have the player that time is called on complete their turn, and then that will be all. No around the board. One player will, on time, will complete their turn, and then that is the game. That game will be called there. And a tie at that point, if it comes to it, will be worth 1 point. If one player is eliminated here in the meantime, if that is, I mean, it is entirely possible with the Jessica Yoshimaru player threatening to take out the Thrasios Kark player with 12 commander damage minimum already marked. I'm not sure if they've been hit previous to the game. I don't think so. So if they have not, they're still 1 swing away from this Yoshimaru being tripled by Jessica in order to lose this game. And if a player is eliminated and the other players at the table do tie, the living players at the table will gain the point. And the eliminated players will still net 0 for the round. As we see our bottom left-hand player, Alex, casting an Underworld Breach, trying to figure out how to win a game here. Countered by that silence that we saw in the opening hand of our Jessica Yoshimaru player up in your top left, Robbie. So, trying to figure out how they are going to proceed. Deflecting Swat will not be able to take care of that. And it looks like Underworld Breach will resolve after the silence. Our bottom left-hand player, Alex, will play land and pass over. And interesting to see if our top left player, Robbie, will be able to knock out one player. Or, with 15 minutes left here on the clock in our round 1, if they try to go for a win or continue to try and stall the game, continue to try and stacks out the board and not let another player win. We see a survival of the fittest on the board state of our top right player, Jacob. So that is definitely indicative of a player trying to win the game. And the 1 ring comes down. And that one ring will resolve, giving the Jessica Yoshimaru player protection from everything until their next turn. And it looks like it will be tapped to draw a card. So let's go ahead and read that card here.
I don't know if I was actually going to.
I'm going to pull it up real quick. And the One Ring is a 4-mana artifact. It has indestructible. It says when you cast the One Ring, if it enters the battlefield and you had cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. At the beginning of the upkeep, you lose 1 life for each counter on the One Ring, and you can tap it, add a counter, in order to draw cards equal to the amount of counters that are on the One Ring. So a very large draw engine, can get out of hand very, very quickly, and does in fact give you protection from everything, which could, with 15 minutes left on the clock here, it is possible how stringent this game is, and although we do want to keep our players playing fast, playing on time, no slow playing, it is possible that there are just a lot of interactions going on, a lot of hard decisions, and so players will be taking it slow, trying to figure out how to win the game in their next last 2 turns potentially here with the amount of time remaining on the clock. It's like the One Ring will only enter tapped from the Manglehorn in play of our top right player, and we'll see a -1 from the Jessica, killing off the Lotus Cobra and the Birds of Paradise, and likely marking another 1 damage on another creature. Because after all, Jessica, her -X is deal X damage to each of up to 3 targets. So the 1 counter, 1 damage. And we'll see the Yoshimaru Jessica player pass over to our top right-hand player, Jacob, on Nissa Resurgent Animist, counting up the mana, trying to figure out how best to employ the survival of the fittest. Now this Blood Moon in play of our top left-hand player, you can see it in the middle, the gold card, Blood Moon, has not affected our Nissa player that much, as a monocolor deck is a lot less prone to being blown out by these sort of effects. Blood Moon, back to basics. As we see 6 mana come down for a card. Alright, we get this flip spell from Zendikar. Turn Timber Symbiosis. And we got a reader, so let's go ahead and read it ourselves. 7 mana. I believe I might have missed 1 mana there, but 7 mana for Turn Timber Symbiosis, a sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a creature from among them into play, and if that creature has converted mana cost 3 mana or less, you give it an additional 3 +1/+1 counters, and the rest of the cards go on bottom. So looking through 7 cards here from our top right-hand player, Jacob, on Nissa Resurgent Animus. And the 7th mana was floated by the Nissa from the landfall ability this turn. So there's the 6 mana in play and the 1 floating mana that was used by Nissa's ability on landfall to add 1 mana. So the creature coming directly into play here. With an additional 3 +1/+1 counters. And we'll get that one pulled up for you. Let's go ahead and listen in to the players on their decisions and how they're going to continue to play out this game. Looking through the graveyard here. Is likely an Eternal Witness if we're looking through the graveyard. And I believe that is the 30th anniversary play promo. So Eternal Witness coming in with an additional 3 +1/+1 counters, making it a 5/4. Definitely a relevant threat at this point in the game. We for sure have a Turn Timber Symbiosis, a Lotus Cobra, a Finale of Devastation, Farseek, 3 Wishes, and another card that I can't quite see. all for sure in the graveyard here for our top right-hand player. Explore is the last card in the graveyard. So 3 Wishes, Explore, Farseek, Lotus Cobra, Turn Timber Symbiosis, and Finale of Devastation here. And using the additional 3 mana off of the Mana Vault probably hinders this decision. Likely a snap decision with Finale of Devastation with all that mana untapped. That leaves 6 mana in play plus the 3 mana on the Mana Vault. 9 total, grab a 7-drop. And there is nothing in this deck besides Crater Hoof Behemoth that does cost more than 7, and that card costs 8. But playing one singular land would necessitate a Crater Hoof Behemoth coming down. But our top right-hand player on Nissa Resurgent Animus will grab the Lotus Cobra and pass the turn over to our bottom right-hand player on Rayhan and Roger. And let's see what's going on here. Spell cast, and let's listen to our players as we sort of decide what's going on here.
Got a green.
I will pass my on the game.
No, because you got like you don't make it
Yeah, I just want to know about that. That's
And it looks like that was a gamble, and that will resolve. So we'll see what our Rayhan and Roger player will go get with this gamble. Gamble, again, the card, if you're not too familiar with it, is a 1 red, 1 total mana cost card. At sorcery speed, tutor for a card, search it from your library directly into your hand, and then discard a card from your hand at random. And there are a few cards in our bottom right hand player's hand, so we'll see them randomize the hand and present it in order to discard. Looks like we're just getting a dice out here. And 8 cards in the hand now. And it looks like we'll take the 5th, or the 6th, excuse me. And not sure what was discarded there. Shiny does not do too well on camera. Potentially is a Douthy. It's a little hard to tell. So we'll get that on for you, but 2 mana here for a Dockside. 3 minutes left in the round here. There's a Dockside. Hopefully we'll try to win the game, as we have not that many, if we're being honest, artifacts and enchantments in play. By my count, only 4. And it is what was counted as well. Dockside will bring those treasures in, but Manglehorn will necessitate that those treasures enter tapped. So no ability to tap and sacrifice on the treasures. Pass over to the Thrasios player, and looks like they will pass over to our Yoshimaru Jessica player potentially. And looks like still some debating here over what will be happening. And 2 mana for a Quark. A little late for this Quark, likely, but let's go ahead and read it for you. Whenever you cast an instant or a sorcery spell, you flip a card. If you lose the flip, you return the spell to your hand, and if you win it, you copy the spell. So that's what's going on in your bottom left-hand corner, and then in your top left-hand corner, now we have passed over to the Jessica Yoshimaru player. 0 damage from 0 counters on the tap of the 1 ring. And they will activate it in order to put 1 counter on it, draw 1 card. A white here. And I believe that's either going to be a swords or a path, but a removal spell of some sort over on the Nissa Resurgent Animist, I believe, in order to stop the players from winning the game here. And we only have a few minutes left here, but our feature match area did have a little bit of a time extension. So while games are wrapping up for the rest of the players here, we will have it extended a little bit here on camera due to the nature of being on camera. So let's go ahead and listen in to the discussion about this removal spell resolving to our feature match area players.
You're looking at it, odds, like chances of us winning. This is someone going.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to.
I'll be honest, I do not have it.
That's our belief, dog. It's just
No,
believe.
I get rid of the artifact after you just dockside. No, that's a good call.
Yeah, you would have to show me your hand for me to even consider not to.
The only person that said shit is
It looks like some talk between the players here. Potentially a counter spell of some sort, or at least a deflecting swat, which we do know about from our bottom left-hand player, Alex, on Thrasios Quark.
That is time. If it is your turn.
And we'll make sure that the feature match area knows that they will not have time called yet. But everybody else here looks like that is time in the round. So we will be proceeding to the final turn very quickly. And just counting up how we intend to win the game here. Crater Hoof style likely, although I'm not sure that that wins the game. So I believe the conversation was that the player in your top left on Jessica Yoshimaru, Robbie, was trying to win the game by removing a spell of some sort or even a Manglehorn. It looks like that would be the only decision that would try and have this creature win the game. And it looks like we will still cast a deflecting swat on, I'm not sure, but we will do that here. I'm not sure what the extra Krark there is. I guess that's a Krark trigger. So flipping a coin, rolling a dice here is acceptable. And looks like that will be a copy. So 2 deflecting slots here rather than just the returned one. So looks like we will be removed. Yeah, it will be a swords, a source of plowshares, removing the dockside and gaining a life. Excuse me, gaining 2 life to our bottom right hand player. And not much else going on here from our top left-hand player on Jessica and Yoshimaru.
Can I get a report from Hot 6?
And I believe that is a Roger coming down, but we'll double check that here if that's in the list. We'll and a dockside of their own, and that was the card likely trying to win the game here. So those treasures will come in tapped. And pass to the end of the turn, a discarded Lotus Cobra by the Nissa on the end step of our top left-hand player. And looks like the Nissa players will likely be the last turn of the game here with our rules, being when rounds go to time, we will in fact have the last player play out their turn from when time was called, and then that will be the end of the game. And I'll remind you that here at Lotus Bowl 3 here at Mop Top and Beardy, at our Top Deck GG event, we have a win being worth 5 points. If these players tie, they will each receive 1 point, or at least each player that has not lost the game will receive 1 point for a tie by any amount of players at the table. And a loss, again, being worth 0 if you are eliminated and lose the game in some way. So we're searching here for a card by Survival of the Fittest.
Hey guys, if there's anybody parked directly in front of James Asian Market, if we can leave them like 2 or 3 spots open, just right here on this side of the building. So if you're parked directly in front of their door, if you don't mind changing your spot.
And I'm not sure what that card is. That might be in a Shia. We'll have to check here on the Survival of the Fittest. It did look like an Ashaya, but we'll double check when that comes down. It does give the ability to have non-token creatures be forest and has a star power toughness rating in order to give itself power and toughness equal to the amount of lands in play. So giving your creatures lands, or giving your creatures a land type, which is the card that comes down, that Ashaya Soul of the Wild. Is not going to do too much here without a haste ability. And looks like an activated Thrasios here, revealing a snap, which is currently uncastable by that Bloodmoon. MVP of the match here, really. This Bloodmoon really just gassed up the amount of control on the board, the amount of turns that were being taken by just draw, go, or draw, land drop, go. Taking 2 whole players off of their entire game plan with mana. Of course, our bottom right-hand player on Rayhan Roger does have the Mox Amber, but it is a far cry from having a Gaia's Cradle in play or an Emergent Zone in play. Those things are very, very different. And it looks like we might get some attacks in here, but I'm not sure that it will matter too much to our players here. And this will likely be the end of the game at the end of this turn. So let's listen to our players. As potentially this Ashaya is still in the stack. So let's listen in.
You put their timer at 9 minutes. I'm aware, Sean. No, I'm confused how that time was off from the other time.
Because it was like 75 or something.
And then he started
You don't have to like take it by work.
I still have
Veil of Summer cast by our top right-hand player.
copy. I guess I have to pack.
Okay, so it's time! Player! Whose turn is it?
So we have just reached time here for our feature match. So we will continue with the turn of our top right-hand player, Miss Resurgent Animus. But I do believe this turn is about done.
Did you have it? I have it. But of course, you know, slow lane is a slow lane. That's a draw.
And it looks like we did draw here. So that will be a draw from our feature match area. All 4 players, Robbie, Jacob, Isaiah, and Alex here, did very well But MVP really just Blood Moon not being able to be removed, or selectively even not being removed in order to continue inhibiting board strategy. But that's where we're going to leave it here for these players. And again, all of these players will receive 1 point here in our Lotus Bowl 6 event. We have 56 players. This is a top deck GG event, so all those points collected here will go into the standings. And for now, we will be waiting for round 2, which, as we have gone to time, should be coming up shortly. So we will put this, we will leave this broadcast up. This is still a live broadcast that will be going all day through every round, all 5 rounds here, including the top cut 2 rounds, the top 16, and the finalist rounds. So stay tuned, and we will be back with our round 2 quite shortly. So thank you for being here. Please subscribe to Mop Top and Beardy if you have not already, and we will be back at the commencement of round 2.
I'll say later if I actually make it to the semis.
Yeah, you drew the snap, and you had it in my hand. I hope I didn't.
I wasn't trying to.
Oh, so you did have to.
I had to win. I was like, if you just pass,
No,
I can just.
I tried for mine. I drew Woodland Delaware.
Yeah.
And that would have been the discard and get query in.
All right, all rounds have been completed. All rounds have been completed. We are going to wait about 5 minutes. And at the end of, well, we'll give it about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll give a break. I will take this time to announce we are doing a raffle today. Everybody should have gotten 1 ticket with your entrance into this. You can buy additional tickets, but we are going to be giving away a Thunder Junction box. We're going to give away a couple of Fallout pre-cons. Going to give away some collector packs. Going to give away a giant Resplendent Angel card.
No,
So,
no, I think,
yeah.
I understand.
So if you want some additional raffle
but I don't think
tickets,
you were too slow because you knew that if you didn't stop me, you had to. I think no one.
I mean, I don't know if you had it. I didn't know if you had it or not. I need to. I need to save it for after one of you two nights.
From what you saw and what you did, you're fine in my opinion. So I was gonna, with a 2 mana, you doing that could stop me. Draw. Because I was gonna discard Woodland Delaware, get Green Ranger, infinite mana. Green Ranger would trigger Lanissa, which would speed the rest. Him? Rogar and the Abzan partner.
There's an Abzan partner? I know there's 2 out. There's 2 white green partners. But one is specifically from the clan of Abzan.
From the clan of Abzan.
Is it Rayhan?
so again, we are going to take a few minutes, but you are welcome to go ahead and move your stuff to your table if you would like to do that.
What seat are you? Oh, not yet. Oh, you're second, right?
I was. I love being on stream. It's a great time. Whose phone is that?
That's that's the microphone. I got you. You better win too.
Oh, God,
I'm seat
I love
1,
it
so.
here.
What seat? What table? 8.
I love it here. Oh, God. I'm not PG. This is going to be awful. We out here.
That was a good win you had on your first one. That was a good win.
I love Gray Hwy Ste A.
These are the people I'm playing with.
Hate you.
Oh, I was just wondering I was going to sit in the same pod as you.
Sir, are you on Malcolm Kelly?
No, I'm Malcolm Bile.
Oh my god, double Malcolm.
I almost went Malcolm Bile today, but
Oh, yeah, I play somewhere
real crazy. Watch me pull out the Malcolm.
Oh my god.
I will.
Going Malcolm
There's a Malcolm
today.
10 now.
Using an actual player that we use.
It was a gift, so I'm like showing it off.
I don't like wisdom. Feels weird.
It's not mine.
They're drug upon. I'm gonna post this.
What I'm really scared of is every tutor you do, it's immediately I win. Like immediately.
I mean, I do too.
No. Mine at least requires to be cast again. About to be stream sniping. Look at our handsome stream.
Yeah, bro, I gotta put the earpiece in and let my people talk to me now. They stream on YouTube.
Oh my god.
Now my play group is like.
Double Malcolm.
We're not next to each other.
Last Friday.
No, this is actually worse because there's a space in between.
Yeah. We have targets.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's my friend.
Yeah, don't look at me, bro.
I like being police officer.
Well, you don't have a commander.
I don't have a commander period.
His commander's that partner that's any color but only at the start of
Oh,
the
the
game.
painter?
Guys, I need your attention in here, please. I gotta make sure everybody is aware of this. Because this is a Magic the Gathering tournament, rules are applied and enforced. So if you are slow playing, does everybody know what a slow play means? Or you take too long to make a play within a timely manner and a timely fashion. So if you are intentionally slow playing and you suspect somebody of intentionally slow playing, raise your hand and call a judge so that we can address this. Everybody needs to finish within a timely manner.
I had to spend like 3 minutes to read math like 4 times. I was just looking going.
That's not cool if you know you can't.
And to a point I just
Just let everybody be aware, you know, if you suspect somebody of slow play or, you know.
I need to know. I'm just very dumb. Please give me a chance to do it.
All I said, I'm not saying you're stuff playing. I'm just asking you to take a game.
And if you were at pod 1, if you were at pod 1 last game, raise your hand.
There's 1, 2, 3, Secret Corvo.
We're missing one. Who else was at pod 1 last game? Reason
Wait, are
right
you doing, I don't even know.
Yeah, don't even try to guess. I'll say right now.
No, he got his ticket.
I know there's a thing you can do by turning him into one type of dragon, and then you turn him into another type of dragon, and then he does this weird
Sounds like West 5-color decks.
Yeah.
West 5-color decks.
Let's see, what's the other
Why
one?
does the dragon?
Wait, no, you're probably doing Dragon Storm. You're doing Dragon Storm, right?
That would be so flavored.
Like, oh no, your first turn's gonna be straight random. Dragon Storm?
I know, I gotta get
Maybe why.
yeah, this is the first elimination.
Dylan. Nice to meet you. Last game I had from like 60 cards. Yeah, I remember that. I know.
And then someone goes, Juan. Yes. Dallas. Nice to meet you, Dallas.
I remember I've always known it was Christian. I say that to the guy.
Are you going for the 1K?
You're starting turn 1?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Dallas.
I wish I could keep this game.
You're starting.
I'm third, right?
You're third, yeah.
Look at us. Dylan.
Slide on you real quick.
We'll get dressing stuff.
As we're not starting the round yet, but you can go ahead and resolve your mulligan.
Those are my dicey tokens. Yeah. This is not that weird thing. That is just that over here. My bag's over there. Yeah, you can see it.
Are there any open spots? Are you waiting on anybody? Everybody's here?
Y'all good?
All right. You may begin now.
All right, you guys begin. Y'all may begin. Yeah. Once y'all complete your mulligans, y'all may begin.
Except for AJ, he steals my picks. We're about to do some bird violence. Now we are next to each other. Hey,
This is now worse.
so here's the bad part of every Malcolm duos. We either become immediate friends because it's not worth attacking each other, or we only attack each other.
And it looks like our players are resolving mulligans, getting ready for their round 2. We have our round 2 feature match area here at Lotus Bowl 6. I am your commentator, Daniel Darity, at the King8426 on all of my social media. But we're glad to have you guys here watching our Lotus Bowl 6 Top Deck GG event here at Mop Top and Beardy store in Gray, Georgia. If you need anything, go to moptopandbeardy.com, and also feel free to subscribe to this, share this, like this video, whatever you want to do. But for now, we're going to reach our round 2 feature match area between a couple of Malcolm players, a 5-color Scion deck, and we'll go ahead and put it here on the screen for you guys. We got 2 Malcolm partners, we got a Tivit, and we got that 5-color Scion deck. Our first player in the bottom right-hand corner is going to be Christian. Or excuse me, your bottom right-hand corner will be Dallas. And our players are still resolving mulligans here. So we'll just go over a little bit about our deck list that our players are playing here. Our Malcolm Tana deck. Interesting card is playing is a battle card, one of the new types from the Aftermath and other set, your Marching Machine set. From that dual set, there is a battle here, Invasion of Ikoria, which when it enters, you search your library and graveyard for a non-human with CMC X put onto the battlefield. It is an X green spell, so 2 CMC. And it will flip for an 8/8 reach creature that says for each non-human you control, you may have it assign combat damage as though it was not blocked. And it looks like all of our players have resolved their mulligans here. So we got our bottom right-hand player, Dallas, starting us off with a Bloodstained Mire fetch into a volcanic island. Into this Mystic Remora from Dominaria Remastered. And in our bottom left, our Tivit player Christian, playing an Esper Sentinel off of a Tundra for their turn 1. And our top left player Juan, we'll just play a Badlands and pass. Looks like we have from our top right player, our Malcolm player, a lot of acceleration early on. Our Malcolm and Vial Smasher player will be playing Ancient Tomb, a Mana Crypt, into the One Ring to give themselves protection from everything. Although that Mystic Remora in our bottom right-hand corner will not be paid for, and neither will the Esper Sentinel. I believe they're just talking about it here. I believe we're talking about what protection from everything means on that. That is my assumption here from the pointing going on, but the One Ring will still be cast by our top right player, Malcolm Vial, and man, a lot going on early here on turn 1. Ancient Tomb, Mana Crypt, and the One Ring. Just huge acceleration going on. And looks like they're still talking about it, and it will resolve. Definitely will resolve here. Into tapping the One Ring for the 1 card draw, putting 1 burden counter on the One Ring. Passing over to the Tana Malcolm list. It looks like they will keep the Mystic Remora on board, paying for the cumulative upkeep of 1. They will play a Stomping Ground Shocked-In. And make sure our life totals are right. Of course, taking 2 damage from the Ancient Tomb. 2 mana, 2 damage. And going to be casting a Ragavan. Potentially something else here. A Mana Crypt. And we'll just pass over to the Tivit player's turn. Going to be playing a Polluted Delta, sacrificing it for another land. So we'll see what the Tivit player wants to grab with this. And Tivit being a very strong commander, definitely had a lot more following, a lot more plays, a lot more pickups over, I would say probably about 6 months to a year ago. Definitely saw a whole lot more play, although it has fallen from favor, not for any particular reason, just sort of ebb and flow of the CDH meta here, you know, just kind of the overall meta. But Tivit still being a very, very strong deck. Flying Ward, when it enters or deals combat damage, you can vote for investigating or making a treasure token. And the Tivit player may vote for that in additional time. So. And it looks like discarding down to hand size, I believe. Looks like a Cavern of Souls and a Windswept Heath in the hand of our bottom left-hand player, as they will pass over to our top left-hand player, Juan. Will be playing and sacrificing a Verdant Catacombs in order to fetch. Now, Juan here is on a 5-color deck, Scion of the Ur-Dragon. So very excited here to see this list be played. This deck, definitely one of the prototypes, one of the first really large-scale CDH decks that sort of took over what was going on globally and sort of uniting people into the competitive side, the push side of a base casual format. So Scion, definitely no laughingstock. 5 colors, just play all of the best cards in the game. So nothing not to be worried about. It is a card that can it can come down and interact with the board, or it just allows you to play all of the best cards in every color. Biggest problem here being fixing, as we saw with our round 1 matchup. If something that would inhibit your color fixing, a Blood Moon, a Back to Basics, were to come down, that could really hamper these style of decks. And a Mystic Remora of their own coming down. And players continuing to not pay for other Mystic Remoras and Esper Sentinels. So now our top right-hand player, Dylan, will have to pay 7 additional mana here if they want to cast a non-creature spell and have no opponents draw off of it. 9. Mystic Remora requires you to pay an additional 4. So 9 mana plus the spell. So these players are going to be drawing a lot of cards here, or not casting a whole lot of non-creatures at least. Very restricting here, as our top right-hand player Dylan on Malcolm Bile Smasher will take a damage from the burn encounter. And playing a Bloodstained Mire and fetching. It looks like they also did take the damage off of the Mana Crypt trigger, which will deal 3 damage to you if you lose a coin flip. And fetching up a Volcanic Island here. Three mana out for a Malcolm, and let's go ahead and read Malcolm for the people here. It is a 3 mana 2/2 flyer that whenever 1 or more pirates you control deal damage to your opponents, you create a treasure token for each opponent dealt damage. And Malcolm himself is a pirate. So looks like 2 mana coming down from the Mana Crypt last turn by the first player's seat, Dallas, playing Malcolm as well, but with Tana for a different color set. And we're having the Mystic Remora be paid for. And debating on what the turn will be, what the turn will hold here for this Malcolm list, this Malcolm Tana. That can do a whole lot. Looks like we get a Tinderwall into play. A card that is looking to abuse mana. It does have an ability to sacrifice it and add red to the mana pool. Looks like that will happen, and we will get a Malcolm into play for our first seat, Dallas, on Malcolm Tana. Now Malcolm coming into play, and Ragavan also being around, being a pirate, and it looks like there are 2 opponents that do not have blockers available. So looks like the discussion here on who this Ragavan will go after, the Tivit player or the Scion of the Ur-Dragon player, in order to both exile a card off the top of the library and to gain a treasure by this Malcolm being in play. And looks like it does go across to the Malcolm player up in your top right, exiling a Chromox and going to leave that card up in exile. So that will be all there, but with 2 treasures made. The Malcolm Tana player will pass over to the Tivit player, who is going to play a Ranger Captain of Eos. However, you would like to save that card. The 3 mana Human Soldier is a 3 power, 3 toughness creature that when it enters, you search your library for a creature card of mana cost 1 or less. And the swift pass over to our Scion player in your top left, Juan. And they will pay for the Mystic Remora and play a Bayou out here. So 5 colors of mana sources, but also 5 colors with all the best cards that you can run. There's a Niv Mizzet Perrin in this deck. Of course, you got Thassa's Oracle combos. You got 2 large dragons in case Scion of the Ur Dragon does decide to come down. But for now, looks like we will just play this enchantment here. I believe that is Carpet of Flowers. But we'll take a look here. And it looks like that's going to be all from our Scion player. Passing back over to Malcolm Vial Smasher up in your top right, Dylan, and taking 2 damage from the 1 ring for each burden counter on it, which at the time of the upkeep was 2, and then the 3 damage I believe that they also took from the Mana Crypt. So already damaging turn here, and it looks like there's a black-red card of some sort, black-red land. Could be a Blood Crypt, a little bit difficult to tell. But here comes a Mystic Remora of their own. But all players saying, hey, you might not want to do that here. You're going to feed 3 other people bare minimum. There's no way to feed less than 2, in fact. You could pay an additional 1 mana for this Esper Sentinel to not draw a card, but looks like card draw is going to be coming around. And the players are talking about how best to structure this hand, what to do with this Mystic Remora, and how painful this game's going to be if each player has their own effective Mystic Remora. It does look like our top right-hand player, Dylan, is talking about how low his life total is and likely trying to win the game. And Mystic Remora is definitely a way to help win the game. You could deny 2 people here. You cannot deny 3. There's not enough mana in play, even with the attack by Malcolm. So likely going to see 1 player. If I were to suggest, I would not play anything. But oh, and we're ramping here, and oh, there it goes anyways. Yep, everyone's going to go ahead and draw the 1. And a Phyrexian Metamorph. That could be copying a Ranger Captain, or it could be copying an Esper Sentinel, could be copying a Ragavan. We'll figure out what that is here. Sacrificing a Ranger Captain to make that not an option.
I will play. Now that's back on the side.
You're just trying to hear.
So you're debating on responding to the crap? Okay.
Looks like there is a response to the activation of Ranger Captain.
I got it mixed up.
I just wanted to.
they're beautiful. They feel great in my hand. When I go to shuffle,
The activation of Ranger Captain of Eos does say that your opponents cannot cast non-creature spells this turn. So that would sort of shut out players. So it does look like that pass through the Phyrexian Metamorph does come down, and Malcolm is going to swing over at the Tiffin player. And that's how that's going to
Esper Sentinel.
So Esper Sentinel the call on the Phyrexian Metamorph as we passed over.
It's a blue Tymna. It's a blue Tymna, but if you block it, I can return back to my hand.
It says, please block my dock side.
you're still.
It also basically gives curiosity.
But you're presenting. Like, I'm a combo guy, right?
And it looks like we're going to go ahead, see what our Malcolm Tana player wants to do for a lot of mana. And it looks like it will be a Glinthorn Buccaneer, which has haste, is a pirate, notably, in case that card decides to swing in here. But whenever you discard a card, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. And for 2 mana, you can discard a card and draw a card if it is attacking. So this 3 mana hasty creature pirate is certainly a win con. Granted, not with the cards that are in play right now, but is definitely a win con. And it does seem like our opponents here, the opponents of our first seat Dallas playing Malcolm Tana, are debating, figuring out what they want to do, if they want this to resolve, if there's anything they can do, maybe before this starts to get a little crazy. And any sort of draw engine off of dealing damage would enable this to combo out. Now it looks like we have a response from our top right player. It looks like a Final Fortune. I believe that is a Final Fortune, which is an instant that as you take another turn, and at the end of that turn, you lose the game. And another card here. That looked like a standardize. And let's listen to the debate by our players here and see what they're talking about.
Yeah. I'm the only one that's going to draw at this point. So.
Wait, before you cast that.
So
Then you get to the number 3.
yes,
Get to the number 3.
an artificial evolution targeting Phyrexian Metamorph.
Artificial evolution targeting Phyrexian Metamorph.
Sorry, that's not a...
Oh, I can't have counter target non-creature spell. Yes. I'm going to exile this Prairie Mastermind countering my own artificial evolution.
We're at 3. I will declare Mind Break. Exiling
And looks like a joint effort here by the players to trigger Mind Break Trap, which would have otherwise been uncastable by our bottom left-hand player Christian on Tivit. And it looks like that Mind Break Trap will try to exile the Glinthorn. Now, Mind Break Trap has an alternate casting cost of 0 if an opponent casts 3 spells in 1 turn. So, and a Force of Will on the Mind Break trap. And it looks like it was the Artificial Evolution countering itself with the Force Negation from our top right player to trigger the third spell on the turn. Force of Will coming down by our Malcolm Tana player. And again, it definitely does seem short up that fighting this hard over this, a second Mind Break trap in order to continue trying to exile this entire stack. Hidden by the Scion player in our top left, Dylan. And let's listen in again to the chaos at this table.
It's worse. Why don't you show me?
I am honest. I am honest.
Taking another turn or losing. So,
I
would not give up. But I will respond.
So,
Another response here from our active player here, bottom right, Dallas.
Yes, 2 different mind breaks.
2 separate mind breaks, one being countered by Force of Will, and a second one on the top of the stack. Offer you can't refuse countering target non-creature spell, which the spell's controller.
You know, we can get a lot done.
So you're targeting mine? Targeting mine. Alright.
You'll make 2 treasures. So you can use it for interaction.
And there's a very large stack going on. This glint horn on the stack being countered by a Mind Break trap by our bottom left-hand player, guaranteed Force of Will by our bottom right-hand player, another Mind Break trap by our top left player, and an Offer You Can't Refuse to get rid of the final Mind Break trap. So it looks like
Force of Will good to resolve.
So that got counted. But it counts mind breaks.
it looks like we're waiting on a response for this Force of Will.
Just one.
You need to just make contact in which you will. No, not even. These 2 can attack. Like, straight up, there is only way you can do is fight for things to resolve.
But we can either show us the
With that workshop, Rob should fight for it, but also just be ready for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's all
You
I'm
need
saying.
to stop, in that same case, you need to stop fighting and keep interacting.
It's a little bit complicated because
And it looks like the players pleading with each other, talking about can we win, can we lose, how do we stop losing the game to one player here. And definitely a very interesting stack. Still on the stack, the Glint Horn, which when you discard a card, you deal 1 damage to each opponent, a Mind Break trap, and a Force of Will. Looks like the Force of will end up countering that Mind Break trap, and they're pleading with the player that just got 2 treasures up in your top left, Dylan, on Sign of the Ur Dragon, to counter that, but either they didn't have a counter or they were unwilling to use it. So, Glinthorn coming down, not sure for what mana what's going to be able to work out here for this player, for Dallas. But Glinthorn Buccaneer, definitely a big powerful card. When you discard a card, deal 1 damage to each opponent. That is certainly nothing to snuff at. And the fact that it does appear as if they will, Dallas here in your bottom right hand corner will be making at least 2 treasures. And we got a Glinthorn Buccaneer coming at our top right player, a Malcolm flying over our bottom left player, and a Ragavan coming straight through to our top left player. So all 3 pirates attacking, trying to make 3 treasures. And Esper Sentinel is the Phyrexian Metamorph play. So the only creature that could be blocked is the Glinthorn, which would be blocked by a 1/1 and would still survive. So still trying to find a way to win the game by our bottom right hand player, Dallas, on Malcolm Tana, with a Malcolm, Ragavan, and Glinthorn Buccaneer all in play. You see a lot of counter spells if you're just joining us in the graveyard, a couple of Mind Break traps, an Offer You Can't Refuse, a Force Negation. A lot has happened already in this game, but we're only a few turn cycles in. But currently, I think that's it, and it looks like the concession has been made, and that will be the win to the Malcolm Tana player. Wow, fantastically done. Glinthorn Buccaneer just being an absolute house. And necessitating all the counter magic that in fact did not keep it down. So Adalis in our bottom right hand corner, Malcolm Tano will win 5 points at Lotus Bowl 6, our Top Deck GG event. And don't forget, this is a 5-round event. We will be with you this whole time. We will be streaming the entirety of the day, and we have 5 rounds, 80 minutes apiece, so that clearly happened a lot quicker than 80 minutes, so we will have a little bit of a break here on the live stream and kind of leave it up. But for the rest of the players, an 80-minute total time limit before the rounds. Top 16 cut, and each player in the top 16 will receive a collector's booster of the newest set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction OTJ, not Odyssey Torment Judgment. And top 4 will all receive a prize of some sort. They will all get at least a playmat, and first place has the near mint graded 7 Gaia's Cradle for our first place winner, and our second, third, and fourth will receive a Taiga, I believe, from Revised. So a lot of big prizes here for all of our players. Again, if you were here with us right now, if you're just joining us, if you've been with us through the grind fest of round 1 and now the aggressive combo of round 2, we thank you for being here with us on the Mop Top and Beardy YouTube channel. Please subscribe if you'd like to. Go to moptopandbeardy.com if you'd like to order anything. We're here in Gray, Georgia, and we host these events a lot. And we have our next large event, Southern Fried Popper, a popper tournament on May 18th. May 18th, so that will be going down soon, in about a month. So I'm very excited to be back and be calling that one as well. So if you enjoy popper, please contact Mop Top and Beardy, or come to our store at Mop Top and Beardy in Gray, Georgia, and go ahead and register yourself for that event. That is coming up very, very soon. But right now, we're going to take a little break. We're going to leave up the screen. We're going to leave up the stream, and we'll just have it on the pause screen. But we will continue casting here live all day, all 5 rounds, all of the top cut through finals. We will get a definite winner here at Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy in Gray, Georgia. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and we will be here. We'll leave this stream up while the rest of the games in this round end, and we'll be with you as soon as they do.
The thing is, I pushed for the Ranger Captain not being capable of winning if I went for Ranger Captain. So it's just going to be, I'm going to have another silence.
I'm just like, hey, you know what was happening? I said it loud, I'm going to crack.
In my Malcolm's eye, it's just, see, I thought you were, what I thought you were going to do, what I was worried about, because I knew I was going to win, or was going to try to win. I thought you were going to hard, I'll be honest, guys.
No, I expected it.
And then you would have
they're back to back too.
I was definitely doing that also.
Yeah, that's not
But in any case,
Well, like,
we're
no matter
going
what,
to kill
we're
them
gonna
and
lose.
get to sculpt
I accepted it. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's obviously.
You sculpt Purple 7, you should be able winning on someone else's turn.
And like, I'm not going to play silence.
No, I run Malcolm to win Conjure, went hard on Niv. Yeah, he's a, because I run Magnet, so I'm able to get Niv straight to the field, and Magnet can win Niv. If I have 10 treasures, I can go get Niv, activate, go get Earthing Pot away, Magnet to the hand of his board, and have the whole Niv combo just off of Magnet.
It was a really tough pot.
Yeah, well, it would have been better for y'all had you have been here.
Oh, 1000%.
The fact that we were next to each other, it makes it so worth.
That's why I sat down and I was like, okay, it was around 3 next week. Like, so I'm not gonna lie.
Y'all done?
Yeah.
Who won?
Dallas.
Right, go to Joel. Tell me what.
He passed. Yeah. He's hard to politics. He's hard to politics. He's stubborn. 1.5%. Yes. Yeah. I was pretty convinced he was sitting on another counter, but I guess he wasn't.
You can't be saying you had a counter spell that allow your opponents to rely on you to interact.
If you cannot pay for resting, you should not stop holding out.
Yeah, but there's still a grant.
I know that.
And the study results.
There is a round of
Yeah, I'm putting out the thing and I'm like, for sure.
you have anything
So you're going to
It's just a fact of how many are you seeing as your audience. It works for scripted.
the thing is, that gets me out of the point. Yeah, but I don't see it being fair. I keep stop the player from winning. About that.
You're not technically king if you can do it. Because you still have player damage. There's still two other players from the collection. So if you're not winning for themselves losing the game, I don't care. Unless I win the game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But the decision's completely
It's there. I don't think I can stop.
I think everything is the deck's bad to him, so
I kind of misplayed.
well, it's there in a. I'm sure you can see it.
Yeah, I don't think so, but let's make sure. I have to do that often because I don't want to be a guy that says, no, and then be fine. I'd rather give him 5 minutes and let me figure it out or something. I don't have the data on your guy.
Because he turns you to nothing bad happens.
If you stop hearing that,
I win.
Yes, but if I have nothing,
He's all judge. He's just salty about it.
Judge.
I didn't go far.
He doesn't want to come over.
So, let me ask you a question. You have no way to stop it. You start with
he has a wandering. Yeah, if I try to counter my control, I don't have
That's what I was showing. Yeah, you're not being making by trying to stop him. You were trying to stop him.
His question was taking his win condition to stop me from
I mean, it's still not because you're making every attempt to stop him. You're not trying to help him. You're not trying to help somebody else. I don't know.
also theoretically, like had an issue
Yeah, it's not against the rules, it's just frowned on.
It's like you want to be a dick.
And I don't see in this scenario where you're trying to actually be a you're trying to stop him, but at the cost of you winning yourself.
That gets you
I still have to play this thing.
Oh my gosh.
And they all succeed, and they should just tally on.
Results here.
Dude, I just kind of messed up. I just got a little bit.
Let's go ahead
Because I knew it. I will activate time master. Dealt 3 cards, return a creature card. It doesn't have coins.
Oh, yes. Don't tell her how to play on them. Tell them how to play on them.
There's an OBM something simple about that. If you drew a card, you grab it.
So these results. Unless it's public information, you can't. You know that.
Your account cleared the
I can't get it. Yeah, we need to come over, but you've already seen the majority of it. I'm more than likely I'm gonna.
It doesn't matter for the copies. I can recharge it. Maybe it's a step Oh, that's interesting. It's also that's fair. It's not, yeah. I don't want to take forever on this. Because if I wait, I might get more terms.
I don't know why you like this.
I can assume I know what it is.
It
wasn't that.
I want to slow that flash. You know that's right. I don't have to change that. They can fizzle, but if I don't put the back in, it will fizzle. But if I put it back in, I'm like, this is actually important. Joyce!
Yeah, what's up?
We have more. The counterspell is not really but the change of target for card is a May ability. I do not have to change the target. Thus, it will just copy the spell as it is. Targets it. It's one man. Why do you make change them?
Still works out all the way out.
But there is no legal target for him to copy. The snapback has been counted. So now, where do we go?
If it's about actually hex parasite. Target can
That's all I want to do.
I know how to deal with that.
Real weird.
The stack was this wide earlier.
Continue to report.
Stack black. Reason, timer's gone.
We got less than 30 minutes.
There are less than 30 minutes on the clock.
We have 2 workers bowmasters.
You did a lot. That was really good. I just, like I said, I like I played with Johnny.
One of the best winners. He's holding on to that stroke. Planned it. I had the
So I don't think it was just one thing. I'm not mistaken. There was 3 different things. Okay, I'm gonna pick one to cast it against right shoulder. I think that's the issue. I can know. Yeah, he's basically one.
At 6. I should be 4. I don't know if
And get some guys in.
I'm on call, so it's just like the only day I can actually watch a real game.
What's that? Yeah, we got some tables
Earlier on,
this time over there at the bridge.
Yeah, but I'm on call for the next week and a half, so Saturday is the only day I can come.
Did you do anything with Outlaws yet?
Oh yeah, I think that's
Okay, we got some, all of our singles are actually in the kiosk.
Look at my wins, bro. Yeah, I know. Hold on, maybe,
turn around, you flip you off.
But I think that's the day I left the deck here. So I don't know if I shuffle in somebody
So while you're thinking,
Yeah, because it could be in my truck. Please make a decision. But no, I was gonna make sure I get it. Because it's a shiny dated. Connect.
Just the one that I am gonna unfortunately
Just like I said, I feel like I said, I want to fool everything.
-2 time marker for 6:30.
That's a little bit much, but okay. Oh wow. Yeah, he's not as good as I is. Like he's 75.
Yeah.
Wait, is he wearing it?
Oh shit.
He's not as good as I is. That's what I say. He's really good with it.
I just played. I still do this.
I didn't trigger it, that's my bad.
Yeah, that's the Dollar General.
I'll use the one where we get
Dollar Tree, I say. This I say is like Michael Kors, you know, the Versace I say. That's the Dollar Tree.
I'll get one lunch. I'm sorry. I'm used to bouncing things to hands. I was off the fan off. Are we going to fight for that? I've been blue.
I used the 2 blue.
This is actually important. No, we'll start.
Yeah, you have
Anyone like to stick it rather than roll?
I will trigger it. Oh, so you get. I think it's in a
I mean, I just can't.
So my plan it's going to work, but I'm going to destroy my
Okay, that was just not there. I put that card back in today. I almost didn't have that card. I knew that was the real thing. I should have done myself. Alright, now. Trigger up. No, we didn't. No, we didn't get it. Put that back in. Sorry, I'll pay that. I appreciate it.
So you are responding to So when it's the what would you like? It's up to you. I need 3 on drain. Yeah, so that is from the 2 on drain and 1 on drain. He's getting the stack resolved. Because you didn't have. Yeah, like you're going to he's like, no, these go first. I understand why you do. No. You declare targets first, but mine was off.
We'll just call it that. That's fine. Hey, Judge!
Hey, yeah!
What's up? Alright, go ahead.
So, Activated Fairy Mastermind both has Orcish Bowmaster. His Orcish Bowmaster goes first, correct? He declares his targets and then I because I am active turn player.
Yes. Oh, what else is going on? Explain this out. Oh, okay. So, yeah, which one was the registration cap?
If it happens in turn order,
So yes, I'm active player. So his
The wheel through
yeah,
so he picked first.
and then it resolves like that.
Yes. What else?
So I'm keeping 3 on the drain.
Every draw that happens. Damage layers. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So both of you got out. Yes, because that's not the left. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. Now, no, we're not. I'm playing it out. Goes he passes 2 cards and here. Let's the combo. And I said, go back. No one has a card.
Yes.
That was another copy of me.
You target that, and then
That's a combo.
I will get a second copy of one.
Drain at this point is taking enough damage.
Yeah, I have a spell.
Okay. Yeah.
because it resolved in the form of Johnny.
I mean, this is all exile. That's the thing that's on the bottom.
You can still do it.
It is. Johnny Cat. That's what was all about.
So my damage will go first. Yeah, okay, that's so I think we're all
And then he being one.
yeah.
And then
Okay. How's that plus?
Then there is
I had it.
alright, so that was
I know what this is. Just know that these wandering archaic triggers are.
we got it now.
Because you still need to remember how many bonus.
I have 2 bonuses on the drain. He has one more each.
He has
He has one
I will use 3
2
mana.
black and 2 white.
Yes, sir.
So 1, 2, 3. All in drain, right?
Charges and cast.
Yes, okay.
So this is a combo of me.
I will go from 7 to 4.
I'm going to make him the dual cast. We all took a 5.
I was 1 draw away from it. Yeah. I was 1 to.
Who won? Good decision. Alright, Isaiah, please go to the front.
C-form use is considered a one way to turn it. Oh, they're not doing a feature. It's really helpful. Or do they already put that step on? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just didn't have. I probably should. Like you said,
You paying the 2 life to pay for the
But if I grab those 8, where would I get
I think I was the only player that able to wait, was it his is a little more consistent. His doesn't care about scratch coverage.
I probably next card I would call it which is much like because I would not give him
I get this one.
every time you draw a card, he's unlucky, bro.
I'm sorry about
Bro, I get it.
Joel. I'm really just no, I went down.
Y'all know how to first off, right?
I would have down. I
Yeah, but now you got yeah, it's weird. The problem was there was 2 Bowmasters on the battlefield, and so they alternate triggers from active player to non-active player. What? Yeah, it was as complicated stack as I was trying to figure out why they now that they know how to resolve the stack order, I can't wait to Alright,
So 1 of granite.
I have to leave at like 40. They're within rival Yes, I will talk to you. Even if the round is over and you got time to talk,
We really should maybe his dog.
I proceed out on my win.
There are 12 minutes remaining in round 2. 12 minutes remaining.
Another Malcolm player, a
You actually met Isaiah before.
this is the second tournament. Taking out the
I got one more out of this one.
No, the problem.
So, yours are right.
The only thing to
I have the veil.
How bad it is we want to be
Now we're back on the brackets.
and then I was like,
I have two left. We still have one. So I have 2-1 granite. Very mastermind triggers. Very mastermind triggers. Whenever to put another deck card, the OBS. That should be on top of that shit. I honestly draw 2 cards and you want 2 cards.
yeah, I hired specifically for squad because they see my problem. And it is the range is different. The kind that gives you the whole report. That is open on the table.
That's why we were like,
He did, and I'm like, quite a bit of interaction, so I need a little bit out of my just to weave it.
be over here.
I saw how much man it is. Do you have any
Yeah, that's what I thought was like.
We have 6 minutes. Yeah, you're gonna win on your turn.
God, I wish. I've been sandbagging these, same board, that's 85 turns. Probably win you the game after he fails.
Card, cash, yeah, mid-mill,
Okay.
Hello, welcome to my Okay, for anything in particular? Like anything that, like maybe he's interested in particular? Pokemon or Magic the Gathering? Oh wow, Magic the Gathering, come on, follow me.
Oh.
No, I got
But this is a great turbo deck that gets to play 7 guys. That's not quite how they play, but.
I'll take everything you want. I know for a fact that my friend was
The Highlander. Oh, yeah, you're that guy. Yeah, we're chasing this other dude. That triggers my OMAX. Take one! Commit a crime.
Would you like to try and kill yourself? You would like to retreat.
We're not there.
I'm not
Oh, no, I didn't. Now yours enters any target.
Okay. I pass on bench.
hear a whistle, it's beside me. Did you just mess with them?
Are y'all good with drawing? You good with drawing? Sorry, the mastermind.
Gentlemen, that is time. If it is your turn, this is the final turn. Conclude this game.
I know. I told you I had it. If I got my next turn. I want to get my turn so I can at least try my turn.
Since it doesn't go to his turn, I can't play. I can give him a I needed those answers to go because you know how to see them. No, I was holding up that task force.
Sorry.
I'm assuming there's still some excuse me, can I get I really want the box.
I know.
They are cancers. I know. Yeah, we have to play.
You guys are fighting for a draw.
Yeah. You're an engineer. Yeah. I want to get more done with you.
That'd be a better way to
He's trying to win.
Johnny's a good player. Isaiah, he's competent. He can win, but he can also help out his players.
Everyone's still
Buy you food.
Yeah, I went to Johnny. Look, when I lose after he cheers me out, like he can talk about it. Yeah.
I was about to play with him.
Can I get a report from panel 4?
Yeah, freeze and measure now. I mean, that was not my call. It was the score, so everyone that really messed it up.
Excuse me.
Can I get a report from pod 9 and a report from pod 4, please?
Yeah, you had no choice. I had a church stop. You did your best. Size of the stack, everyone. Let's go right now. There's two sides on top.
Pod 9 was a draw.
Pod 9 a draw.
You wouldn't know.
Why would I know?
Gentlemen, let's give away, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of things. Let's give away a collector booster of Outlaw Junction. Let's give away a giant, oversized Sarah Ascendant. How about that? Resplendent Angel, I'm sorry. Sarah Ascendant.
I want to play with that.
Yeah, Resplendent Angel. Here we go. Looking for a 353-4596. 4596.
4596.
Hey, good shit, Pablo.
Pablo.
Pablo, that's me. My name is Pablo.
All right, one more. Let's go for that Resplendent Angel. What we got? 343-4569. 4569.
It might have been mine. I lost my raffle.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I got a 4569.
No way. No, what if I save it?
All right, 4569 going once. Oh, we got a winner.
Isaiah.
Check his ticket. It's like, wait a minute, I think I would.
It would be Isaiah.
He lost his ticket.
There it is. What's the number? 4569.
4569. Check your ticket. All right, 4569 going once, going twice. All right, here we go. 353-4598.
Finally, I won.
Dean won some. You hear that?
Bye, Magda.
Hey, we are doing some more raffles. We've got later on today, we're doing some more collectors. We've got a couple of Fallout Commanders, and we've got a box of Outlaw Junction. You have one raffle ticket. If you want to buy more, you can, and that will be available soon.
So it's like 2 wins to get
All right, guys, we will take a 12-minute break, and we'll begin promptly at 3:50. I will go ahead and post the new pods so that you'll know where you're sitting, and then stretch your legs for a minute, and we'll get started. There you go, pods posted.
Johnny, I kind of fucked up kind of stuff. I was doing
I heard you were terrible.
They just let fucking go. Yeah, that was the biggest thing. I think the biggest thing was to kill himself in there. I was already locked out my first and the draft for a while. Whenever we come back, it's like I get that. I'm like, yeah, I can put the word in, but I can
Just so I can set.
Reason 569 just showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit back right. Nope. Front left or front right. So I'm gonna do something out.
This one right here?
Attention, attention! Has anybody
To your
seen
left,
a
yeah, that's what I mean.
a pink what? A pink neck box anywhere? No? Okay. Anything else anywhere? No?
Yeah, that was
Thank you guys, thank you.
Yes, man.
Okay, guys, I thought it was over here.
No, I kept on myself there.
That's
Yeah, that's fine.
Good job, guys.
I'm not putting my stuff there yet, but that's where
Oh, that's where you're gonna be? No. Oh, they post over?
Isaiah's going first, and he said he would sit right there. So.
That knocked me down. What happened to that long spot?
No, I'm just kidding. You should be one of them.
I am first.
I say, wait, how we won one? You shouldn't be one of them.
Should I'm gonna push that. I'm gonna knock some two people's teeth in. Like, nah. Not after this loss. I'm not gonna teeth.
You should. Just jam the final 14 next time.
I've always been a little bit.
I don't even run it in my deck because I can't play it right. I've tried, I just can't. I suck with the cards, so I don't play it.
My fiance is a very aggressive player.
Okay, no.
She is a much better player than me, but like our mentalities are so different. But she always kind of pushes me to be like, look, don't hesitate, go.
Are you on Italian in there at all?
Yes.
You're on Italian wondering ad nods, right?
Italian what?
Italian wondering ad nods?
Yes.
Are all three of those?
Yes, and necro.
Well, because like,
And necro.
see, I took out ad nods when I built the list, but I didn't run necro. But there are times where you want the ad nods to die when you start selling. It's just Grixis. It's so good.
You just want to nod. You want to nod as hard as you can and never look back.
Same with Final Force. You want Final Force.
I was literally saying either I win or I die.
Well, and also the dying nowadays sucks. In this tournament specifically, you don't. If it goes to a draw, you don't get a draw.
Yeah.
It sucks. They didn't do that last time. But you want this?
Oh, my man. Yeah, sure. And I like stickers.
Are they just giving those out?
They did to me.
Isaiah.
Go. I mean,
I got it. I already know. I'm gonna move it very soon. Where's he? Oh, he's at top one again? He's right.
Actually, only because my older brother played it.
What seat are you for? Isaiah's going right there.
Alice, right?
Well, Sam, if you're looking for your first job. Tim would know.
I'm gonna leave this right here. I gotta use it. We still got it.
I'll be right here.
I mean, we're not starting for a minute.
No, yeah.
Table, I guess.
Look at Goto on the table. You were the only one out there. What am I doing right? I'm playing a new commander that nobody understands. Because we're working together, we're like, I don't want anything that hurts my commander. So, you know, it's great. I got what I wanted. I got one win on my new commander, so that means 5, right? I'll take one. Well, I'm gonna play until I'm done. I don't care if I don't make top 16. I got friends that don't want like ton when I get home. Ton showdown. Yeah, it's like it's an attraction shooter like Tarkov, but it's in a southern gothic setting. Using late 1800 weaponry, which is pretty sweet. Yeah. This is practice for the time freezer tournament in Utah.
Kind of shorter hair, long hair,
Going so far. Nice. I'm hoping for the album. Let's go right. Yes, sir. All right. I thought the joke was that it's not doing the think tank, it's down. What on earth is he doing? Think tank, it's
Look, I get to peek at your hand and everything. That's great.
15 lands now.
You going last, Jacob?
I thought he,
no product placement.
still the word cards, Isaiah got burned.
Another thing's better than not getting sued.
No, this is
That's what you're going to do. The Ken's going to do one play and you're like,
here's what the stack is for. I've seen, yeah, he's basically at the stack versus one.
Here's an unnamed chocolate bar.
There's a what?
Here's an unnamed chocolate bar.
I remember him, when I first met, yeah, he's rated. When I first met him, he had it. He just wasn't really playing it. And it was obviously not the state that it's in now. The curse of all land counts, sometimes hit mods. The same thing as does it. Like, Rogside on 23 lands, he's got 7 lands, basically at every land drop. How do you do that? Magic. Indeed, magic.
Targeting pretty much anything in front of you.
Interacting. Yep.
Again, mirror and everything.
Yeah. I like her, she's fun. Yeah, she got to add the 5 good ready. Your demand, yeah, green outside. Mayhem Devils, that card's cracked. At turn 8, she somehow managed to have a lot of fantasy stuff. That's another I played against him quite a few times, surprisingly. Yeah, this is our local store. I go up to Charlie's when I can. If I'm bad at sleep, so I miss out on this game at the end of the month.
Oh, I remember now.
Yeah, she is. I doubt it. I didn't sign up.
I also have stickers.
Boston, yeah. There's no way. I literally didn't sign up for that tournament. I was going to sign up in the morning if I got enough sleep. And then, yeah. Honestly, yeah. It does suck, but yeah, because I was going to go up there, and then it was 5 in the morning, and I lived 2 hours away. And I was like, huh, I'm still awake. I was off for one to go to a tournament today.
As far as tournaments go, yes, it is. My first tournament ever.
I was just saying,
When I have to drive on I-20.
I'm pretty new to CNH. It's actually like,
did you see the board?
I
Right now.
Magic clear close, but I'm still 40 minutes away from here.
Straight up guys.
It takes me an hour and 40 from my house to get to Scotland. right now.
I got me a new
Alright, everybody get to your seats. We will be beginning shortly. You can go ahead and begin to resolve mulligans.
How are you ladies doing?
We're doing all right.
Also, not the
You. Yeah, you're SOP.
No, for the live stream we call it song.
You got a deck. Oh, Lord. I gotta go. I've never played one.
Actually, I made my own
Modifier on how bad it is. I can take it from all
All right, hello, everybody. Welcome back to round 3 of Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy Store in Gray, Georgia. I am your commentator, Daniel Darity, the King 8426, on all of my social media, and we are here commentating with Lotus Bowl 6 Top Deck GG Gold Level event here at Mop Top and Beardy at Gray, Georgia. Feel free to subscribe and like this video, share it around if you're watching this post-haste, or go to moptopandbeardy.com to shop any of the select singles here. But today, coming at you with round 3 of this competitive EDH tournament. We have a couple of wins going on, so we'll see how these top performing players in Pod 1 will begin to continue to make their points total go up. First place winner, if there is a singular winner, will get 5 points. If the game ends up tying, all players remaining in the game that have not lost the game will receive 1 point, and if anyone has a bye, they would receive 3 points. So let's go ahead and send it down to our players, and we got a couple of deck lists here that we've seen on camera already, a couple that we haven't. But all in all, this should be a very fun, a very competitive matchup here, much akin to round 1, but did end up going to time. So, in our first seat in the bottom left, we have Isaiah on Red Farm with Rayhan, Lastly, Abzan, and Roger. In our second seat, we have Brandon playing Kinnan, Bonder, Prodigy. In our top right corner, we have Dallas, who you guys saw last round. Dallas on Tana Malcolm, who ended up winning with his Glinthorn. And in our fourth seat, our bottom right-hand corner, we have Jacob on Thrasios and Dargo. So, bunch of partner pairings here. Impressively, no partners shared. We have a Thrasios, we have a Rayhan and a Roger. We have a Malcolm and a Tana. We have a Dargo and a Thrasios. So no partner shared, and then the one lone non-partner, Kinnan, Bonder, Prodigy. Not necessary to have a partner, although they are strong, but Kinnan by himself, another very, very strong card here. So as our players shuffle up the mulligan, let's go ahead and talk. So Isaiah and Dallas both have 1 win and 1 draw, I believe. They at least have 1 win. A piece that is a minimum of 5 points. Jacob has at least 5 points there in your bottom right-hand seat, and Brandon also has 1 a game. So each of these players have won a singular pod so far today in their CDH event, netting them at least 5 points. Cutoff might be 2 wins. It might be 2 wins and then X amount of draws for our players today in order to guarantee themselves into a top 16. We have 56 players here when we started today, so very large competition, large pool of players willing to battle it out for the first place prize, which is a near mint graded 7-point Gaia's Cradle. And second, third, and fourth will take home a Taiga, with all 4 of our finalist pod, or top 4, taking home a playmat. And then our top 16 all receive a singular collector's booster from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. If you're just with us, just showing up, if you've been here the whole time, thank you for watching. feel free to put a comment down in our live chat. We are streaming this live to YouTube, but if not, if you are watching this post-haste, feel free to drop a comment. We will comment back. We will reply. We have a conversation about what's going on here, or just show your support. Say we love Mop Top and Beardy, because I know I sure do. So we're having our players finishing resolve their mulligans, and let's take a little second and talk about this Thrasios Dargo list. The list itself is, it's just playing a bunch of very good cards. Another good card that I don't think sees enough play in this style of deck is Dosin the Falling Leaf, which is a 3-mana 2/2 creature that players can only play spells during their own turns. It's a card that's just very strong with shutting out games. Of course, this deck ideally will win with Dargo, Tidespout, Tyrant, any of these cards that will just ruin the board state. Also, a Grape Shot alone in this list. So that's another way of reaping a very high storm count and then casting a Grape Shot, which is exactly how Jacob in our bottom right hand corner won his round 2. So here we are on to round 3. He has netted himself at least one win there from that Grape Shot. And that Grape Shot happened also in turns. And the way that our turn structure works here is that if we go to time and we need to have turns will be the active player will finish their turn, and then that's the game. If the game ties, it ties. If the player wins on the active player, or the non-active player, I guess, if a player wins on the active player's turn, then the game will end. But as soon as the active player's turn ends, that will end the game. So we see 3 of our players finish shuffling up and resolving mulligans, with the exception of Jacob here in the bottom right. And certainly a high pedigree of players. All these players have played in previous Lotus Bowl events, I believe. I know for sure Isaiah, Dallas, and Jacob have played previously in the Lotus Bowl events. And it looks like we will finish resolving this mulligan and get ready for turn number 1 from the Rayhan Roger player in your bottom left. I'm not sure if we have started the round. We'll see here shortly. Let's just have a quick listen in to the players here as they talk pre-game right before this goes off for the day. And a very explosive turn 1 here, as we have a land, a Lotus Petal, Soul Ring, Mana Vault, Roger, and a Wishclaw Talisman. Incredibly strong opening here from our 8-point standing player overall in our Rayhan Roger player Isaiah, and it looks like that it will just be a pass over to Brandon in your top left, who will land drop. And let's see what else. Nothing else, just a land and a pass. Not necessarily what Kinnan wants to be doing, especially early on. Definitely want to get Kinnan out on turn 1. It's definitely ideal with a lot of mana sources. Even better. A Polluted Delta and a fetch as the turn passes over to Dallas, our our Malcolm Tana player in the top right. Looks like no fetch yet. we will play a Taiga and a Ragavan from our turn 4 player, Jacob, on Thrasios Dargo. We will also play out a Mox Amber. Potentially this is a fetch in response to the Ragavan, but we'll have to see. And Dallas, who is currently fetching for Volcanic Island in our top right, he is our #1 player in the tournament, a 10-point player winning his first and second round, in fact. And that's how we have gotten paired up here. So, our first place player, Dallas, along with points 6, 8, and 9 among our top pod here. And it looks like it will just be a shuffle and a pass on Jacob's end step, and then we'll send it over to Jose in your bottom left-hand corner, Rayhan Roger. We'll pay 3 more mana for a Jeska's Will. And boy, does that make the beginning of this game incredibly, incredibly interesting. Jeska's Will says choose one or both if you can control a commander, which they do. You'll add red for each card in target opponent's hand, which for 2 of these players is a lot. And then you will exile the top 3 cards of your library, and you may play them this turn. So a Phyrexian Tower being played as land for turn. And 7 mana floating, the 7 cards in one of the opponent's hand. And trying to decide what to do here for this creature. Questing Druid. The mana not there in color availability in order to cast this 1 in a green, 2 total mana costed spell, but the instant Seek the Beast exiles the top 2 of your library, and until your next turn you may play those cards, the end of your next turn, which will exile a Gemstone Caverns, or excuse me, it is until your next end step, so that will go away this turn, but the Imperial Seal. Imperial Steel will be cast by sacrificing Roger from the Phyrexian Tower, adding 2 black mana and using 1 of it to cast this Imperial Seal. Also, don't forget the Wishclaw Talisman on board could very easily shore up the game with what's going on right now. And we'll just have to see what this Imperial Seal goes and gets. Unsure if there is some sort of way to draw off of this Imperial Seal that puts the card on top of the library. And Brandon looks like he's passing priority over this Imperial Seal. Oh no, it looks like the Imperial Seal was actually not cast, it was a Dark Ritual. So 1 mana for 3, and that Dark Ritual will resolve. And there is a Witherbloom Apprentice in the deck, and then possibly Chain of Smog combo in order to kill the board here, but no green. No green is in play for that right now. It could be a Wishclaw Talisman, maybe a draw spell, but unknown here on how we will proceed. Does look like we will go ahead and use the Wishclaw Talisman by your bottom left-hand player, Rayhan and Roger, and this game could be over just as quickly. And that's the power of a deck that not a lot of people are expecting, Rayhan and Roger. Farm-style deck that does still have a turbo way to win. A lot of people definitely not expecting that, but still does have the good black cards that you want to play in farm, like Ad Nauseam, etc. But also just the strength of the unknown when people see Rayhan and Roger. Maybe a little bit of question. Like, sure, maybe this is a farm style deck, but I'm not quite sure of most of the cards in your deck. I can assume some of them, can assume the lands, can assume some of the big heavy hitters, your ad nauseums and such, but the minute details might be missing there. And I think that does speak to the strength in decks like this. As the Wishclaw Talisman does finish resolving, and we get some cuts here. And let's see if anything else will happen with all of this mana. All 11 of it. We're using 2, couple of black, couple of red. And I believe that is the Valky God of Lies flip Planeswalker. Flipped onto Tybalt, Cosmic Imposter, and as we got readers on board, we'll go ahead and read here in the booth. It's a legendary Planeswalker for 7 mana. As it enters, you get an emblem with, you may play cards exiled with this card and spend mana as though it were any mana of any color. So possibly here is a Imperial Seal for either the Chain of Smog or Witherbloom Apprentice that is not in the hand of our bottom left-hand player Isaiah here, and then casting the other combo piece, and plus 2ing with Tybalt, which the plus 2 in Tybalt says exile the top card of each player's library, which tutor to the top, exile, and may cast it. Chain of Smog and Witherbloom Apprentice is 4 mana, and he does have 5. So we'll see if this resolves. A lot of packed hands here at the table, not a lot of packed mana. Mana is certainly lacking just because of how early this has come down during the game. And yep, we will in fact cast the Imperial Seal with that Tybalt resolving. And then likely going to see a plus 2 come down. Possibly a Witherbloom Apprentice being searched up, because otherwise our player would not be able to cast the Witherbloom Apprentice from the hand. So likely signaling the Chain of Smog in the hand and the Apprentice in the library. And just going to shuffle that up and make that one all official, but it is, I do think it is strong if a player is letting this card get exiled first in order to wait on casting a counterspell. But it looks like Wheel of Fortune off the top is actually what was searched. So I'm not quite sure if there's going to be a try to win the game spell, or if this is just for value. This does seem like something just for value, and try and figure out how to piece together a win without a hard win con. So Wheel of Fortune is on the stack, but notably an offer you can't refuse has been exiled with Tybalt, which says you may play cards exiled with Tybalt. So 1 mana counterspell can be cast because Tybalt lets you spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. And it does look like that Wheel of Fortune is going through. A Saw in half and Lotus Petal in the hand of our active player. I will say not much going on in the hands of some of the opponents. A Pongify for sure on top there. And possibly a pass of the turn here by our Rayhan Roger player in your bottom left hand corner. This is the first turn of turn 2. This is the seat 1 in your bottom left-hand corner. And this has been the start of turn 2. This is how turn 2 has started. So a lot going on here. 2 mana being used for an Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which is 2 mana artifact, legendary artifact. You may spend mana as though it were a mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control, and creatures you control with +1/+1 counters have abilities of all exiled cards. And the activate ability on this artifact is to tap it and exile a card from your graveyard, and when you eat a creature this way, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. So it looks like there's no creatures in the graveyard of our bottom left-hand player, Rayhan Roger player. And just a swift pass of the turn with the Wishclaw Talisman in play. And a Breeding Pool shocked in, so definitely going to get some use out of that this turn. And if you're excited to hear about what's going on here on turn 2, feel free to like and subscribe, share this video. If you're here, if you're watching post haste, please share. And if you are here live and chatting with me, thank you so much. Anonymous Dragon, I see you. Let's go. Absolutely. We love ourselves some competitive Commander here. And only the spell has been placed on the exile, but it does say play. You may play cards, so the lands are fair game. Every card exiled from Tibble is fair game. And it looks like a Chromox exiling a blue card. Can't quite see what that card is, but blue card exiled for sure. Looks like a Kinnan will be coming down this turn, if not an additional spell accompanying. Okay, we got a Dork. And besides that, we're questioning the tap on the Wishclaw Talisman, as Brandon in our top left spot is playing a Sylvan Caryatid, which is just a Defender Hexproof Dork for 2 mana. Considering heavily whether or not to crack this Wishclaw Talisman right now, let's go ahead and listen into our players and hear what they have to say about whether or not.
Give it to me and I'll hold on to it for an answer to the problem. Oh, you're gonna get me. He can't. I know. I forgot about the. I looked at it and go, that doesn't right play. For some reason,
I will just which player will this talisman go to?
I do not. I don't.
What's that?
Our top right player, Dallas. For the logic that Dallas only has 1 permanent in play. So we'll see if there's a payoff there, as we know that Dallas in our top right-hand corner is on Malcolm deck, Malcolm Tana, and last game on camera, he won pretty early in the game, a couple of 20 minutes into the game, with a Glinthorn Buccaneer line. And there is potential, in fact, for Dallas to do that again. Maybe looking at Dockside mana, right? 5 Dockside targets, so that would be getting treasures for 5. If our current active player Brandon in the top left corner of your screen decides to play it, but does not, decides to search and pass, just a 2-turn pass. And so I'll pass it over to the top right, our Malcolm Tana player Dallas, and we'll see What's going on here? Looks like a Neoform discarded from Jacob off of that Wheel of Fortune. 2 lands, a Neoform, and another card I didn't quite catch. So could have been a scary opening for sure. But it did in fact not happen. But exciting stuff happening early here in round 3 of our Lotus Bowl 6 here on camera. A top deck GG gold level event. Thank you guys so much for being here. We had 56 players sign up for it. So we only missed out on 2 pods. This was capped at 64. We really appreciate everyone coming out like that and participating and showing their support for the store here at Mop Top and Beardy's in Gray, Georgia. So a Lotus Petal and a Shot Stomping Ground down in play for our top right active player Dallas on Malcolm Tana. And it looks like some decisions are being had. We're looking over the board today. We're figuring out how we're going to deal with this Tibble. And honestly, that is a fair assessment. Tibble is 7 loyalty, and the -8 on Tibble will exile all graveyards and continue to let our bottom left-hand player, Roger Rayhan, continue to let them play with all the cards exiled with Tybalt, as Wishclaw Talisman will be used as a tutor. And I think checking to see if this card does or does not go to the graveyard. It does not. It only requires a wish counter in order to activate, but does not go to the graveyard when it loses all of the counters. So, card tutored up looks like a Dockside Extortionist, and Dockside Extortionist will likely be cast here, netting Dallas, your active player, in the top right corner of your screen. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 treasures. And that is enough. And that is enough to cast Malcolm and Glinthorn. However, that is not enough to activate, I don't believe. Let's count again. We got 4, 5, 6. That's 3 for Malcolm, 3 for Glinthorn, and that would in fact be 2 on the Lotus Petal and the land for 8 total in order to activate. So if that is the route here that we've gone, well, I guess the 2 mana, yeah, that's true. The 2 mana for the Dockside does cut it out. So actually still only 6 here able to be used. So 6 treasures coming down. And it could, I would definitely say that the Malcolm, very, very good here. But there's going to need to be a removal spell for this Tybalt or some way to interact with it. The next player in the turn cycle, your bottom right-hand corner, Jacob, does have a Ragavan in play in his Thrasios Dargo list. So that will likely, I say likely, it will possibly hit 2 damage on the Tybalt to keep Tybalt off for another turn cycle. But there is potential that that does not happen. And that the value of Ragavan comes from exiling a card off the library. And that is more valuable than keeping a turn off of the Tybalt. The Tybalt does in fact threaten to take over the game here. So Malcolm being decided upon has been cast. Looks like it has resolved. And we'll see where we go from here. 1 mana. Here in this Malcolm Tana list, and deciding, really weighing heavy on the heart And I'm not sure what got exiled there. It looked like maybe an Elvish Spirit Guide. To cast a Birds of Paradise. And a pass of the turn. So a pass over on the turn cycle. Out over to Jacob on Thrasios Dargo, and Jacob decides to play a Windswept Heath. Crack that, losing a life down to 38 for a Tropical Islands Now All Colors online for the Thrasios Dargo player, and 2 damage coming directly at the Rayhan Roger, avoiding the Tybalt, and looks like a Twin Flame. And we'll take a look at what that spell that was cast is. In a Mox Opal. And 2 more mana for just a Thrasios, just a casual Thrasios. And it looks like going to be exiling with Agatha's Soul Cauldron on an important card here. I can't quite tell from here. But we will pass through the Dargo Thrasios player's turn. And we'll pass on over to your bottom left hand corner of your screen. And look, Dualcaster Mage. Man, that is tough. The Dualcaster Mage and that Twin Flame were both set up back to back. So Force of Will, Phyrexian Metamorph, and another Phyrexian Metamorph. The exiled cards under Tybalt this turn. Playing an Ancient Tomb is the Rayhan Roger player in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, the active player. And looks like going to be making a lot of mana here. There's 4, so floating forward, taking the 2 damage from the Ancient Tomb. And using 3 of it, paying the 2 life. I believe. And we'll have to see what that names that comes in. Let's go ahead and listen to the players here. See if we can catch it.
Like I said, I'm just trying to let you into a bit of the reasoning of why I made those
Okay, if he doesn't.
in-step shenanigans.
Let's see. What does he have? What do you have here? So you got that. You got a color that's floating.
No, I was just saying that, but the reasoning is you have the biggest yard in your reflex. I'm going to target you. No, you pick one when it resolves. My trigger.
I could add those, but that seems really bad right now.
It seems dangerous, but
if I went to add those, I would have done my turn.
Dockside here would not even be the greatest, unless there is some other way to win in the hand.
Still got 2 mana. I'll lose another life.
Oh, I'm doing no way. Well, I'll correct one. We'll go blue.
6.
I can't put myself off of that.
Same situation, I take away the treasure.
And you have have it after combat, but
Looks like sacrificing a treasure in response to the metamorph. Keep it. Dockside uses the 6
That's why I said, I understand.
and looks like that is what will happen. So dockside, 6. 6 treasures. We'll have to see where we go from here. As you saw, Isaiah, our right-hand Roger player in the bottom left, has a lot of cards in hand. A lot of cards. Plus every card exiled with the Tybalt so far. So sacrificing with the Phyrexian Tower to cast another Phyrexian Metamorph. Another 6 treasures, as though it were a dockside. And still 2 counter spells in the hand right now, although the alternative counterspell cost of Force of Will not able to be paid, however, could be paid with for 5 mana of any color due to Tybalt's emblem. Offer you can't refuse, also exiled with Tybalt. Tybalt seeing a lot of play, and well, a lot of value. Has seen a lot of value in this match so far. We'll see where that takes it. And some decisions here on likely how best to do this. Of course, the twin caster, dual caster mage, twin flame would have been a very good, nice, neatly packaged combo here. However, that was not quite possible due to the Ragavan exiling the twin flame, although sure it would have been preferred. 1 mana, tapped with a land, 2 mana off of a treasure for a Praetor's Grasp. Now, there are 2 players who are playing red, maybe for a twin cast. That is a possibility. Although I don't believe either of the other red players are playing twin cast. And they are not verified by Decklist. So Praetor's Grasp here. We'll be trying to figure out how best to win the game with a card from the opponent. And I'm not quite sure what would be the greatest here. Again, the Praetor's Grasp does only allow you to put that card into exile, and then you can play it. So something like a Tidespout Tyrant won't directly come into play, it will still have to be cast. But it depends on what is in the hand, what is going on in the mind of our bottom left-hand player or right-hand Roger player to see. And it looks like there's some discussion here, so we'll take it to the players down at the table. We'll turn up the volume. Let's listen to the top. This is turn 3. I just want to reiterate, this is still incredibly early in the game. I said that Praetor's Grasp will resolve, will target the Dargo Thrasios player Jacob from the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Let's go ahead and see a few cards that might be picked out. There's a Burgi in order to net more mana here. Of course, the other side allows you to discard a card and exile the top 2 of your library. Rakdos in the Falling Leaf to continue not letting anybody interact, although I'm sure that is pretty short up here from 2 counterspells being exiled with Tibble. Kinnan of its own, a Seedborn Muse, Spellseeker, Tidespout Tyrant. There's just a lot of hits. Neoform, another Jessica's Will. And it looks like 2 mana will be turned face up for a card I can't read. We'll see what that is here. That could be an altar. So we'll give it just a moment. We'll turn up the audio here and let's see what that card is.
I could care less. I care more about the rest of it. But if it's a talk they lose or something, just keep yourself alive. I don't care. Defense grid. Want me to dress down so you can cheer up, make it lose.
It does look like that is a defense grid coming down from the Praetor's Grasp. And I believe that's on the stack, and a Fierce Guardianship being cast from the hand for free by our seat 4 player in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, Jacob. Fierce Guardianship there. It looks like not a lot in the graveyard for them, but a Neoform is always going to be helpful at any stage in the game. And again, we're here on turn 3. This is the seat 1 of turn 3, the first turn 3 that has been taken so far in this game here in round 3. In round number 3 at Lotus Bowl 6, a top deck GG gold level event. So thank you guys so much for coming out. We have 56 players today, and if you're here watching, if you're watching afterwards, I do appreciate you being around. So, looks like Offer You Can't Refuse will be cast from the Tibble Exile to counter the Fierce Guardianship, and looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana for something else. A Thrasios activation. It looks like I found a Swan Song, which does not take care of artifacts. Very, very close here. If it would have been found before the resolution of Offer You Can't Refuse, but of course, Jacob in your bottom right hand of your screen did not have the mana available, so too little too late on the Swan Song that only counterspells instant sorceries and enchantments. That defense grid might come down here. Another Fierce Guardianship, and here's where Swan Song feels so good. If that Force of Will does get cast for 5 mana, you've drained 5 mana and effectively answered everything going on here. So 7 total treasures available. Oh, looks like a dual caster mage, likely going to copy the Fierce Guardianship, and Swan Song will be there to answer it with 1 singular treasure up. And it looks like the players are talking, deciding, figuring out what's going on, and we'll take it to the players, hear their commentary. Oh, and as you heard Jacob say Swan Song on the copied Fierce Guardianship. So actual Fierce Guardianship you can see in the middle right corner of your screen from our top right hand player Dallas, who is #1 in our Swiss standings. And it looks like that will go through. Wild Fierce Guardianship will go through and take that down. And let's see what other tricks got up the sleeve here. And it looks like another tutor. I believe that's a Judge Promo Vampiric tutor.
Alright guys, if your pod is done, you will forfeit. If your pod is done,
So, Vampiric tutor, maybe a Final Fortune, I believe is the card that was found. That might have been just a regular demonic tutor, but I believe that is the Judge Promo demonic tutor. So that's what happened. Judge Promo demonic tutor will tutor the Final Fortune in the hand, and with the 2 remaining treasures, cast a Final Fortune. So a lot going on here still. Ulting the Tybalt seems to be what's going on. And let's go ahead and read that Tybalt ult again. Exile all cards from all graveyards and add 3 red to the mana pool. And when Tybalt entered, it gave Isaiah the emblem of you may play card exiled with this card, and you may spend mana of any color to cast the spell. And that will happen immediately. I definitely see a Staff of Domination down there. No killed Dockside, but a killed Phyrexian Metamorph to again copy the Dockside. Also, Praetor's Grasp could put together a Cloudstone Curio combo of their own. Agatha's Soul Cauldron will, I guess, this might be sort of in response to the ultimate, holding priority over the ultimate in order to discard or exile the Glinthorn Buccaneer from a graveyard and likely copy it with Phyrexian Metamorph. Oh, no, looks like it might just have to be hardcast, but there is a Justice's Will in the graveyard bare minimum, so there will be a lot of value here to be had. Now, there's already 3 in the pool. And 2 mana from a Soul Ring with the Defense Grid in play. And I'm going to be honest with you, this seems a little bit locked up here. And this is turn 3. This is Seat 1's turn 3. It's the first turn 3 of this CDH game here in round 3 at Lotus Bowl 6. So it does seem like we're going to have to walk through it in order to get to the combo. But it is entirely possible. 3 mana. Here's a Justice's Will. Targeting Brandon, maybe, who I believe has 6 cards in hand. And exiling the top 3 in order to play them the rest of this turn. Looks like it was just 5 cards in hand for Brandon, but Brandon and Jacob, your top left and bottom right players having the same amount of cards in hand, didn't really matter there. And Final Fortune paying dividends. That's a card not to sleep on, that's for sure. You're just getting an extra turn after all of your opponents have wasted, have expended all of their removal, all of their counter spells, all of their interaction, all of their mana in order to give yourself the green light. And it looks like a Neoform might be a target of a spell here. Although there is Swan Song, there is a Dockside in play that's probably not going to be exiled, or sacrifice, because that's a +1/+1 counter from Agatha's Soul Cauldron. And we're casting a Lotus Petal. We're playing a Lotus Petal. We're going to get up black +1. And if you're just joining us here at Lotus Bowl 6 at Mop Top and Beardy, what's happening is that This is Seat 1's turn 3. This is the first turn 3 so far in this game. And there has been a Valky God of Lies that is flipped on Tybalt Cosmic Imposter that is ultimated. Tybalt's emblem, when he enters, lets you cast cards exiled with him for mana of any color. And the ultimate, which was just cast, or was just resolved, rather, exiles all graveyards. So you're looking at Isaiah in your bottom left-hand corner on Rayhan and Roger, looking through all 4 graveyards at the table to try and find the line, find the best way in order to win. And honestly, if it's me, it's trying to figure out, there's already one Phyrexian Metamorph in the graveyard, Phyrexian Metamorph on a Malcolm, and Glinthorn Buccaneer, and activate. I think that would be my line here. It's just the simplest. Sacrificing a dual caster mage to a Diabolic Intent. Not sure why there's also a, maybe just shortcutting, but there's also a Imperial Seal hooked up. So, likely Diabolic Intent, tutoring a card to the hand, Imperial Seal putting a card on top. Activating the ability with Agatha's Soul Cauldron to add mana. And it looks like that one's gonna wrap it up with this Eternal Witness. But maybe some of these players not looking for that. Sacrificing to add more mana with the Phyrexian Tower. And I believe that was 3 mana for a spell. A Saw in Half, copying with the dual caster mage. That will continue to make lines where the Saw in Half will be rebought by the Eternal Witness, making an infinite amount of Eternal Witnesses. But Saw in Half does not give haste. So we'll have to see. Let's bring it down to the players and let them explain the combo out and what's happening here.
Yeah, you'll make infinite 1/1 haste.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, so they split them in half.
Wait, what gives him haste?
Caster has haste.
No, it does not.
I don't think so.
No.
Can I see this?
Yeah, what's the haste from?
I don't think I do. I mean, I'll make infinite ones.
Okay.
My last one is going to target. I mean, even obviously.
Just so we can like simplify the
Let's go!
So infinite Eternal Witnesses.
That's how many he has.
Not a creature.
If you want.
I was gonna say just we know.
Well, I mean, if he wants the trade, he can trade. Marchesa on Serena.
Just so we know.
Can't swing him.
I mean, that's comforting.
I think that's literally, however, in the graveyard, there is at least a Praetor's Grasp.
This man's basically got infinite.
If any of
You have a fun way to win. That's not a fun way.
Or 7. No. Name a legendary.
Maybe he passes his time.
Hell no, he is way here. This is he's got defense grid. Is
Is there any chance in any world that you don't win here?
yeah. Isaiah's not.
we got the infinite casters here.
They are.
Some people have more fun. Pretty tough to see what's going on. I know, but 3 mana will get Dark Ritual and Justice Will out.
Have much of a way to deal with it.
And a lot of graveyard to work. again, I give my hypothesis of maybe just copying Malcolm and giving casting the Glinthorn Buccaneer Exile is just the correct one.
It definitely hindered me a bit. I'll cast this.
Yep. Sounds good. That's how many cats
A lot going on. Trying to piece together this
You might
win.
not have won this game, but you won it like. Stay up.
A phantasmal image in the hand. Well, exiled with Tybalt here. And we'll just have to see. Because to me the line looks pretty clear. Phantasmal image, copying a Malcolm, and casting a Glinthorn Buccaneer.
For some reason, she said 3. Because
Yep, from 1 down to 0 up to 3 from the Dark Red.
Oh wait, no, if he does stop here, he does forget about that. I don't see it happening, but...
And again, still represented infinite 1/1s on the dual caster mage.
You gotta know Carolyn all the season.
So we'll have to see if the line is seen. Isaiah studying, trying to figure out the best way.
Okay. Okay.
Dude, there you go. There you go.
Gosh.
That's the fun one.
I had to think about it for a second.
Okay. I believe it's been figured out. Dark Ritual cast, Jessica's will cast, Phantasmal Image will target the Malcolm, the Glinthorn Buccaneer will be cast and activated. Bang, there's 2 mana, 3 more mana for the Horn. Glinthorn Buccaneer himself and the activation. Now, likely nothing going to stop that here, but potential, make them play it out. And we got a reader, so we'll just go ahead and remind everyone what Glinthorn Buccaneer does. Whenever you discard a card, it deals 1 damage to each opponent, and Malcolm says when a pirate you control deals damage to an opponent, not combat damage, any damage, you will make a treasure. So that gives 3 treasure for 2 mana interaction, which is 2 mana, draw a card, discard a card, activate this only if it is in combat. And Glinthorn Buccaneer has haste. So lose all the floating mana, but go to combat.
Yeah, but was it...
Swing in. And activate on attacking, not letting it go through, because the 2 mana still does exist on the board. 1 land and a Lotus Petal is all you need to start the chain to net 3 treasures. Net 1 treasure every interaction. Effective infinite mana, as infinite as your cards, the cards in your library are.
I will now.
And here's a mana vault for good measure.
If you do it, I will get.
And go to attack, and attacks, activate. Bang, there's the red. Yep, and tapping the mana vault would allow a second activation if there was some sort of response with the Lotus Petal. So good sequencing. Did I miss Mardu Summer? I don't think we've seen a Mardu deck today so far. Just some red-white Yoshimaru and Jessica that very well overperformed in round 1. And it looks like that will do it. Finally found the line, our bottom left-hand player Isaiah did, and casting a clone effect onto a Malcolm on the board and casting an exiled Glinthorn Buccaneer in order to win the game. So pretty concise ending. However, you would think that game took, what, 8, 9, 10 turns of what's on the board? That was turn 3. That was seat 1's turn 3. That was not only turn 3, that was the first person's turn 3 of the game. The first turn 3 of the game itself. So very exciting game here, and we have a bit left here on the time, so we are in fact going to take a break, take a little pause. We're going to leave the live stream up, but as far as it goes here, I will be stepping out of the studio. But thank you guys for being here. If you're just joining, if you've been watching this whole time, if you're watching this on replay, this is being streamed live, but if you're watching this video, thank you for being here and watching. This is Lotus Bowl 6. That was round 3 here at Mop Top and Beardy store in Gray, Georgia. If you need anything, go to moptopandbeardy.com. Looking for singles, looking for packs, everything's there. And if you're here in this video and you want to subscribe and like or share for the live stream or afterwards, feel free to. That would really help everyone out here. But we're going to go ahead and take a pause between round 3 and round 4, and we'll be back when everything is set up for the 4th round. This is a 5-round event here with Top Deck GG Gold amount of points. So everyone here making points will get points added towards their season of Top Deck GG points for a potential invitational at the end of the year. So super large amount of points overall with 56 players here at stake total. So it's very encouraging to see everyone here, and we are going to go ahead and take a break until round 4. But when it comes to round 4, we'll be back at it with more action. So stay tuned. We will not be taking down the live stream. We'll just turn up the audio, and we will be here until the night is over. Until we have a champion crowned with a playmat and a near mint graded 7 Gaia's Cradle will be here. So thank you for watching, and stay tuned for round 4.
I almost died because I looked at everything. I was so worried about the trigger pad. I was like, he kept saying I could win, and I looked at the board and I was like,
I only kept saying it just because I really wanted you to win that one.
Yeah, the other line I wanted to go for was to take his.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's very funny how well it works out.
I mean, I knew it was going to it didn't matter to me who won. It wasn't me. It was like that 19 land. He said at this point, what? I mean, I knew I would. Like, I was say something else, but you know. Your money's going to be used by finale to get Glinthorn out of the game. I can't believe you didn't get it.
So we were
just don't know good.
It's turn 2. It's turn 2.
I got it.
It looked like you were doing. I saw you look at her. I was like, oh, that's not perfect.
When you said it didn't get there because they didn't have ace. So I had to find another one.
I can't believe the first thing you didn't see was the clone Glinthorn.
So, no,
I've been talking about it for 10 fucking minutes.
Dude, I was like, he's got it. There's really no way he doesn't get it.
I was in my head so much. I was like, I need to just stop thinking for a second. And I looked around and I was like, oh, that's right. 1 plus 1 equals 2. All right.
Yeah.
What are the standings right now for y'all?
1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss.
2-1-1 and
2-0-1.
It's about
2-0-0?
2-0-1.
Or 2-0-1? Yeah, I'm 2-0-1.
Okay, quick question. Does the loss go in the middle or?
You're right.
The loss is in the middle.
Okay.
Down to 7 and the like.
I feel like the tie should be.
I should have seen that
I know.
snap.
It is
The most points, the least points.
That's so hard.
Yeah.
I should have told you that. That's really me.
Like a lot of
It's on me, because I should have.
Well, I mean, no, that's just like a sports thing.
I had snap for hundreds of years. The reason you snap, there's the force interaction.
There's the win, there's the loss, there's the draw. Because they're less likely to happen, so they go at the end. That's normally how it is. Especially in like boxing or something like that. That's just normally how it is.
Have them.
But no, I mean,
2 fierces.
so
You want to shoot?
So Isaiah,
You want to shoot the If I fail, he's gonna win.
Well, you broke our streak. You've only got it done. I got a great
So are you not? Why did you go for no guns there?
I never got it in that phase.
So when you do that combo, what do you need? Because they don't have like, do you have like impact? Do you have impact numbers?
So typically what I do is I'll do it during someone's EOT, and then on top, yeah. But I luckily had enough mana to like record.
Dude, the fact that will let you use mana when you go back.
Dude, it's, oh my gosh.
Well, that's the reason I was like, how much mana you got? There's really no. Even if you whip, I was like, you will draw the cards. No way you won't.
And I was okay if you guys called slow play, but like I was legit just thinking.
I thought about it. I was like, because I have a chance here. Maybe he has to pass the turn. But by the time I thought about it, you were like, oh, here it is. I was like, they don't mind.
I wasn't about it. I wasn't about it slow play. You literally had way too much to think about. I was like, I'm not about to call slow play. Because even if you want to think, you can just take random damage.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true.
Yeah, no, for real. I knew you had so much stuff. You could have just cast Jessica's Will and give yourself another X amount of time. And you had enough to buy you time. I was like, geez, really? Yeah, no, that was a sick deck.
So, fun fact, now that I'm actually here, I was going to play this in the last Lotus Bowl, but I was talking to a couple of friends, and they were like, you should play Short Guy. And I said, yeah, Short Guy's going to do well.
They did not do well.
I didn't fucking say that, dude. Don't put that.
Zero? No, Jacob didn't say that to me at all. No. 0 wins, 3 draws, 2 losses. It was miserable sitting.
I'm gonna say I'll be offered no suggestions, dude.
After the tournament, Jacob was like, why'd you listen to those idiots?
So, let me guess, it was, yeah, that's what I've seen a lot of is when Dockside comes out and you don't win with Dockside, someone else is going to win off of your Dockside. That makes sense. Like, I've went in the 4th seat before, and Buddy played a Dockside, Buddy played a Dockside, and then I hit 2, I hit a Phyrexian Metamorph and the other things, so I got to hit 2 Docksides on my build. And I'm playing Kenneth, so it wasn't today, but yes, I was making a lot of money.
I'm 2 of 1. I'm at 11. Oh, thank you. How did your last game go? What'd you play against?
I played against
not fight play, but I'm going to play against not die. Guaranteed.
Now I have to do it.
Wait, hold on.
I got Blackwood there.
Is that what?
Yeah, I was gonna fire with Azula, Sensei, and Kenneth. It would be Clemency.
So, that loop, 20. Turn 3.
I ain't got 20 right now.
I thought it was a meme deck.
Yeah, basically what happened was interaction got burnt.
Cash got me $10.
And then he just stuck it in there. Cash out. All the grand balls for our day. You right there. Hey.
I can.
And I'm sitting there like,
Yeah, we can. Oh, my bad.
But it was the only game that excited me. Because that game.
Oh, you like the big teddy bear?
I mean, my hand was good.
I did offer 3 times a draw.
Well,
I didn't get any more land after that.
you got to win in a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, if I had the hand that you had, I wouldn't be doing shit either.
Literally, you'll be alright. I'm gonna go outside and like let off some steam because that was the nuttiest pop off I've seen in a while.
That second game against Austin, I was like, I can't just jam things.
He's just going fun.
I'm not going to do anything in this game, but I will trade his numbers I need to. So I can do it.
Austin always keeps interaction.
That's already
I have plenty of answers to this game, but it all requires going through that.
I did. It was the entire food chain combo.
ranger catches these not going. Cool, I'll redirect one of the shots into the bowmasters. The other one will resolve and I'll go to one. Dress now. ETB, I'll draw a card. Wait!
Is it the ananas?
Yeah, dress don't resolve. We're still thinking about blockers. You still have
Oh yeah, you got one. I get one.
yes, you can fetch.
He's not down.
He's
Okay, sorry. You can continue.
Yeah, snap on the stack, targeting the big boy. We are not.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the right things.
You got him, buddy.
I did turn one wrist to 25 though. I looked at it and then I noticed I presented for you back.
Any effects to snap? Any effects to snap? Any effects to snap? Thank you. I'll untap Gemstone. Jimmy, Mom. I'll declare both these spirits. Both these spirits off.
I would like to block this target to make it back.
I just gave you. Congratulations. I told you, I can survive the combat, but just control rainy cards. Doubt. Doubt. Sure. Yeah, this has been a long game that you're getting fucked out of. Let's see how this new deck is going to do stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a... Correct. There's a trigger to kill it.
Now, unfortunately, I can't cast him.
Without a very specific 2-mana card.
You play
I want to see something spooky first. You want to see something spooky first? Him casting rocks is not going to make me crack out. Could you put something relevant on the stack, then maybe. Nice.
I've been hitting my hand drops
a million fucking cards. But getting him, what does that do for me?
Well, A, he very easily do a win to bonus turn. Bring your captain.
He just kills you. I moved to combat.
Just doing everything because he has all our top there.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that part. I'm just talking about like when you saw that we were in the same lot. Oh, no, I was happy. Oh, so you were like, oh, I got it. I was like, well, I was like, honestly, he is I'm sorry, it's on the don't have any on that. I was wrong. I doubt that. I had that. If he's got an answer to that,
Whoa, I've already said all of everything about creatures.
Alright guys, you got 5 minutes left if you are still playing. If not, and you have not reported, please come report.
Lenore takes all my mana. Basically the question is, do I try to see if I have some better answers or not a lot of mana. So, Randy is Spearhead, Prime Trigger. Anyone like to respond to me?
I need 3 bioboxes.
I drew a Cash Land and Pain Land.
Probably.
I think that's a sign. Cloud on it.
And deals damage to me. I can do it to draw it. Yeah, I think that's. I'm not sure, but I have to look. So, Teflon, target myself, draw 3, discard 3.
Someone's back there right now.
Oh, the back room.
Fucking little land right there. I mean, they're kind of disappointed tracking this, but I already get draw, so I can't draw that. I'll declare blockers with Marchesa, and I will perish with Shot Exile. This? No, this exile's not even cracking. I took it from him. I reanimated it.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, I didn't steal it. I took it from him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do it to the turn?
Now would be a good time to do that thing. If you want to. Would you like to pass me up on that? I got you. We're at this point.
Let me just go to war with my mana crypt so that way I didn't die. I had a board wipe anyways. No, you want to take me from getting out the full lane? I can draw.
I mean, it was that or
I don't know. Yeah, but there's the Tyrannid and Boromir.
We're taking care of that.
Oh, no. Now.
We're working together.
That's the costume. That is the
Yeah, man, I'll pay that.
I'm out of the game.
Who else bought a box? You bought a box. Yes.
He's like, he's tapped out. Silence is fine.
Yeah.
Do I do something else?
If it's his instep, that's good. That's awesome. Sorry, I didn't announce that someone took the timer down. So I didn't have a chance to do
He's got a panic attack in his back.
Oh, wait. Sorry, the game's running.
I called it already. They know.
We all draw.
Hey, this table drew throughout.
That's you guys, not me.
Everybody draw Sean.
Yes, they all drew. Excuse me, guys. Part the water.
Yeah, I was trying to angle myself into it, and it just was like, I was a little bit messed up with mana.
Alright, gentlemen, y'all doing alright? Y'all feel good? 3 rounds down. We're going to finals. You only got 4 rounds to go. Alright, so we got one more round. This is going into round 4. After this round, if you haven't won anything and you want to go to the redemption tournament, you absolutely can. We got one more round before the redemption tournament. So what I do need to know right quick, is there anybody dropping at this point? If you are, I need to know before we advance. Awesome, everybody's in. We're staying. All right, let's give away another giant card.
Yeah, I want to win another one. I need another one, guys. Give me another one.
Was there more? I would have won my last game.
All right, go pull one out.
I had to reach all the kind of magic was up, and I still had to reach. And I was just like, go me.
3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
That was probably the last little game where you can't see me. I thought it was
Oh my God, yeah, you want another poster?
Hey, check right there. AJ.
I knew it wasn't going to work, but I didn't really have that much.
All right, let's go for one more. This is.
It might be.
All right, this one is going to Outlaws with Thunder Junction Collector Pack.
What would you value this?
3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4.
I gave it something for $10.
4554. All right, you got one?
Realistically,
John Hanley.
like I said, this might sell for
Verify
10 to 20 bucks, probably online. So if you can get it anywhere between.
All right, that's it. All right, guys.
In there between, you'll be up. Because it could go up, it could go down.
All right, that's it for now. That's it for now.
So do I, that's why.
All right, you got another round right here. Let's get it done.
I didn't get to go through your stuff. Yeah, I'll go as like 30 something. He might be going down.
All right, round 4. Postings are done. Listen up, real quick. If you were at table 1 in round 4, I want you to go to table 4. If you're in table 4 for round 4, I want you to go to table 1. We're going to mix up the live stream cams, try to get some new faces.
What? I'm ready, Alice.
So pod number 1 will be at table 4. Pod number 4 will be at table 1.
They don't want to see your boy.
That's like that's what I'm saying. It'd be like, you know.
Okay, one more announcement. If you bought a box from us today, a collector box or a set box, come up here because we didn't give you your box promo. So we want to give you your buy box promo. Make sure you get
At least I'm second this time. Stay following out. You're much better off.
It's a Magna, the Hordmaster.
You're in table 1, you're in top 4. Really don't
You'll segregate. Oh, he's not playing anymore?
pretty good.
Oh, he did drop? Let everybody know he dropped?
You're 3, so you're Morrison, so it's set down here. There. I can see here today.
Isaiah, you're not first. I know it's weird that I'm first. Yeah, he's first.
You're second. Oh, that's true. Wait, you're second too. One, two, three. This is the second time I've made. No, wait, no. No. Wait, this is more time. 1 second. Surprising. Luckily, actually.
You thought you'd get away from me, huh, Dustin? I was hoping.
Pod 4's up here now, right? Yeah. Who's seat 1? Where? Sorry, where is he? Where? Right. Yeah. Neat. How are you guys doing? Are you playing with us?
No, I'm commentating. I'm trying to make sure I got everybody's name.
I'm playing bad one. Just to clarify, everybody thinks it's blue farm. It's just my Gray thing. I put better commanders in place.
This is 4 anyway.
Yeah, man. I've seen you at Charlie's before. How you been?
I've been doing alright. You know what it is about Charles, man? I can't do anything over there, it seems.
I'm so glad I'm not on TV.
Wow, that gave me on TV. I thought he said you wanted to. Well, I mean, if you're seeing one at table 1, I don't know that you're using many games.
I've seen randomized, sir.
What are you playing?
I got you. Draw. Full draw. Gotcha.
Can you go ahead and resolve your mulligans?
Alright, bro. Waiting for the time to start. Hey, we're gonna try to do this all y'all still fit.
Are you responsible back player? Or are you just trying to win fast?
I'd like saying, like, you're a fast Bigfoot.
I didn't know if you have interaction. I mean, I've seen this deck go pretty quick. I had a win out there. Game we interact.
Table 4.
He does. I know. No, actually, you don't know because we played that one fight with Kill Teacher.
I know, yeah.
So we're playing like, well, this is
Table 4. Timer starts.
Sign your shirt for you after.
What's your name again? Dean.
I ain't gonna be like Jordan.
All right, let's go enjoy y'all's food.
I'm Alan. It's nice to meet you again.
Jacob.
Jacob? Dustin? I'm Alan. You said Jacob?
It has been. Oh my God.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, hello everybody, and we're getting ready for round number 4 here. We got a little bit of switch up. We got table 4 coming in hot here on camera. And I am your host, Daniel Darity. I'm the King8426 at all social medias. And we're here for round 4 of Lotus Bowl 6 at Mop Top and Beardy store in Gray, Georgia. At Mop Top and Beardy on everything, Instagram, YouTube if you're watching this live or after the fact, Facebook. And these players are playing for a win right now at our Lotus Bowl 6 Top Deck GG event. A win will net them 5 points, and a draw will net them 1 for all the players left in the game. So let's go ahead and take it live to the overhead view and watch these players resolve their mulligans. And very quickly, we have one returning player, Jacob, in the top left corner of your screen. He was on camera in round 3, and he is still playing his Dargo Thrasios list. We have Timna Crom as the first seat in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That's Alan. And then we have a Magda list, Magda Brazen Outlaw from Lamar in the top right corner of your screen, and Atraxa, the 7-mana 4-color Atraxa Grand Unifier from All Will Be One in your bottom right in the 4th seat. And letting these players resolve the mulligans, let's go ahead and talk about their deck. 2 interesting lists. Of course, we kind of all know what's going on with Timna Crom for the most part, and Dargo Thrasios is definitely no slouch in terms of meta share, but also Atraxa Grand Unifier, fantastic card. When it enters, reveal the top 10 for each card type. You may put one of them in your hand, and the rest go on bottom. And Atraxa herself has Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink, and is a 7/7. So just a huge threat at any point in the game that card gets cast. Plus 4 colors makes it so you get to play the best cards that are not red. And a Magda Brazen Outlaw, this combo deck wants to combo off with dwarves and artifacts to make treasure tokens. A little bit of Clock of Omens magic will likely be incredibly helpful for winning the game. And it looks like these players are finishing getting set up. So let's talk about the standings here. We had our table 1 go to an ID here. From that, now we have this table 4 and one of the players here. Jacob in the top left corner of your screen is already right now in, I believe, 7th place with 6 points, a win and a draw and a loss coming through. But we also have Alan also with 6 points, and Lamar and Dustin also with 6 points. So we have some high point players. Again, 6 points goes all the way down to top 16 right now. 15 is 6 points and 16th is 5 points. So very competitive here. 2 wins, almost feeling like a guarantee into the top cut with the way the point structure works out, with a win being 5 points, a tie being 1. So very, very big deal to win in one of your pods at almost any CDH event, but this one specifically with the high point value for a win. And it looks like we're talking about pre-game effects here, and possibly some mulligan decisions left. Or maybe we're just waiting on being told to start. from the TO. But in any case, all these players right now are competing for a near mint graded 7 crystal, or excuse me, cradle, Gaia's Cradle, for our first place winner, along with a champion winning playmat. This is champion on it, Lotus Bowl 6, and today's date. Second, third, and fourth will all get a Taiga, a revised Taiga, and top 16 will all collect a collector's booster pack from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. As we see, turn 1 and 2 being Land Go and Land Birds of Paradise Go from Alan and Jacob, your leftmost players in turn order. And Void, Zalfur and Void being played right now when it enters battlefield. Scry 1 is a land, and it makes a colorless. From Lamar, and this Magda deck can get off to a very hot start, so let's see if that happens here. We got and we just got a pass to our bottom right hand player, Atraxa Dustin, playing a Windswept Heath and fetching. For a Tundra, gotta break out all the colors in your 4 colors deck. You really have to be cognizant of all of your colors, but the Magda player here in your top right hand corner is going to be sort of immune from all of that color fixing, as being a monocolor deck does help that. Immune from effects like Blood Moon, like Back to Basics. We've already seen a Blood Moon today just do a whole lot of work, really just shoring up a tie effectively. Now we play a Sea of Clouds, I believe, the untapped if you have 2 or more opponents. Dual land from our Tim Necrom player after the Mystic Remora. Mystic Remora not getting anything, not getting any value on it so far from the first 2 turns that it has been in play, first 2 opponents' turns that it's been in play. But Jacob still might be contemplating using his 3 mana for something. A creature would bypass Mystic Remora's draw effect, possibly casting a Thrasios. Looks like a Vexing Shusher in the hand, as well as maybe there's a Kinnan Bonder Prodigy in there. A little bit difficult to see. And yep, 2 mana down for the Thrasios. This is our Thrasios Dargo player. Plays Thrasios on curve. All right, we're going to be reading a lot. We're going to be reading a lot today with this Magda list. Looks like we got a Dwarven Grunt, a 1 mana, just a red, 1/1 dwarf with Mountain Walk, and 4 mana for the One Ring. Although I didn't quite see what the other 3 mana was from. We'll try and figure that one out. But yeah, it does look like the One Ring will come into play, as they'll pass over to Jacob down your bottom right hand corner. Jacob will pay for the Mystic and pass back, and we'll get a little bit of I believe that's a Spell Seeker's Gift or Spell Shaper's Gift. Let's see. Oh, that's a creature. That's the Archivist. Archivist of Ogma. 2 mana, 2/2 flash. When an opponent searches their library, you gain 1 life and draw 1 card. On the end step, and then on the turn, a Rhystic Study. And 2 mana to attack. Something. Likely able to hit the Atraxa player for a little bit, although not necessary. The Atraxa not playing an Ad Nauseam out of it, so life not necessarily the biggest resource, as it looks like it will just be passed, as that Rhystic Study will resolve. And pass over to Jacob's turn up in your top left on Thrasios Dargo, and here comes another Rhystic Study. This is shades of round 2. A lot of draw engines, a lot of Mystics, a lot of Rhystics, maybe some Esper Sentinels will see play. And not a whole lot that one player can do to stop it besides pay too much for a singular spell. 1 damage there from the One Ring will happen on Lamar in your top right hand corner, playing Magda, Brazen Outlaw. Now, I already know I need to pull up this list. I don't know what this deck's playing, so. And here's 2 burn encounters to draw 2. And a Seething Song, 3 mana for 5. And that will draw at least the Mystic Remora card. It looks like everyone's drawing a card off of that Seething Song. Better be close to winning the game here. Five mana down to 3. 2 mana for that Magda Brazen Outlaw. And could pay 2 mana in order to deny the draws off the Rhystic. Denying 1 draw off of a Rhystic. And so the chase begins. Feeding the Rhystic and the Mystic so much is just brutal, but it looks like 3 more draws will come out of that one. Funeral Longboat will enter play. A 2 mana Vigilant 3/3 with Crew 1. And the Mystic Remora will hit the graveyard as Lamar decides to pass the turn after giving the opponents a lot more cards in hand, that's for sure. And with that Archivist in play in the bottom left-hand corner by the Crom Timna player, that player will in fact draw a card and I believe gain a life. Draw a card and gain a life whenever an opponent searches their library. So Alan, our seat 1, will resolve that after this deck is all shuffled up, ready to go. We'll put that ability on the stack. And there we go, up to 41 for Alan, your Timna Crom player in the bottom left. In a Mox Diamond, discarding another land. 2 mana to deny both Rhystics on that Mox Diamond. So, very conscious of how important it will be to deny the draw advantage of Rhystic Study here in the early game for both the Timna Crom player and the Dargo Thrasios player, which really at the end of the day are both trying to put together two card combos in either way. And 1 for the DRS, Deathrite Shaman, will not pay for either Rhystic. And so the turn passes over to our bottom left-hand corner, Timna Crom. their turn 4 here. Early here in round 4 of Lotus Bowl 6. And the Badlands comes into play, so got every color now. Got blue, got red, got white, got black. So all 4 colors on the table. Possibly could see a Timna, but with the DRS coming down last turn from your bottom right-hand corner player, Atraxa, it does not give you free attacks by the Archivist to trigger a Timna draw. So we'll go ahead and see. Wow, there's so many cards in the Timna Crom player's hand. These Rhystic Studies have already just taken over the game. A Rite of Flame, 1 mana for 2. Letting the draw go through. Could this be another try to win the game here? Thought we saw it up there with Magda, but it was just tapered.
Sorry, I'm trying to do math.
And a Rite of Flame. One mana for 2. We'll see what's going on here. And there's the 2 mana for the Grim Monolith, and it looks like Jacob up in your top left-hand corner will continue to draw cards off of his Rhystic Study. Maybe trying to piece together a win, at least a gamble, a command tower, and a cannon in the hand of Jacob up in your top left corner playing Dargo Thrasios. So let's see if there's anything that could possibly be pieced together. It looks like we might be going to discard here from this player on Timna Crom, deciding the 7 keepable cards in the hand. And we'll just have to see. Oh, here's a Lion's Eye Diamond. Okay, I guess deciding the order. Mox Opal. More draw. And a Steam Vents discarded for turn, I believe, as Jacob will untap with Thrasios Dargo. Only the Thrasios in play here, but Thrasios in play nonetheless. Man, looking like 12 cards in the hand in the top left of Jacob. Looks like it was counted incorrectly, and Alan decided to show the opponents a Steam Vents in hand for no reason. But back to Jacob's turn with Command Tower being played for turn. A Rhystic Study, Birds of Paradise, and Thrasios currently in play. So Thrasios' activated ability on the table for a potential use here. And I believe that the opponents are discussing something, so let's go ahead, put the cans on, go ahead and listen in.
To make double blue for
First time I ever played in a mod, they were passing priority. Yeah, they were like, I passed. I was like, okay, I'll draw. They're like, no, that's not moving on stuff.
It looks like Kinnan resolves. We're going to go ahead and pass the turn.
Those creatures have pro.
Not too much interesting going on here in the early goings. I thought that might have been A little questioning and if we wanted some cards to resolve here, but looks like at the end of the turn, Lamar playing Magda in their top right corner will decide to Tidespout Tyrant and Birthing Pod in the discard now, along with 3 other lands from the 12 cards in hand from Jacob. Taking 3 damage from that, the 1 ring. And pop it up. Magda and the Dwarf both crewed the vehicle on the last end step, so some treasures from that. And Magda does say whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped to create a treasure token, so that would be 2 treasure tokens, but Barbarian Ring being discarded to a Mox Diamond. And again, Lamar continuing to let the opponents draw off of this Rhystic Study. And more draws there. And a 3 mana for a Zorn. If you were to create 1 or more treasure tokens, instead create that many plus 1. So crewing here would make 4 or more treasure tokens. Give Lamar 6 total treasures by my count. And it looks like we're likely getting another dwarf here. Is what that looks like to me. Enslaved Dwarf, 1 mana, 1/1, and has a sacrifice ability. But that'll be all. And then the turn will be passed over, so a potential 6 treasures going to be able to be made at instant speed. Deathrite Shaman will activate to ramp, eating a polluted delta at the bottom left-hand corner, Timna Crom's Graveyard for looks like a Rhystic Study. Paying 2 to deny more Rhystic Study draws. Dustin saying, hey, if Lamar wants to let everyone draw with Rhystic Study, I'll play my own. And looks like that's what's happening here. Mystical Tutor being put on the stack. I'm not sure what the conversation is here. Let's go ahead and let's listen to the players as we figure out what this, if this Mystical Tutor may or may not resolve, if we're going to crew the vehicle for 4 treasures. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You said you have 4 treasures?
So 6 treasures. Magda's sacrifice ability allows you to sacrifice 5, search for a dragon. And I believe that's what will happen.
You have that? Oh, sorry. Do you have it?
And that is, I believe that's mostly to deny drawing the card tutored, because Archivist is still in play. So whenever an opponent searches, the Timna Crom player will draw a card, gain a life. So that will deny being able to tutor something and draw. Let's take a look at an artifact or a dragon card searched up here. looks like something here to clear the board. And it looks like that Mystical Tutor will resolve as we get to look at Portal of Phyrexian 9-mana spell that was searched up by sacrificing 5 treasures. When it enters, each opponent must sacrifice 3 creatures, and at the beginning of your upkeep, put a target creature from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It adds Phyrexian typing. So big bomb here, 9-mana artifact, clearing up the board. And Intuition the Search with Mystical Tutor, with Lion's Eye Diamond already in play on the end step of your bottom right-hand player, Dustin on Atraxa. It looks like this Intuition will do it. If I were to say so myself. And it looks like the turn will eventually be passed over. And with the Intuition on top, it will become the draw. And here's an Intuition cast, I imagine. It's like an Underground Sea in the hand at least. That's all I could really see. Along with the Intuition. Steam Vents, which we knew about. And maybe there's an Ad Nauseam there at the back, a little hard to tell. Underground Sea the play. A Demonic Tutor and Ad Nauseam in the hand. Although an Intuition, pretty clear line, pretty clear way. Although I did not see much counter magic in the hand of our Crom Timna player, so we'll have to see here if anything can help out with that. And 3 mana, 2 from the Grim Monolith, 1 from the Tundra for an Intuition. And if the Timna Crom player decides they want to win the game, sure, have the card draw. Jacob and Dustin will both draw a card with the Rhystic Study in play. And Force of Will. Not paying the 1, exiling a Phyrexian Metamorph, and a Force of Will of their own in the hand of your active player, Alan on Timna Crom. But not much more, I will say. Potentially try to outlast, try to let that resolve, and pick up the pieces some other time, and that's what he'll decide. So we'll have the pieces in place, set up for just another time. 2 mana coming down for likely a Demonic Tutor. Probably just going to get breached now. And Breach would do it, as Breach would allow the ability of our active player right here to just win the game. And it looks like that's a Force of Vigor, exiling a Vexing Shusher. And the 9-mana artifact, Portal to Phyrexia, being targeted, as well as either the Mox Opal or the Lion's Eye Diamond. It was a little hard to tell from the point. And it looks like it will be the Lion's Eye. And there it goes. Demonic Tutor will still resolve. So a Demonic Tutor here, we'll see if we can kind of snipe the pick. If we can get it. I'm not sure if there's enough light. There is a Wheel of Fortune that was passed. But setting that stack down, Ragavan. Oh, didn't quite see that one. So mystery card in the hand for our active player, Alan. Our seat 1, turn 1. Here at Lotus Bowl 6 at Mop Top and Beardy Store in Gray, Georgia. Excuse me, Gray, Georgia. And Timna Crom will have a mystery card in hand with that Demonic Tutor. It did look like Breach. So, casting the Breach here puts you with 1 mana left, but being able to rebuy that Lion's Eye Diamond to float the mana to discard the hand. And looks like no mana will be paid for the Ristic Studies because the Timnacron player is just trying to win right now. No losses being cut. There's a Force of Negation. I'm pretty sure that was the draw, as I haven't seen that in the hand. Exiling a Transmute artifact. Force of Negation negating into exile. Ragavan looks like the draw. Force of Will still in the hand for our active player Alan on Timnacron. Looks like Force of Will be the cast. Hoping that there is not a second counterspell among anyone here at the table. Force of Will exiling. Didn't quite see what that was. It might have been a clone. Force of Negation happens. I'm not quite sure what happened there. There's still the Force of Negation on Jacob's battlefield in the top left, but the Force of Will does look as if it's countered it. Here's 3 mana, or excuse me, 3 cards, part of the escape cost. Exiling to 0 mana cast this Lion's Eye Diamond from the grave. 1, 2, and 3. Play the Lion's Eye Diamond, float a mana with the Mox Opal, and crack the Lion's Eye Diamond for black. Grab the Demonic Tutor up a Brain Freeze, and Brain Freeze yourself. And then we're off to the races. And it looks like our players don't have quite the interaction right now, although with the Ristic Study, the 2 Ristic Studies in play, it's possible that midway through this, or at least maybe not midway, but quite early in this interaction, the opponents will be able to find some counterspell resources. So a Mox Opal being floated for a blue, potentially. That's what I would shout here, a Mox Opal for a blue, popping the Lion's Eye Diamond for black. There's the one. Lion's Eye Diamond cracked for black. Discarding the hand, going to recast Demonic Tutor is the plan here. And now realistically, the only thing that the blue does is help cast a card that's 1 blue, because the Lion's Eye Diamond can be recouped, assuming it does not get exiled here by maybe a Mindbreak Trap or a Force of Negation otherwise. Here's some lands, and here's an Adnaz, a Savine's Wreck, and a Ragavan. So no counterspells in the hand. Only the Force of Will and Intuitions left. And we're going to go ahead and start making mana for the Force of Will, is my assumption. So we'll see what the mana is here. And you know what, let's go ahead and let's let everyone explain here. And I will turn up the volume. Let's get a listen in to our players. See if we can learn anything.
I'm just trying to do it the most safe way.
This is current break. 4 minutes.
I hope someone's been keeping track of sacrifices.
We have a red. Does anybody have the color-coded tokens? I think I have it. I'm just trying to no red.
At least one red, one black. I believe. I know at least one red. What was said.
Okay, thank you. So we got one red.
One red, one blue. Triple black on the lion's eye diamond. Demonic tutor with the triple black. Paying both wrist sticks.
I will search my library for cards.
And here comes the brain freeze.
It's going to be brainstorm. You guys want me to play it out? I'm just going to, yeah, that's fair.
Asking if it is necessary to play out, but there are two opponents with wristic studies in play, so it is a little bit important here. So understandably, we're going to play it out. The first brain freeze is likely going to be the most important. Only going to be able to pay for one wrist stick. That is the plan. Just take intuition here, leave the force a little Savine. Taking the demonic tutor. The brain freeze is going to do a pseudo demonic tutor here. And Savine's reclamation on the graveyard. So Jacob would get to draw. It looked like a Sylvan library to me. Did not look old, I will say. Lion's Eye Diamond for 3 blue. Brain freeze targeting myself, paying for one of the wrist sticks. And we're going to have to do a little backtracking.
Storm count. I was going to say... Judge!
And we got a judge call here, so we'll go ahead and turn the players down. It looks like the judge call is... It's mostly going to be figuring out what the storm count was, as our players are not necessarily keeping track of the storm count. It would take quite a while to go back through it here on the footage, although it is entirely possible to figure out the storm count. But that's what we're going to do here, deciding how much further we want to go, because every crack, every insert with this Lion's Eye Diamond is still going to lead to the opponent's drawing at least one card, at least one opponent drawing one card. So it is entirely possible that an answer is drawn in response to possibly a win con. In response to maybe a Thassa's Oracle, or maybe a green destruction spell on the breach itself, or even a red elemental blast drawn. And there's one treasure in the top right hand corner of Lamar, his mono red deck. Not that he's drawing cards here, but it is entirely possible. And looks like we have discovered the storm count was 9, and so 9 plus the 1 on the stack.
Reason 1, victory. Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and turn the players back up, and let's keep listening to them as they try to figure out, as Alan specifically tries to figure out how to win through these 2 heuristic studies. In the exile 3 cards, we passed something, maybe a defense grid. Nope, just straight Lion's Eye Diamond recast, paying 1, and that looked like a mana crypt, but it did not look like a counterspell.
Triple white.
Triple white for a silence. And silence will deny the draw by both players.
Exile 3 cards first.
And if there was a time to interrupt, it would be now. This is sort of the last chance. Looks like Offer You Can't Refuse is in Jacob's hand up in the top left if he passes priority, so maybe not. A mental misstep. Not paying the 1. Drawing a pact. That is peak. That's peak gaming right there, drawing a pact. Not that pacting is actually viable here, as Jacob in your top left has 3 lands, 3 mana.
I thought you might be going for like a one-time.
Recasting a Lion's Eye Diamond.
I wish you would have said something. I would have just let it.
Letting the draw go through, cracking for triple white, and likely recasting the silence.
Second for triple white.
There we go.
Cast tank
Needing to exile 3 cards, but otherwise.
But at the same time,
And it looks like silence will resolve.
Recast.
I'm not sure what they're hoping to draw here. Maybe a Osage Who Endures is likely the best option here to take care of the breach, or even Anawara to return the, or I believe it returns enchantments.
I'm not worried about you as much as this point. I'm just trying to play around everything possible.
So a brain freeze here would likely mill the rest of the cards. Not paying for either heuristic. And looks like a 19 storm count.
Yeah, I think that's enough to we can count it out. 16 times 3, 28, 30.
It does look like this game is almost over. Counting it out, but it's more just a standard practice than it is seeing if this will actually win. This will actually win. Yep. There goes the brain freeze. Recasting, not paying the 1. triple blue up to 4. And then a Thassa's Oracle cast, likely paying the 2. And nope, still allowing the draw. Eventually you get to a point where the Ristic Study does not matter if you win the game. And that'll be it, yep. A little bit longer, a little bit played out, but Boseiju and Odawara were both actively in play. They didn't have the ability to use their lands for mana, but possibly an Elvish Mystic from the top left corner, Jacob, Thrasios, Brago. I definitely had the possibility of both Spirit Guides. So there were options there for sure, but did become a little bit more kind of game over after the second silence. So good job to the players. They definitely played hard here in this round 4. As Alan, your first seat in the bottom left-hand corner, will win it with Timna and Crom. And that means that this will be another pause here on the broadcast as we go ahead and wait for all of round 4 to finish, and then we will bring you the 5th and final round of our Swiss competition here for Lotus Bowl 6 here in Gray, Georgia at Mop Top and Beardy Store. If you need anything, go to moptopn.com, or you can subscribe to this YouTube channel if you're watching this live. Please, you can have a conversation. You can comment. If you're watching this afterwards, please leave a comment. We'll try to respond, like, and share as this is live, as this is has been finished, to share all the results and all of the fantastic plays that we've seen our players make today. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a pause, wait for round 4 to finish up, and we're going to come back at you with round 5 here at Lotus Bowl 6, a Top Deck GG Gold level event. So thank you guys for staying with us so far, and we'll be back when round 5 starts.
Come on, bro, you gotta stay in now.
Yeah, they're gonna do
I'm so sorry. I just want to know what
If I tell you, I'll figure out how to like this. Okay. You go find a whole lot of crap pumps us up to 5. You know, all 3 of us floating in the treasure. You know you missed it. Says activation again. You know, finds it out. I'm not supposed to keep on game.
I've only got one of each.
Who knows how much it's on? It's on all of them. If you have a single hand in your hand, you can do it. If you have a single hand in your hand, you don't even need to do it. You don't even have to do it in your upkeep. You can just, if you want a single hand in your hand,
If I didn't amp 2 games, just on my own.
I'm not going to let you BS the fact that you have to on the table.
One, I let one put a curiosity on her fire lever. I should have realized that. One artifact, and I knew he had a crit. I knew he had a soul ring in his hand.
Those are awesome. Yeah.
Just one off. cool. He's got some things to make sure I don't put my account in my savings.
It's pretty crazy stuff.
I make it so I can't put money in my savings unless I'm there first. I don't have to think about what I'm What I mainly went with
What I have is an LG.
Say, I think mine.
No, yours is 20.
I still think it is the second built.
100% sure.
I don't give
Why fight for a title when I don't go for
Gentlemen, as you are closing out your games, there is 17 minutes left in this round. But as you're closing out your games, if you are dropping, if you'll let us know, and if you're entering the redemption tournament, if you will let us know, come up here to do that. Additionally, remember we do have raffle tickets available for purchase. We still do have our 2 bigger prizes that will be up for raffle coming up here in a minute. And of course, some pudding. We have some homemade pudding for $1.50 a cup.
So you pass it for
6 minutes remaining in this round.
So you want to say it's prime time? Hey, you're shit.
You have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. absolutely no way you can win, then I would, yeah, don't waste everybody's time. But if you can win, now's the time to do it. This is the final tournament.
I want it, but I want to make sure everybody.
What's up?
This mom just sitting on the table. That's my stuff. I would snap it up. But I want to make sure everybody like get it. There's nothing up here. So like shit. Somebody's asking if mom, I got it.
They were doing some training over there. That's something. I mean, it'll walk a couple of table been over for a while.
One, seat 4.
Who was previously table 1, seat 4? Playing at table 4.
There's a Magda here. Oh, okay, cool. I'm about to go like, hey, I want it, but like, I don't want anybody to do it. I got it.
I already have one, but I was like, I'm going to pass up cowboy polish. I don't know. I'm like, this is Brady. Actually, hold on. Give me one moment. I got to come. These are like iconic areas.
just gotta make sure I'm not in a problem with the team that's gonna suffer. I really work very game when it needs to through to a fine concept because the player wanted to decide to raw to find interaction and it allowed the Cannon player to get 16 points. You don't do that before the Cannon player. Like, I can understand why Johnny gets mad at me.
And then next time.
Yeah.
The more you play, the better.
So what happened? I even announced, I was like, hey, we understand the whole constant shenanigans, right? Like, that's just everyone acknowledged it. So I was like, okay, cool. But how are you going to acknowledge it?
I got foil. Actually, give me the foil. This is not somewhere. I'm playing this one. No, I'm not playing. I'm taking Tally out.
No, mine.
There's a crazy combo with Chase. You go Chase, use his second ability, and you hit Alfie God Lies on 4 o'clock, and you cast Timber.
You know how much it is?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Like $3 maybe?
I'm literally at the phase now where I'm like, okay, let me rep out my list.
If you just keep playing the same card.
Because I just got off of my testing phase. Like, Gray Hwy is an optimal card of Cannon.
Fucking go to try to win 3 turns in a row, and I was like, quit making me do shit. I was like, quit making me respond. Get to my turn, I got no more counters on this. Random balls and shit. I'm mad as hell. I was like, with 2 signs, fire blast. I was like, alright, cool, so we just draw. And he was like, yeah.
As far as I know, we did when we were on the I think like 20 bucks. Okay, I'm starting to pick up on that again. I'm realizing old school. I'm trying to I'm trying to sell this stuff. No, that's on.
How y'all doing this to me, man? Thank you. I'm looking for Jason. I don't care about She's a free drop, is it right? She comes in with man, about 70 years. Oh shit. How'd you get it hurt? So she's more like a bucket.
I'll be honest with you. Unless I get like $5 for them, because there's no reason to sell it for $1. Does that make sense?
I'm double checking she's crazy. Double checking she's but I'll buy it.
Wait, what? There's a car called Commander? Not sure. I was like, wait, it's a $7 car. Put this in Bucky says it is. It's just like shitty that it can't play red. Let's go and you got this game. I think this card's better. Oh, it's gonna be like you just don't get by.
And do you have a rock for muscle?
I do.
Oh, come on.
Build a deck around it.
Yeah, you fun little
You play a
game.
bunch of reanimation spells, you start stacking dockside, and like
Oh, you're
reanimation.
trying to make it CBH.
Oh, yeah.
I'm making it casual.
I got you.
Hey, it used to be expensive. $3 $3 because it was on Cyborg or something.
New rankings are updated right here. We do need to know if you are intending on dropping. We cannot tell you if you are guaranteed to make it if you win or not, because if we're wrong, then you're going to blame us. So that's up to you to do the math. If you would like to stay in, then stay in. But if you are dropping, then we need to know now.
first order this.
I almost felt good about like on a win last night. I realized I had all the cards and I was like, maybe I should play this tomorrow.
Alright guys, we will set up the redemption tournament after we launch round 5, but I do need to know if there's anybody else dropping from the Lotus Bowl. If you're dropping from the Lotus Bowl, I need you to line up right here so we can make sure we have you drop. After we get you dropped, and we start round 5, then we'll start entering into the redemption tournament. Does that make sense?
I can say
What makes it awkward is Predator said you're supposed to like track and you can't like but the horseback guy it makes your mana instantly. That's fine. But with that being said, yeah, that's not nobody's gonna study your game. Like it's not that easy.
More than I thought. It's about to be just as hard as this.
What is the good thing? Because I got to play the field.
Most of the
What if I playing turn 1? I'm not gonna lie to you. Once I see everybody just sees them, and you got a courtesy can be like, what are you talking about? Like, so we're on this one.
No, he's
Alright, this is the last call for anybody dropping. Last call for anybody dropping. Alright, so listen, everybody listen up. Listen, here we go. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to call your name. If you have 5 points or less, if you have not dropped. If I call your name, this means that for whatever reason we did not record your drop, even if you told us. So I just want to make sure this is 5 points or less. Kenneth Barkwood, Dylan Harris, Ethan Scarborough, Lamar Smith, Aubrey, Jerry Hill Jr., Daniel Ferreira, Jay Teska, Joel Evans, Daniel Cooper, Neil. If I did not call your name, that means that you have dropped.
Or you're in the top.
Okay, yeah, if I didn't also didn't call your name, it means you have more than 5 points. Sorry, let me clarify that.
After I finish my game, I'll contact you again. I'm still trying to get my man.
You doing all right? You enjoying the tournament so far?
You have a really nice bike. Like it's that scrubbing.
Yeah.
It's not it's like 8 hours long. It looked like it had like a piece of cement. Oh, it's a cement. So you do have a scrub light extra?
Not an extra.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we had a concert on
Alright, we've got the drops recorded. We are doing our 5th round pods. Let's see what this looks like.
Pod 3.
There we go. So we will be using, alright, we've got 2 buys situated in here. Real quick, does that affect anybody dropping? Because I can reposition this, or if anybody else.
Yep.
What's your point? Give me an idea, I can knock you guys out, your choice.
Alright, real quick, Daniel and Joel, the system has determined that you are least likely to advance, and so they have given you the buys for this round, so we just want to make sure you don't want to just drop and go to the redemption, or if you just want to take the buy and whatever standings are.
I think I agree with that.
Daniel Cooper and Joel Evans. Alright, we're giving the 3 points. There we go. And we're going to advance on. Here we go. So we got our 8 tables. So look up here for your pods. And we'll be using tables 1 through 8.
So we all get it.
Daniel. Daniel Gary. Do you want us to switch the lines from table here?
Shit. Yeah. Okay, let me come over to you. Come over to me and I'll explain that.
So you're 3-1-1.
History repeats itself.
So you're in 4?
Yes.
So seat 4 is there.
Yep.
Seat 3 is here.
Were you guys planning on IDing or trying to play that?
He is at 7 points and he has to play. He has to play it out. We will be playing it out.
Gotcha. So you are playing it out.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be able to put something on camera. So if you guys are good ideas, good.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. So yeah,
Alright,
we will be
while
playing
you're
it out. Split it as always.
grab your tickets out.
Do y'all have the link for the stream?
It's on.
You're at this table, so do not pull it up.
I was gonna try to send it to like my brother.
We're just gonna send it to us. Yeah, it's Mop Top Beardy.
Hey guys, this is for
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
So this on YouTube.
And also you can go to their
Discord and pull it up as well.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just make sure
Alright,
you're
call out.
Yeah, we'll take it
That
on.
goes to 353-4597. 353-4597.
Is this your backpack? Yes.
Alright, and for the box, here we go.
I'm just sending you here.
There's a full drawing. Let's go on to 353-4608.
I know I was
4608.
Randy! Yeah, finally Randy went something. He found his slip.
I got a new one.
I got a new one. Yeah, I was 460. Did you buy it? Feels like dice color.
Yeah, I think I was in.
Since I wasn't playing.
What's up, friends?
I think it was
You're
the
playing the other
exact position of hot seat, happy to play against top pod.
We're playing the one.
At the Friday.
Yeah, the Friday. Yeah.
You
Not like an actual one. Because I'm the TO, but never it's the actual.
For like 10 minutes. We got Talion.
And Brandon. I just need remember, I guess we have to keep it PG or whatever. Reminder guy gets
I have said.
What's that?
Oh, this?
Take your time. Take your time. What is he doing? That's not the. He's not sponsored.
He wants to take away the sponsor.
Dude, he's gonna get in trouble. Last time I did that, we were like, hey, I'm gonna have to execute a move. My bad.
No personal branding. Kenny Boy.
I need a platform. It's okay.
Are those for like East Cast?
No. I'm collecting them all, and then I roll a die for which one I catch. I think it's more fun that way.
Sure.
Also, I'm not sure.
Tibbet's on the singular, so you know.
Dude, I'm waiting for the singular. You know what I mean?
I'm wanting the B1 for Tibbet.
That's what I'm saying. I'm waiting for the
I
singular.
want their B1. I don't think like they like them like that. They hate them, man. Like, oh my
I think they'll eventually get it. Right?
Who's C1?
Yeah.
Alex.
Alex. You are.
Yeah, if you're having a bad time.
It was awesome. I made it.
Those two Pirates guys back to back.
And your name? C4?
Guess your name?
Brandon. Sir. We have to use
Last
that.
time they won the sponsorship. Does it matter? Yeah, you can use it.
I remember one time they got on it.
I mean, yeah, I'll take it off.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, children.
Sorry guys, my playmat is not being 13, but I'm still rocking it.
I'm having a good time today. I came here to have a good time and look at my art.
Yeah, it's the art of certain age. I paid for the art.
And hello everybody, we are back with round 5 of Lotus Bowl 6. I am your commentator Daniel Derry, the King 8426 on all the social medias. And right now we got 4 players here on our table 1 seat that are effectively trying to win and in themselves to the top 16. This is the 5th and final round of our modified Swiss tournament here. Lotus Bowl 6 Top Deck GG Gold level event. So all of these players are playing for some pretty important points, not only for Top Deck level, but for this in-store championship, in which the first place player receives a Gaia's Cradle that has been graded near mint 7. Let's go ahead and take it down to the players. And we already have 2 familiar faces here in seat 1 and seat 2. We have Alex in your bottom left.
All right, all my redemption players, if you'll come up to the register, please.
On Thrasios and Quark. And in the top left, you have Tivit, being played by Tim. Or sorry, that's being played by Christian. And Alex is playing the Thrasios list. In your top right corner, you have Tim playing Minsk Beloved Ranger. And in your bottom right hand corner, you have Brandon playing Talion. So, some varied deck lists from what we've had earlier. As our players resolve mulligans, let's go ahead and talk about the top cut here. Some of our winning in, some of our local favorites here. We have Isaiah Smith locking in 12 points. Tim in this pod locking in 12 points as well. These two will almost be guaranteed the top 16. Alex also at this table, almost guaranteeing himself with 11 points. Dallas, fan favorite from earlier, was on camera 2 rounds in a row, won one of those games on camera. Sitting at 7 7th place with 10 points, so the first 2 wins in the first 2 rounds really carried him to likely a top 16 bid. And Juan, who was on camera earlier, local favorite at the store, also with 10 points. Randy with 7, Austin with 7, and Jacob, who has been on camera twice as well, with 6 points, and that rounds out 15th. So we're looking like this might be 8 points ish is going to be the top cut, with 5 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, and 3 for the bye. And remember, all of our top 16 participants here grab a collector's booster from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. All the winners of those games will receive a Taiga for being 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the last and final pod, and the winner will receive the near mint graded 7 Gaia's Cradle, along with a pretty cool playmat that says champion on it. All of the top 4 receive playmats, but why would you want a playmat that does not say champion on it if you could? So here we got, like we said, Thrasios Clark, who did some work earlier in the day. We have Tivit, we have Minsk Beloved Ranger, I believe. That's what I'm being told. And Valiant. Valiant, sort of your most cohesive, aggressive combo, blue-black combo list. There's very tight, very tight lines, a lot of efficient spells, and only doing a few things, but those things are very, very good. So let's go ahead, and we're waiting on the players to resolve mulligans, but then we will head down there as soon as they do. And now, where there was not a lot of blue being played earlier, there are now 3 blue players, pair of black players at the table. However, only 1 partner pairing here in the Thrasios Clark, as turn 1 will start for our seat number 1 under Alex. Alex will play a Wooded Foothills fetch, and looks like a Soul Ring's probably going to come down here from the hand. But just trying to see what kind of color. Passing up the Volcanic, going for a Taiga here. Didn't get a good look. I did see a Force Will, did see a Soul Ring, but did not otherwise get a good look at the cards in hand. So a few more mystery cards. There's a Steam Vents there. A Chrome Mox exiling. Looks like that was a Force of Will. And then 1 for the Soul Ring and 2 for the Kark. And the Kark deck, off to the races. And you know, that's what the deck wants to be doing. It really wants to be trying to maximize all the value possible with clone effects, and then just, you know, even casting a Ponder 4 times will get you there. So right now we're going to start with fetching an Arid Mesa under Tivit to fetch for a Plains of some sort. Let's go ahead and look at this. So under the Kark Thrasios list, there is a Phyrexian Metamorph and a Flesh duplicate, which is going to be the allure for this list, trying to find a way to copy all of these flips, all these abilities, all these triggers, Twin Flame even. So that's sort of the crux here of what's going on, and I think this deck is set up to do it very, very well, as most Kark Thrasios lists are going to be trying to do. A Scrubland for Christian on Tivit will be what was fetched with the Arid Mesa. Lotus Petal, so a nice ramping start here. Oh, and just a Lotus Petal pass. So interesting. Wonder why we're taking this out of the hand. Maybe not wanting to buy up Storm for Mind Break Trap. It's entirely possible. And in the hand, it looks like a Scrubland and a Taiga, maybe? That's what it looked like. Well, I'm not sure Scrubland is played in this deck. Looks like we have the wrong deck list, because that does look like a Kenrith right there now that I'm looking at it in the light. I do think that that is a Kenrith list, which is not what I had pulled up, so let's go ahead and pull up the correct list. But that does look like a Kenrith there, and the Kenrith will Verdant Catacombs crack out for an Underground Sea. And looks like a Pain Land down on the Thalion.
Zach, Blaine, Lee, and Marcus.
The One Ring comes down after a pass from the Thalion after just casting a Mana Vault. The One Ring will come down here and will continue to just be incredibly disruptive, as the One Ring will continue to be. You gain protection from everything. Is incredibly hard to deal with. And a Vampiric Tutor on the end step of the Krark Thrasios player. The Tivit player will cast this Vampiric Tutor. And it looks like that might necessitate an answer from somebody. We'll see what happens. And it looks like nothing. Nope, we're just going to look at some cards and say, yep, it's good to go. So, searching up a Vampiric Tutor of some sort. A lot of interesting cards to grab for this Tivit player. Potentially even just a Jeweled Lotus, which is ran in this deck list, coming down with a land in order to break out the Tivit very, very quickly. Tivit is, we can just read it here, 6 mana, 3 white, blue, and black, so 6 mana total for a 6/6 flying ward 3 creature. And it has, when it enters the battlefield or deals combat damage to a player, you can vote to give the Tivit player a treasure token or a clue from investigating. But in fact, it will not be the Tivit coming down. It will be a search up Rhystic City, or potentially a search up Rhystic City, which we have seen. Rhystic City will just take over the game if people continue and just over and over just feed into the Rhystic City. And this is not a new concept. Basically, anytime somebody does this effect, a Rhystic City, a Mystic Remora, the games can take one of two ways to interact, as we see the Kenrith player play a creature and pass. When you have the Rhystic or the Mystic out, basically every time it's going to be painful, as there will be at least one person trying to win the game that will end up not paying for the Rhystic and drawing that person potentially into not only counterspells to stop the player who is trying to win the game, but in fact to win the game themselves. So as Thalion comes into play, paying the 1 for the Rhystic, we will enter and choose a battlefield. Enters battlefield, choose number 1 to 10, which has been 2. And whenever opponent casts a spell with mana value, power, or toughness equal to the number, that player loses 2 life, and the Thalion player draws a card.
I'm missing one of you that didn't pay, so if you didn't pay, just catch up with me later. So hopefully you remember who you are, because I don't.
So it looks like a 1 ring draw on the end step of the Thalion. And it looks like we're going up to 2. 1 and 2. 3 cards drawn over the course of an end step and a turn, with just the 1 ring plus the card for turn, as we see introduction of Thrasios into the mix. Here's 2 more mana. Oh, looks like the CMC on Thrasios will cause the Thrasios player to lose 2 life. Alex will take that 2 damage, and Brandon on the Talion will draw a card. That's just the strength of this card. This card has so much text, power, toughness, or mana value on the spell. It's just, it's just so much, really. And it looks like that Soul Ring wasn't tapped for a spell. It was tapped for Rhystic Study. So, and here's 2 mana for, I believe that's Imposter Mech. I'll pull that one up for you. It is a 2 mana vehicle that when it enters becomes a copy of a creature an opponent controls, except it's a vehicle artifact with crew 3. So looking like a Talion coming into play, and also 2. Also will be 2 is the number chosen on the Imposter Mech Talion. Now, if you're just joining us here, we are in the 5th and final round of Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy in Gray, Georgia. So thank you guys for being here live. Thank you guys for watching this. If you're watching this on the playback, a 7-hour video is daunting, I'm sure. But if you are watching this on the playback and you've gotten this far, thank you so much. As we see just the Imposter Mech on the Talion, and then a pass with the turn. We'll see what's going on with the Kenrith player, Tim, in the top right.
Does somebody leave a monster eliminate juice up here?
It looks like trying to find a better way to just, I'm not sure that's better for me, but
Alright, redemption players, is everybody ready now?
way to sort of count on this, the 1 ring, but looks like not much doing here. That looks like a survival of the fittest.
Okay, you're ready.
Looked like maybe an ancient tomb or a Phyrexian tower was also in the hand of Tim, our Kenrith player here. Bringing 2 mana down will cause a 2 MC spell will cause him to lose 4 life, and it is in fact survival. So with survival of the fittest coming down, we'll see if something wants to be discarded here. And it does look like both Talion controllers will draw a card now. And it looks like that's just a pass of the turn, as your bottom right hand player Brandon will untap with the Talion in play. Lose the 1 life from the mana vault, playing a basic island. Now a real backbreaker here would just be back to basics. That would ruin a lot of what's going on from 2 of these players. I believe, is that a Ponder? It looked like this is a 2 CMC spell, and I'm not quite sure what that is. That could even be a counterbalance. A little hard to tell from that art. I think I remember this being counterbalanced because I remember making fun of this artwork. Yep, that is correct. That is counterbalance from a secret lair drop. And it looks like the players are arguing about something, trying to talk about maybe this counterbalance resolving or not. So let's go ahead and turn up the volume and let's listen to what the players have to say.
That's the turn.
Untap, upkeep,
You have a trigger on talent. I am paying for a 6 city.
Couldn't be the
Trigger on LOTUS.
It could have been you.
Alright, so it looks like that counterbalance did resolve. Jeweled Lotus the discard for turn, actually. The one ring up to 3 burden counters, so we'll draw 3.
I said that'd be crazy. That'd be wacky. That'd be wacky.
That's not what was in my banana.
Bloody scramble. And then I see you don't die. Yep. Search.
And a Flooded Strand fetch will be what's going on with the Quirk Thrasios player Alex here in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If you look at the board state, a little wacky. A Talion in the bottom right and Imposter Mech in the top left, copying that Talion, both naming the number 2. So any mana, any 2-mana spell, 2 power toughness, or 2 power or 2 toughness creature will cause the opponent to lose 4 life, and both Talions will draw a card. We have a Survival of the Fittest played by the Kenrith in the top right, and that mystery card, that weird looking red-blue card that's a mono-blue card in the bottom right-hand corner, Counterbalance, which is an absolute all-star, I will say, as my preferred CDH deck being Jace Fringe Prodigy High Tide. Counterbalance is an absolute house. And at least a snap in the hand of Alex as he starts to roll up the sleeve. Maybe we're taking a little bit longer of a turn here. And there's 2. So I'm going to be looking to take 4 damage here. Well, potentially not. Maybe thinking a little bit better of it, maybe just trying to tap mana a little bit more efficiently. Also, Ristic Study can't be understated. That card is in play and still very, very good, still very, very relevant. We'll try to spike some of these cards out of the hand, but again, not getting too much help. And now we're counting, all right. 7 mana available to use, a variety of colors. 4 on a Thrasios would leave you with 3 remaining. And it looks like a Neoform. What a great card. And we'll go ahead and read that one for you. A Neoform, a green, and a blue. Looks like no mana was tapped, but we might have a counterbalance trigger. No mana was tapped for the Ristic Study. But counterbalance trigger, let's see, CMC2 would counter it, and that is not CMC2. That is the -5/-5 to a target creature Phyrexian card, which name escapes me. It looked like our player put that in their hands. We just want to make sure that they did not do that. But 3 mana did not, in fact, counter it. But Neoform, sacrifice a creature as an additional cost and search for a creature with mana value 1 plus the sacrifice creature's value. Put it in play with a +1/+1 counter. So that's what we're going to be doing here. If that resolves, there is a Quirk trigger. And regardless, a Thrasios has been sacrificed, so it will continue to stay sacrificed. And it looks like the mana was paid for the Ristic Study. And it looks like that was made into a copy here of Neoform. But the copy does not require the ability to cast the additional cost of sacrificing creature. So. And we're reading Neoform here as a sorcery. 2 mana, so the 4 damage did ping away. and both Talion players got to draw a card, which possibly, you know, that does leave Counterbalance live again because of the card draw. You get to draw away the 3 mana card and potentially leave another CMC card on top, which is very, very important. And it looks like there's some discussions at the table, so let's put the cans on, go ahead and turn up the volume, get mic'd in, let's see what they're saying.
You can get rid of the card. Right? I don't think that's bad, actually.
I don't feel like it's worth it. Usually Sykes cards in the deal form if he's all for
Yeah, so you're saying dismember whenever it comes next.
It depends. Like if he already has a free spell, you would go after a card here. But that's only if you have council backup, because the free spell can get bounced.
Yeah.
You get to ramp up the storm count. So I don't know. I don't feel like this number's going to answer. I feel like counter's a better answer.
Yeah, the problem is like the one way I can look for it could easily just lose me the game.
Oh, I see. Okay, well then that's not worth it here.
Yeah.
Let him resolve your hand, let him see what happens.
Sure.
I pass on Neil form.
I know you got next.
What?
Am I going to search for a 3?
What could I have, sir?
Looks like the discussion was if the Thrasios player is able to win, plus if it is beneficial in order to get rid of the Quark for the future of this turn, plus future of any extra turns, and whether that would even be a profitable trade. At the end, our players have decided that probably not, at least not profitable in theory, so we're going to let the copy go through. So we're going to go ahead and grab a CMC 3-drop, of which we have a few. We have a newer one from C21. I believe it came out in C21. Vyran, Voice of Duality, which when you cast or copy, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn, sort of a prowessy effect. And then casting or copying would cause a triggered ability to trigger. It would trigger an additional time. But it looks like we're going to get Imperial Recruiter with this first one here, which 3 mana when it enters the battlefield, search your library for a creature with power 2 or less and put it in your hand. So I'm not quite sure. Even a dockside here is only 5, and that was a card, not Harmonic Prodigy. Tavern Scoundrel is the card being revealed, which when you win a coin flip, you create 2 treasure tokens. And you can pay 1, tap it, and sacrifice another permanent to just straight flip a coin. Netting a lot of treasures for every win on the flip. And now the second Neoform will continue to try to resolve, and that will pass around the table, not necessitate a flip from the counterbalance and an Efret. And we'll go ahead and read Frantic Efret. Frantic Efret is 3 mana, is a 2/1 flyer, and let's read the Oracle text here. You can pay 0, flip a coin. If you win the flip, he phases out. If you lose the flip, you sacrifice him. So this will give a free coin flip to the Efret. And if it is at all possible to cast the Tavern Scoundrel, which it is, then it looks like that will be a free 2 treasure tokens if the flip is won. So that's kind of where we're at here with trying to be non-deterministic, and it looks like the 1 mana floating is going to be used there. So 2 mana open, counterbalance flip. Draw a card with the Talion to potentially grab a card off the top that is not useful. And looks like a Cavern Soul, so that will be drawn with the Talion, and it will flip to 0 for... will flip to 0 on the counterbalance. and now possibly a Ristic Study. Yeah, hosing the opponent on 2 mana spells is just incredibly important. 2 mana spells are sort of all the biggest spells, and we're not playing even big spells here, but like Heart, 2 mana, Thrasios, 2 mana. The Tavern Scoundrel, 2 mana. Counterbalance, 2 mana. Survival of the Fittest, 2 mana. Posture Back, 2 mana. As Dismember does come out, and I believe that is still with the Tavern Scoundrel on the stack, we will dismember the Efret and a Deflecting Swat with a Clark Trigger. Flipping after the card draw will need to be 4 mana on the flip. And that one's 3 for Force of Negation. But it is able to be drawn with the Italian, so benefits there. And the original will be countered. If that Deflecting Swat is not 4 mana, and I just said it was 4 mana and I was wrong, then that's what that was. It is 3 mana. Okay, so I was incorrect in remembering Deflecting Swat, but Deflecting Swat is 3 mana. So the Force Negation does in fact counter it. Our bottom left-hand player, Alex, will win the copy on the flip, create 2 treasure tokens. Well, this is on the stack, so not creating 2 treasure tokens quite yet. A Path to Exile, likely targeting either the Krark or the Efret. We'll have to see here. A large stack being built up here. This Tavern Enforcer, which when you win a coin flip, you make 2 treasures, a Dismember, a copy of Deflecting Swat, and a Path to Exile. Copy of Deflecting Swat targeting the Dismember, and Snap Back to Hand, copy with Krark. And Counterbalance Trigger, 3 was previously on top, and now a draw spell off Italian for 2 mana will not let the 3 mana be on there, and potentially 2 mana to counter on Counterbalance. So here's the flip, and it's a Spire of Industry, a land. You hate to see the blind flip get pulled in that direction. The Krark the Krark Thrasios player, Alex, isn't careful with his life total. He could end up dying or just being close to dying. And there's the dice roll. Looks like that dice roll lost. So the snap token, or the snap itself, gets returned to its owner's hand. And Submerge. Didn't think I'd have to casting Submerge today, but Submerge is a free cast card. And if an opponent controls a force and you control an island, you put target creature on top of its owner's library. So very large stack here if you're here. And this is your first time at CDH. Not all games are like this, but games like this are incredibly fun, in my opinion. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's very interesting, all the interactions going down. So we have a Tavern Enforcer. When you win a flip, you create 2 treasure tokens on the stack. Trying to destroy that is a Dismember from the bottom right-hand player, a copy of Deflecting Swat targeting the Dismember back from the bottom left-hand player, and a Submerge, and we'll have to see what the Submerge and the copies are targeting. The Submerge itself is on the stack targeting a creature here. Also, did I forget to mention a Path to Exile? That flip was 1, so we'll get a copy of Submerge, so 2 creatures will be put back on the top of their owner's library. Truly hard to see which cards could be there. It could be both Thalians, the OG Thalian and the Imposter mech. Could be a proactive on Alex's own stuff. Here in your bottom left-hand corner, your Krark player. Could be proactive, bouncing maybe an Imperial Recruiter of some sort. Well, all of those options are indeed live to us. And we're going to turn up the volume and see what the players are saying, see what they're talking about, see if we can get any information on what's being targeted and what the thought processes are here.
The spin thing. Okay, yeah, that's
That's targeting a thing. Sorry, I'm not trying to. You're fine. No, you're good. But it's you're being challenged. Right.
Is the copy going towards Italian?
Yes.
You don't want that time. Put him
I think that's actually a gay part.
Put him in a body bag.
I might have messed the same up.
I don't run.
Can I see what Submerge does?
You know? I don't run this card. I put in a creature. No.
You're already targeting your free plus
with my original
OG Submerge on the Efrit and Copy Submerge on the bottom right.
I will say, I'm not going to win this turn, so if you want to save your action.
I also kind of want my value because it's turning off my counter.
That's fair. Okay.
But also,
well, it's just
I did just drop a bunch of cards. That's my bad.
But if you want to take control, oh, you don't have 4 actually. So yeah, I guess you would want to keep some
But you also drew a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I can promise you.
Also a known force of negation in the hand of the bottom right hand player.
Hey, whoa, hold on.
I can't just catch up.
That's not how Rock shot.
I can't just do stuff.
It's just
you know what?
It's because you overstep.
You know what?
I totally did.
Let's get them on top.
Top 11.
Okay, so the Copy Submerge does resolve.
I mean, you can put it on top. We can resolve if you sum by some reason you shuffle. We'll figure that out.
With this?
I should have like a space. Yeah, well, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're just hoping this doesn't bite me in the butt.
Submerge. Well, now we can't cast Smothering Tide.
Submerge does resolve on the Efrit, which, from my calculations, is what the path was going to. So now the path will fizzle. Deflecting Swat Copy
Okay.
will change the target of Dismember.
There's 2.
Talion, let's not forget, is also a creature that can be targeted here. The Copy Talia, which is the Imposter mech in the top left corner.
I cleared it. Yep.
I'll lose a life.
Okay, not sure what the Dismember went to, but we'll find out here. It looks like it went to the Kenrith player's creature.
And I was salty about that actually. Hey, I was the last one. I know, standing. But I was the TO and I had to say, yeah, you just not. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to, I would have. I already had a flex screen. So then I'll activate. I didn't know.
And discarding a Drake. The card that comes in exchanges control of another creature with it.
Yes. So this is going to be resolving targeting effect, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's targeting. It's targeting. 7. 1, 2, 3, 7 is a lot. It is when you have other things on board.
Survival activation. This creature on the stack, this Tavern card. That when you win a flip, create 2 treasures. Survival trigger. Let's see what the survival is going to get. Wonder if we can snipe it.
I was gonna get in the face anyway, so.
If he does Prospector or Image.
Okay.
Don't have either of them in my hands.
And that is a Dockside Extortionist. So Dockside, the grab from Survival. And it looks like the Cork got in for some damage after the Tavern Enforcer resolve. A shock in on the Hollowed Fountain. Dark Ritual, there looks to be a Tivit coming into play, if I were to take a guess. And a Smothering Tithe, in fact. Counterbalance with Thalia on top, blown out of the water. Get that out of here. No Smothering Tithe for you. If you can't pay attention to the game, you will lose to Counterbalance. Counterbalance, all-star for this game. Counterbalance, all-star in Blue Decks. Please play Counterbalance. That was so sick. Known Thalian on top. Still proceeds to cast the 4-drop. Alright, Felwar stunned the cast, and it looks like it'll be a pass back. Thalian continues to be on top because of the Submerge. Wow, that was fantastic to watch. In fact, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty happy with that one. Looks like the Kenrith player will take their turn after the Felwar Stone and pass. Like the players are continuing to talk about probably not Miracle. Oh, we're waiting on the discard step. Discard step, you know what I mean. Or we're waiting on discard. Volcanic Island. So we have Scrub, Taiga, Underground Sea, and Volk in play. Survival on the board, a Dockside in hand, and a Kenrith that's probably not going to hit the board this game, so I have a feeling this game will end if it goes back to Kark. And there's the Dockside, so we're going to go ahead and count them up. There's 3 on the Tivit side. There is 3 on the Kark player side, and 1, it looks like, on Brandon's side in Thalian. So it looks to me like 7 treasures. Oh, plus the counterbalance, so that should be 8. And it does look like we counted correctly, and we got 8 here. So 8 treasures. Just a casual 2 mana for 8 ritual. You know, no big deal. As the Kenrith player is now in a commanding position when it comes to mana. But we'll see if anything can come from that. Here's 4. Plus the 1. And 1 for Ristic. And a Kenrith being cast. I'm not sure what the roll was. And 1 mana for something here. Not quite sure what. And just a pass of the turn, so just a Kenrith and pass. And that'll be all. Pass back over to the Thalian player with the counterbalance in play, taking 1 damage from this mana vault, and all of our players are now significantly below the starting life total of 4-0. And a vault in play. We're going to be playing another land, another rainbow land. So 2 of any color plus island plus UC. And not sure what's going to be played here, but we got 4 mana and a Thalian was drawn for the turn, so certainly wouldn't be bad to cast it back, but looks like that was actually 3 mana. let's listen in. Let's put the cans on again. Listen in as the spell tries to resolve.
After that, I am going to go 3, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ooh, such a discard hand size. That's why we don't.
This is why I didn't snap the shirt.
It's like crack LEDs. They're fun. You can't discard your hand if you have them.
One of my smaller punish, one ring. That's my favorite punish.
One ring is punishable. That was I'm not going.
And it looks like it is a debate for the discard. For seeing what is the ideal card to discard there. Weathering Stone in the hand. Maybe just discarding the Talion. Just taking it out of the case, the protective case, so keeping the Talion itself in the hand. And looks like a decision was made. Maybe that Cavern. Although I didn't see it get discarded, but we pass it on. Pass it along over to Clark, drawing 4 cards with the 4 bird encounters now on the One Ring. Looks like there might be something in response to the One Ring activation. Not quite sure. Probably not a Notion Thief or a Bowmasters or anything like that. Maybe a Bowmaster from the Kenrith player who does have the open mana available. And 1 mana in response for a path on the Win a Flip and double Ristic triggers. And allowing 1 player to draw, our Tivit player, Christian, it looks like. And targeting the Tavern Enforcer, I believe, but with the promo Path to Exile. Counterbalance trigger hopefully will be missed if the Talia player wants to have that card get rid of. And here's 3 mana. Well, I guess we're just going to use the 1 for 2 mana. 2 mana total in response to this, the One Ring. And it looks like we're tracking Storm, so I guess Storm count 3. I love to see it. Love Storm. Snap. Snap on likely the card getting Path, although it could easily be the Imperial Recruiter. Ristic Studies might be being paid, might not. We'll just have to wait and see. And they're trying to figure out, I think there's some discussions here over paying for this Ristic. Let's go ahead and listen in just a little bit.
Yes. All right, so I will draw.
Now, my trigger,
That's on
Honestly, I need it there for now.
Cool, that's it, my thing. Oh,
1 CMC counterbalance.
First time, absolutely.
But both players drawing a card here.
2 mana is good enough.
2 mana on the snap. We'll also draw an additional card from the Imposter mech.
What is snap target? The original.
So snap is targeting the Enforcer. And looks like the card flip was lost. Let's see if it happens again. And you might think these players are playing slow, but there's just so much going on. This card is not necessarily how you would say deterministic. It doesn't have an A to B win. It will just piece together the win over the course of the turn. So while these turns by the card player does last quite a long time, I'm sure the three players are positively encouraging them to play a little bit faster. Just make sure that there's no unnecessary stalling. Just play at the speed that you're comfortable, but let's play at a speed in which we can end this game and not leave it to a tie. And it looks like maybe recasting this snap, still in response to this path, and it will happen. So a storm count of 4. Ristic counterbalance in the order of make you pay for Ristic, and no pay, so free flip. And a mana crypt, 0 mana on top there. Another 2 mana, another 2 damage from the imposter mech that is copying Italian, with number choosing 2. So whenever a CMC 2, Power 2, or Toughness 2 spell is cast, the casting player will lose 2 life, and the Talia control player will draw a card. So 1 mana to deny a Ristic Study from the top left player, but the Talia still happens. And it looks like another Quark bounce. No wins so far. I'm not sure why a spell is being played there unless that Path to Exile is what got countered by the counterbalance, which is possible. Oh, nope, that was still on the stack. So Path to Exile, searching for a basic is a May ability. And does not look as though that will happen. And now back to what was originally on the stack, which is the 1 ring, draw 4 for 4 burn encounters. Folks, I'm telling you, if you don't like this, you don't like complicated, terribly long-winded Commander games, which, I mean, it's my personal favorite thing in the entire world. A stack 5 or 6 spells and abilities deep, like 2 or 3 times already in this game, has just been an absolute boost to my morale. And we are in the 5th and final round, so for some of these players, this is a win and end, and for some of them, a draw is good enough. And looks like swinging some amount, just swinging 3 with the Quark and the Imperial Recruiter. And looks like we will go to discard and then just pass a turn. A likely play situation here, and it looks like we are deciding what to discard from Alex, the Quark player, in your bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And Dockside went away really quick. The advantage, at least accrued on the Dockside, went away very, very quickly. But Kenrith, man, is that a good card. It will not be able to bounce the Dockside back, but if the Dockside does, if there is a way for the Dockside to be put in the graveyard, it is possible for 5 mana to be able to recoup. And with the amount of artifacts and enchantments in play by all 3 other opponents to the Kenrith player in the top right of your screen, then, well, it's possible that that could be a loop if he finds a way, some sort of Phyrexian Altar, or Ultra Dementia or something of the sort, it is possible to continually loop that with Kenrith, which just shows the strength, really shows the strength of 5-color decks here. As we see the Tivit player untap and play an Ancient Tomb. 5-color decks just really, I won't say run is a strong word, but man, being able to play all of the best cards in 5 colors and just being able to compile not necessarily complete decks in terms of a cohesive strategy, but just all of your powerful win cons. You're playing 2-card Monty. Oh, I'll play a Thassa's Oracle and a Consultation. I guess I'll play a Dockside and a Temur Sabertooth, or what have you. All of these 2-card combos can just be jammed all at once in this very good, very powerful value deck, in which a lot of Kenriths have been built outside of like a food chain or something, in which it is more combo based into one very specific combo. Which is another way to build it, but I don't think that really lends itself to the strength of just what 5-color is trying to do. 5-color value base is just inherently going to be very, very strong every time it's played. And Christian here, our Tivit player, is deciding what he would like to do. Maybe not Tivit coming down, I was going to say. There's the Orcus Bowmaster in, I saw, by the way, with everyone drawing a million cards. Yeah, Orcus Bowmaster, pretty good. Demonic Tutor, the cast. Tutor for a card from your library put in hand. Also counterbalance trigger. Rhystic Study trigger did not pay on the known 0-drop Mana Crypt. But it looks like counterbalance. We'll try to flip something that is not Mana Crypt, and it is a land. It looks like an underground river, I believe. I didn't quite get the best look at that artwork. And it looks like that Demonic Tutor will go through. Bold strategy, very risky strategy, allowing the Rhystic Study to draw on a 0-drop, in which you knew was there, but it did pay off. It was actually not punished. And again, 1-drop and 2-drop being just the most consistently played mana values in competitive Commander. That taking the chance of a blind flip is realistically pretty good odds. I mean, you're looking anywhere between 25 and 50% of a deck at 1 and 2 combined. So it's definitely a non-nominal number of cards that most people are playing that are 1 mana, 2 mana. And being able to give a blind flip on that, I think is very risky, but it did pay off for our Tivit player, Christian, up in the top left. And remember, these players are playing 5 rounds in. The stream has been going for 7.5 hours, so these players have been playing for 7.5 hours. 5 rounds, 80 minutes on the round timer. And so maybe they're feeling it a little bit. I mean, it looks like there's a Displacer Kitten kind of pulled out on the front of the deck. Not sure if that's what was cut, and I guess it is what was cut because a different card was chosen. Now, these players have been playing for 7.5 hours, 5 rounds, and there's a lot on the line here. It's possible a draw could take some of these players into the top cut, but it won't take all of these players into the top cut. Brandon in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen playing Talion will not be able to top cut with a draw, almost for sure, almost assuredly. So the win will guarantee, win and in for all of these players is still on the line. A draw, a little bit shakier based on the way things have to play out, and the unknown of Commander and how Commander pods will draw or win. A lot more draws will happen than in your normal modified Swiss format of a 75-card constructed deck. So definitely a lot more on the line for the win. A win is a lot more of a lock, should you say, for putting yourself into the top cut situation of top 16. So we'll see what these players decide to do, as it looks like the shuffle and cut has finished with the Tutor on top and no cast. Looks like discarded a Time Sieve though. which is the WinCon card for the Tivit deck. It looks like that was discarded in hand size, although if I blinked I would have missed it. The Kenrith player will untap, 1 treasure in play, Kenrith in play, Dockside in play, Survival in play, and now what do we go get? Fetch with a Bloodstained Mire, grab a 5th duel in order to round out 5 of the 10 duels for this color set. 10 fetches, 10 duels, 10 shocks, and maybe a basic, if that. Pretty stock lineup, if not even less lands, for a deck that is probably going to be more based on 1-drops and 2-drops, but still wants to accelerate out Kenrith early into the game. And not too sure what our players are talking about here, but the statement being that we're going to get a card with the Bloodstained Mire right now. And it looks like a Tropical Island. Tropical Island is the grab. And all these players are in very threatening positions. Even the Talion player, with just a counterbalance in play, the ability to draw a card with Ristic Study, Talion something. And remember, right now, currently, on top of the Talion's library is a 0-drop. It is a land, so it is possible to, in fact, be blown out by the land. And the way you get to stack in non-active player, active player priority would allow you to reveal the risk or reveal the counterbalance trigger before you draw with the Ristic Study. So. A lot of cards in the hand. We'll see if there is a play. Oh, looking at the graveyard actually, Time Sieve. And I guess we can talk a little bit about Time Sieve. It sacrifices 5 artifacts and you get to take an additional turn. And Kenrith coming in towards the Tivit. Again, all these players very, very low in life totals. You look at 9 from the Kark player, 22 from the Tivit, 28 from the Talion, and 32 is the highest life total from the Kenrith player. You're starting to look around and notice that these Talion pings by the Imposter mech in the top left corner of your screen are hurting a lot. Hurting a lot of these players. This counterbalance, hurting a lot. These 2 Ristic Studies, hurting a lot. A lot of this board is locked down, but all the players, in fact, need to try and find a way to win the game regardless. Because 1 ring is going to untap for 4 damage on the Kark player's next turn. I mean, how do you find a way to not cast a 2-drop spell more than twice to put yourself at 1 life and not at 0? As we do pass the turn, and we do play that land that was drawn, that was known on top. 1 damage dealt to the Talion player from the Mana Vault tap. And if you're just joining us here, we are in round 5, the 5th and final round of Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy store in Gray, Georgia. Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you made it 7 hours and 40 minutes into this video on YouTube, if you're watching it post-haste, we appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us and watching this competitive Commander event, this Top Deck GG gold level event that we have here. So here is a Mana Crypt for 0 mana, paying 0 for the Ristic Study, not paying 1 into it. Potentially trying to do something to progress the game under the Talion's seed, but there is about 10 cards in hand. And wow, a standard legal Shieldred will hit the board. Very, very good card, and we'll go ahead and read it here in just a moment. And we'll see if that Shieldred necessitates an answer, but Shieldred from that set says, I almost put up the wrong card. Shieldred the Apocalypse is a 4 mana spell, and it looks like that does resolve. It has Death Touch, and whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. And whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. So that currently is, I'm not sure that kills. the Quark Sakashima player, but it does put them to 1. Oh, it does kill if the spirit were to attack. It looks like there was maybe a spell discarded for hand size, potentially? Not I guess it doesn't put them to 1. It puts them to -4 on the burden damage, and then the 1 ring is unusable. So 5, either the Quark player cannot cast a 2-mana spell and will have 1 more turn cycle, or will only be able to cast 2 2-mana spells. Oh, it looks like the draw card did get him anyways from the Shieldred. I believe that the Quark player should be at 3, but we will. Yep, and we will have that corrected here. So only 1 2 CMC spell able to be cast under the Talion. That is that Imposter Mech, the card with the red dice on in the top left hand of your screen. Is a Talion, which says whenever an opponent casts a card with mana value, power, or toughness of the number represented by the dice on that Imposter Mech, that controller will lose 2 life, and the Talion controller will draw a card. So the 1 ring is unusable. Only 1 2-mana card can be cast the rest of this game, as long as that Imposter Mech is in play. And no cards can be drawn while that Shieldred is in play. It looks pretty lights out for this Quark player that got very, very aggressive with their life total very early on, trying to find a way to win the game through 2 Talions on 2. And I guess just going to pass, trying to survive another turn, maybe find a way to deal with their own the 1 ring, and only take 2 damage on their next turn when they draw a card. As we see the Tivit player in the top left-hand corner of your screen untap, play a Sea of Clouds, take 2 damage for that draw spell, or sorry, not draw spell, draw for turn from the Shieldred on the right side of your screen, bottom right. 2 mana from the Ancient Tomb, pay 2 life, and cast a Soul Ring. It looks like we're getting there. We're getting there with Tivit. Tivit does not, in fact, outlast the Shieldred, so there does need to be a removal spell for the Shieldred at some point. Because you cannot take infinite turns when you lose 2 life per turn. And it looks like a Ranger Captain of Eos, which will enter the battlefield and search for a power 1 or less creature, I believe. It might be CMC. Let me double check that. It is a converted mana cost 1 or less. And let's take it down to the table as they talk about what's going on and how this game is looking to end. We will mic them up, turn up the volume. Let's listen in to what they're saying.
Shall we get the shovel and pairs?
That's just a lot of stuff. Also playing Dragon.
What's up, Brian?
Did you take your tune from your draw from Shieldred?
I haven't done my draw.
And it looks like a counter spell or a counterbalance. I did blink and in fact miss it. Did deal with that Ranger Captain on the end step. The Kenrith player did use the Kenrith ability of 5 mana, 4 and a black, to reanimate a creature from the graveyard to the board and re-up to their Drake, and had it exchange control with the Shieldred on the board. This game's still interesting, still can go a lot of different ways, but exchanging the control of this Gilded Drake was very, very powerful. Very powerful effect in the Marsh Flats we see come down, and a fetch will happen. So netted 1 positive life on the exchange of just drawing for turn and fetching. And let's bring it back down. Let's turn up the volume on the players again and see what input they have.
He's lying to us. He's trying to get us to draw. He said I'm not going to die my turn because he's going to win. I'm really good. I'm really good at taking 14-minute turns. You want to talk about someone taking 14-minute turns? I got you. Yeah, watch him flip coins.
I can't keep it from him. He deserves it. I'm going to make it hurt.
It looks like we might be getting close to turns here as you hear the players talking about how the rest of this round is going to shake out.
Alright guys, redemption, let's see, Lotus Bowl players, round 5, you got 13 minutes left.
13 minutes left there, as announced by the TO. And a finished fetch for, I believe that was the Tundra that got fetched. Again, so much to look at this board, so much is going on. Kenrith last turn reanimating the Gilded Drake and exchanging control with a Shieldred. And a finale of Devastation looks like for 2 not paying for either Ristic. Not sure what 2 creature, and looks like at least 1 draw, and looks like 2 draw off of the Ristic study by both players. And we got some mana tapping. Looks like an Orcish Bowmaster. Ristic Trigger will allow our Talion player to draw and lose 2 life. It is a May. Let's let it be known that this Ristic Study trigger is a May. You may miss to draw and not take the 2 damage from the Shieldred. And I'm not sure, just pointed there, that might have been the Orc army. It was, so Orcish Bowmaster does come down before the Ristic Study draw happened, based on active player, non-active player interactions. And looks like we're going to get some draws here. We're going to figure out some damage to be put on likely the Shieldred in order to save the 16 life from the Tivit player and allow them to try and combo off. But Finale of Devastation still on the stack. Players looking to their hands, deciding if they have any interaction, if they want to use any interaction right now, if they would like to hold it, potentially. And priority will continue to go back around as the finale becomes the last thing on the stack. And our bottom right-hand Talion player looking, I at least see a Noxious Revival and a snap out of the hands of the Thrasios Quark player on your left-hand side of the screen, bottom left. And let's listen to the players talk and figure out how they're going to get through this, and see what they think the threat is, of what cards they have, what deals they will make.
That's what I'm shooting.
I do have interaction, but between the Shieldred and the
Redemption tournament, remember you will roll for priority. So when your deck is cut,
there is a chance I can. You know what? I'm snapping.
Do not begin attacking the tournament. But other than that, you're going to get set up for
Yeah, definitely pointing out that the Quark player can only snap once. And if they snap once and the Quark copies, they can in fact deal with 2 cards at once. But otherwise, it is is sort of lights out here for that court player. And if they have no way to interact with their One Ring, then maybe it's just best to stay a little bit hands off. It's like passing some kind of space here.
Okay, so that was what I was thinking of holding up, but I don't think it actually is going to be as because you're saying that you don't really have anything. Anything that you do is just going to give you kill.
That is not
anything he does will lose him 2 health, which means he'll die as 1 point. So if you want to keep an eye for answers, these are your answers.
Yes. And a very specific one.
Why do you care about that?
It buys me.
There's 2 traumas.
Well, I don't think I can. That doesn't help. So I'm going to.
That is fair.
Potentially making a deal in order to bounce this Bowmasters while the Penrith player tries to get rid of the One Ring for the card player so that they do not die immediately on their turn.
Still, the Mystic Study trigger on the step. Then, if that resolves the
You already drew. Now you can counterbalance.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
now I'm going to
counter. So X is 4, you can put something 4 on top.
X is 4 on the finale.
There's the possibility, but I think I have another
counterbalance being
Okay, so finale is
yes, it is a win. I understand.
In theory.
in theory.
Off you can't refuse. Okay.
And that is 1.
That doesn't do anything. Correct.
But interesting information to is force negation, which also that looks like a misdirection in the hand. Exiling the Talion, putting the Talion in the command zone likely as a replacement effect. And paying the 1 on the wrist. This will be exiling the finale of Devastation.
Any of the ones that you told me, they're easier to read. These are not and have words.
Can I see those?
Yeah, for your monopoly.
A lot of information being exchanged. Hands, graveyards, things in play, abilities that creatures have. Only a few minutes left in this round. We're pushing 7-8-ish minutes left. It looks like this will end the turn, this counter war. Not so much of a war, more of attrition. Forbidden Orchard Spirit given for 1 mana on the end step.
I am doing this thing.
No, but you can
And that was possibly a Vampiric Tutor. A little bit difficult to see with that art, and not quite able to snipe what card was set down. At this point, every player's focus with so little time left in the round, each player's focus is likely going to be trying to win the game, not just necessarily advancing their board state. The time to advance the board state is over. The time to win the game is now. And for a minimum one of these players, the player who is currently shuffling up their library with a Vampiric Tutor, it is time to win. Because the winning in is the only way to guarantee their spot in the top cut of Lotus Bowl 6 here being hosted at Mop Top and Beardy. Thank you guys for being here. We have only a few minutes left in this round, and after this round we will cut to the top 16. That is four-player pods, of which we will have a winner, and then after the winner we will have one final pod. Mana Crypt roll, 3 damage on the loss. Draw a card, 2 damage on the Shieldred. From 21 to 15 in 1 turn, and now the Talion player needs to figure out how to win this game. It could be a line of maybe something simple, like a Thassa's Oracle and a Demonic Consultation, but I will let you remember that there is an Orchid. Not only is there an Orchid Spellmaster in play, the top left player Tivit, Christian, they have drawn so many cards. Their hand is, 12 to 15 cards now. So the likelihood of a counter spell not being there pretty low. So a counter war very expected here. And 3 mana with 1 floating off the crypt for a Mnemonic Betrayal. Now this card is fantastic. This card from Ravnica 3 set will exile all players' graveyards and allow you the ability to play them this turn and use mana as though it were mana of any color to win. Now I haven't quite seen a win con across 2 of these decks. And a Boseiju bouncing or destroying the Apostromech for some reason. Not quite sure what's going on with that. I guess that is the Quark player's shot there on being able to cast a spell next turn and not die, assuming that the 1 ring can be dealt with. Mnemonic Betrayal still on the stack here, threatening to exile everyone's graveyard and be able to be cast. There's at least a Demonic Tutor in a graveyard. And here's 3 mana for a spell. A Dual Caster Mage. Interesting. So that will make it so that there is no more graveyard to be exiled with Mnemonic Betrayal. And no paying the 1 for our top left player Tivit, but paying the 1. And not sure what that card is, but it does not look like 3 CMC off the counterbalance, so it looks like that Dual Caster Mage might very well land, might very well hit here. Just a proactive Dual Caster Mage in order to stop the opponent from trying to win the game here. Although again, not quite sure what is available to win the game out of the graveyard. And a Veil of Summer with a Quark cast. Veil of Summer spells that you control gain hexproof from blue and black. Or not spells, excuse me, permanents gain hexproof from blue and black. And spells you control this turn can't be countered. I seemed a little bit proactive. I guess that was 3 mana off of whatever the counterbalance flip was, which does in fact allow the ability to not have the Dual Caster Mage be countered. And let's listen to the players as they talk about what's going on here, because we've drawn some cards and have some more counterbalance triggers.
Oh yeah, also shoot you in the face.
Alright.
And then you draw.
That is time. Lotus Bowl players, if it is your turn, this is the final turn. You can go ahead and win. Table number 3, you guys go until the red 3 minutes.
I have some trouble with the abilities of
Night's about Tyrant the Flip.
I said it's down here.
One out. You're not gonna like it. I'm gonna have to snap it. So I can get it. And then hopefully I can get mana for the.
I mean, you go for it. It goes back to his deck.
You're at 17.
Looks like contemplating capping a snap, a snap and going to 1, which can easily be dealt with that player by the Orcish Bowmaster, although could right now be very easily dealt with, all things considered. So I'm not quite sure. Yep, there comes the snap. There's, well, the Italian is gone, actually. I did forget that happened with the Boseiju. So Italian is gone. This will not put them to 1. This will not put Alex here on cart to 1. But snap, assuming it resolves, sounds like it was going towards the Shieldred. And we got some more politicking going on the table. Let's get back to that live.
Well, the twin caster is already counted.
No, it's not. There's a trigger counter.
The trigger is on the stack.
There's a trigger countering it. It makes that countable with this and
Okay. So you're going to try to snap back that shield?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a waste, I suppose, heuristic study trigger.
Yes.
And his heuristic study trigger as
So
well.
the point being here is to snap the Shieldred to untap a green source and recast a Veil of Summer and allow the Dualcaster mage to not be countered by the counterbalance, because Veil of Summer still says that spells cannot be countered. So snap backing the Shieldred, at least with the initial. Hopefully the Bowmaster, in order to just not die through the end of this game. I'm not sure if I saw a breach in hand. And
redemption tournament, you guys have 49 minutes remaining.
To get rid of these children now.
That is fine.
Okay. Shieldred's bounce.
Shieldred bounce with the copy. Oh, so they both snaps targeted Shieldred. Drawing 5 cards in response to the counterbalance counter. Now the counterbalance did reveal a CMC 3 card, so the Dualcaster mage would be countered if this counterbalance trigger resolves on a 3. I'm not sure that. Okay, I guess this counterbalance has not resolved at all, because part of resolving it is just countering it, right? So I'm not sure what information that the players are working with, because a counterbalance would reveal and counter in 1 step overall. So if that is the prevailing thought, that is not what is happening. That is not able to happen. So we'll make sure the players are aware of that in the first place. And Demonic Thoracle in the hand. So if counter magic is all burned here, then I mean, if the player can draw 2 cards, if Alex here can draw 2 cards, and with the 1 ring trigger, well, after the 1 ring trigger, which has already drawn 5, 2 damage can kill the active player of Brandon. stop Brandon from winning, giving everyone else a tie here. Although I'm not sure that there's another draw spell in the hand. So that's what the players here are talking about, dealing with as the win con is now revealed and done.
Yeah, it's a 75% chance that I lose here.
I'll just win. There's still more stuff.
Yeah.
You can't draw cards anymore.
Okay. Yeah. We can play.
If you want to just play your spells and we'll see back, we'll just resolve the stack.
And then afterwards,
So if you don't want to,
I'm down to agree with that. We agree that it's just a draw regardless?
Yeah, sure thing.
So this is just to save the game.
And on your draws, you still lose money.
Because
I'm shooting you.
Yeah.
I'm shooting you. Only starting players.
Yeah, I know.
So Veil of Summer also says draw a card. So if any one of these, there were two opportunities here to cast and resolve Veil of Summer, but Soul Ring was still on top with the counterbalance that had already been revealed. And that becomes a copy. Original Veil of Summer is countered by counterbalance. Copy of Clark, copy with Clark of Veil of Summer will resolve. Spells cannot be countered by the Clark player, and they have protection, or at least hexproof, from blue and black, and they will draw a card. So dealing one more damage to Brandon in the bottom right corner. But another 1 damage needed. I'm not sure if the players forgot about Rhystic Study, because that Rhystic Study would have happened, would have drawn the card. I'm not sure if that's the discussion here on what's going on. Because only 1 mana was paid for the Veil of Summer, leaving the Rhystic Study open to drawing a card. Let's go back to a live listen in and see what the players are talking about.
Gotcha. Nobody can win. I know.
You got it.
So I'm going to be your
You just wait. He doesn't get a point. I guess you're trying to see if you can guarantee a draw. Well, yes, he needs to.
because I still need mana, right?
I mean, you wait with his force negation.
I need mana to cast this thing.
His force negation. New card? You just keep trying to get new card.
I don't want to get to the bed.
One more draw or one more Rhystic miss would mean 1 damage by the Orcus Bowmaster to the active player Brandon in the bottom right corner. Folks, this has been just a masterclass in how the stack works, and just not only minute interaction, but just attritionable interactions. A lot going on, a lot of things missed here. Veil of Summer draw off of the Rhystic Study. Only dealt 1 damage because of the Rhystic Study draw, or sorry, because of the Veil of Summer draw, and not 2 because of the Rhystic Study, I believe. So, casting this Demonic Betrayal, needing to find a way to guarantee a card draw. Be the only way here out, it seems. And a gut shot to not pay the 1 on a Rhystic Study. That is possible, but let's see what the players are saying.
Got shot target.
Misdirection. Pitching is first. That's going to go towards the dog. I
tried to win like 3 times.
Yeah, just sandbag and son of a gun.
Okay. It's exiled.
Got shot back on the stack.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're done?
I guess so.
Yeah, cool.
Again, up to you.
For what precisely?
If you want to.
Oh no, we're done. It's turn to end the season game.
If this kills you.
We can just accept it right now.
Yeah, we can accept the draw now.
Sure. Interesting stack here at the end with the gut shot copy targeting the player. Misdirection to move it away, and the delay from the Tivit player will cause, at a bare minimum, 4 players to draw. At worst case scenario, Brandon, the Italian player, to miss out on the points there, and in fact only have 3 players draw at the end. So wow, just again a masterclass in attrition. A lot of things happening in that game, in that round, and that was the final round 5 of Lotus Bowl 6 here at Mop Top and Beardy. And looks like top 16 is getting posted right now, so we will take an intermission, and at the bare minimum we'll take an intermission to allow the players to get acquainted with their new opponents and their new seats, and otherwise we will take a longer one, but I will be back if we decide to take a longer break. But that was Modified Swiss for Lotus Bowl 6 at Mop Top and Beardy, a Top Deck GG Gold Level event. And if you've been here this whole time, all 8 hours and 15 minutes of it, we appreciate you. Or if you've been watching this recorded, we thank you for watching and coming so far. So we're at the end of Swiss here. We're cutting the top 16, and we will be back with that top 16 match in just a few minutes. We'll see you then. All right, everybody, we are back here, Lotus Bowl 6 Top Cut rounds here in Gray, Georgia at Mop Top and Beardy. I am your commentator, Daniel Darity, the King 8426, and today, right now at least, we're having our top 16 cut, which all top 16 participants have received a collector's booster from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, the set that released just yesterday, and currently they're fighting for a bid into the top 4, which they will receive a playmat for participation in the top 4. Second, third, and fourth will receive a Taiga, and first place will receive not only a Champions playmat, but also a near mint graded 7 Gaia's Cradle. So let's go ahead and peek into the participants here. And now in turn order, starting with seat number 1, we have bottom left is Isaiah on Red Farm, Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, and Roger. In your top left, we have Dallas, who we've seen a couple of times today, on Tana Malcolm. In your top right, we have a Sisse player, Johnny. And in your bottom right, we have Pablo on Timna Thrasio. So, sure to be a very, very good time. Players are still resolving their mulligans. We're just going to turn the mic up for them a little bit, let them talk to you.
That's not that bad. That's I wouldn't go back to mine thinking that.
Alright, thank you for registering with MTG Links. Thank you. I'll make sure we do it. I appreciate it. Yelp or Google. Yelp or Google. Yeah, actually prefer both. That's like over top.
No, they can see us through. There's another camera over here.
No, the other camera that was facing this way broke. We don't have it anymore. So it's only top down, but they can see basically everything that happened. Just the match stuff?
Yeah.
Yes. Dang, they're never going to mention. Why is there a black and white guy in LOTUS? Oh my god. I hope you lose. No, y'all have fun, guys. Remember, no time limit, so don't kill yourself.
If y'all gonna win, y'all gonna be at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And so far here, again, we have Isaiah with 13 points, an impressive 2 wins with 3 IDs. Not necessarily 3 IDs, but 3 draws, a couple of IDs. We have Dallas with 11 points, so 2 wins and 1 draw. We have Johnny with 11 points, 2 wins, 1 draw. And Pablo here, number 16 out of the top 16, with what looks to be a win and 3 draws, cutting himself into top 16 on breakers. So very, very good job. That's around the world on the turn order. Have our 1 seed, our 16 seed, and our 8 and our 9, as would normally be patched up for a top 16 at a multiplayer event. So very, very good players. All of these players have at least won a game. So I know that's not too much to ask at a certain point, but you know, there's a lot of variables that go into it, a lot of decks that maybe you're not prepared to play against, maybe you don't play well against, maybe you don't understand. So these players have done enough to secure themselves a top 16 spot and a collector's booster of Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Now is where we fight for the near mint 7 Gaia's Cradle and a playmat with champion on it. That's what we're all here for. We're here for the playmat. We're here to flex the next time we're on camera at one of these events. And if you've been with us so far, 8.5 hours in on the live stream, we appreciate you being here. And if you're here watching back coverage, thank you for watching. You know, feel free to comment down below, live stream or afterwards, and feel free to subscribe to the Mop Top and Beardy YouTube channel. Like this video, share it around with your friends with some high-level CDH. And feel free to shop at MopTopN, the letter N, MopTopNBeardy.com. And these players will continue to resolve all of their mulligans. And we'll talk a little bit more here. This Rayhan, Roger, and the Malcolm Tana list have both been on camera more than a few times today. These lists very straightforward. The last time these two participants were in a pod together, it was taken by the Rayhan Roger out in, I believe that was round 3. So very big decision. Mulligan decision on how to play, who to target, what to cast, what to counter. Coming in for our opponents. And of course they are all using the London Mulligan, the official Mulligan of Magic the Gathering and Wizards of the Coast, which no house rules here. The only house rule here for this tournament was proxies are 100% allowed. So we have seen our fair share of proxies tonight. Completely allowed, not only allowed as well as encouraged. We want to make sure that we are playing the strength of the player and we are not letting somebody, some sort of outside discourse determine what decks these players play, whether it be monetary availability or physical availability of these cards. We want to make sure that players are working with the most optimal version of their deck list. So 100% proxy allowed at Lotus Bowl 6, and will continue to be a topic of conversation for the Mop Top and Beardy gang here for future Lotus Bowl events. If you're looking for future events here, be sure to tune in to the Mop Top and Beardy YouTube channel or punch your ticket now here at Mop Top and Beardy in Gray, Georgia physically for our next large Popper event, Popper Regional. We will be having Southern Fried Popper, and it will be on May 18th. I believe this is the 4th one that is taking place. You are in fact speaking with the 2nd place participant in the 1st one. So a lot of people come out for that. I think in our 1st one we had somebody come all the way from Alabama, although probably the east side of Alabama because it's a little bit shorter than coming from all the way across the state. But nonetheless, somebody from out of town did come and steal the event, so that is very cool to see people are willing to travel. And still discussing the price support for that, but make sure that you know May 18th is the date for that. Lotus Bowl 7 will be coming at you soon. No announcement for that yet, but we do have that in our noggin, in the mind, being talked about and where we're going to take it. Also, we have an RCQ, punch your ticket to the Regional Championship Qualifier for Magic the Gathering Pro Tour events here at Mop Top and Beardy Store in Gray, Georgia. RCQ Pioneer season is upon us. Break out your best Pioneer deck, all of your Shieldreds, all of your Lotus Fields. Grab all the cards that you think that will make your deck list run well, all of your Spirits, all of the new cards from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, which are on sale at moptopandbeardy.com. So feel free to come and participate in that event. I believe that event has to happen sometime before June, which I think is when that season will rotate. So again, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow the Facebook page, follow the Instagram page, and you will be identified. You will be rung the bell, so to speak. You'll be given notification. That's the words I'm looking for when we announce the date of the RCQ, the date of Lotus Bowl 7, and any additional prize supports for those and for Southern Fried Popper. Again, big thanks to everybody here for coming out. We got 56 players, narrowed it down to top 16. Wasn't easy. Most of these players in the top cut have won 2 games. And look at the point total, and 14 out of the 16 have won 2 games. So definitely put in the work here. Although it is possible to only win 1 game and have some good breakers and be able to win yourself in. So 2 wins is sort of the cutoff here for the most part. 8 points being the actual cutoff on breakers. So we do have our work cut out for us here in the booth. Commentary on the job, looking for Sisse, Timna Thrasios, Malcolm Tana, and Rayhan Roger, as we see if we can finish resolving this mulligan from the Sisse player. I'm not sure how many cards are going down to, but I believe it's 5. It might just be 6, but I believe it's 5. And if you want to pick up one of these awesome Mop Top and Beardy playmats, you can. They're available for purchase in the store. And if you want to be up for grabs on our Lotus Bowl play mats as well, all you got to do is punch your ticket. And we will announce when Lotus Bowl 7 does go up for tickets on topdeck.gg. This one was a gold event. We're hoping to continue rolling that so that anyone competing in Top Deck GG events will be able to roll their points here into the grand scheme of Top Deck points and continue to make themselves overall in a much better shape when it comes to competitive Commander and competing for points in an invitational spot. So, also something up in stake here for all of the players, whether or not they will be gaining some much needed points. And looks like another mulligan by the Sisay player. It looks like some unfortunate draws, truly. But Sisay by herself can in fact do a lot. I would not say it's an underrated card. I would say underused. Underused certainly. Sisay Weatherlight Captain is a 3-mana spell. It gets +1/+1 for each color among legendary permanents in play, and then for all 5 colors, white, blue, black, red, and green, you can search your library for a legendary permanent with converted mana cost less than Sisay's power and put it directly into play. So some interesting lines here, of course, with Sisay. If you've been around in CDH just a little while, I'm sure you've seen a few of these lines, and we'll go over them as they appear in front of us tonight. But I'm hyped. I'm stoked here to be commentating, to be here and watching all of these top 16 participants. We got our 8. We got our 1 seed, our 8 and 9. We got our 16 seed. So all of these people have had success tonight. All of these people have success previously, and I expect no less here in this top 16 matchup of these 4 players. Sisay player making sure they're getting some good shuffles in. We've already seen 2 hands, in which not a lot of lands. I think that's the big stagnant point. So while we're waiting on that, let's put the cans on, put the headphones on. Let's see what the players are saying at their table.
I get removed. I did. Well, I mean,
tell me where your mental send this.
I got you. First, I get kicked out of Discord. Next, I gotta catch a break, bro. I don't wheel in here too. Probably not for the podcast. So you would have acted. He would have been. I was the one defending. Yeah, I was the one defending Pablo.
Like, was it in the mock card? No, it's fine. I can go look at it. I'm posting to no one responded. I said, you only got a tower Western proxy?
That was you?
Yeah.
I draw another card just in case, like we saw that mistakes. And then I would have won because I drew a curiosity.
Was it a
It was all on the. I would have to untap. Yeah, what? Draw. Voice. So I probably would have won. I don't know. Get to the bolt. Trigger draw. Movie 537.
It does look as if we do have a playable hand. Keeping 5 cards. That was in fact the mold of 5. So keeping 5 cards here from the Sisay player, making sure they still can start their game plan. These are untimed top cut rounds. Don't want to put a hamper, don't want to make a draw. We want to make sure we have 4 winners at the end of our 4 pods of our top 16. But we do have We do have some combo decks, and we have some decks that don't necessarily combo here. Decks that could combo could slow the game down. So we'll see if they're able to slow the game down in a way that benefits them, some rule of law effects, some blood moons, etc. And then wait for the perfect time to explode with their combo finishers, as we see Isaiah in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen on Rayhan and Roger taking their draw as they start off the game. Here are 1 seed starting first. Roger the play, Bayou the land. And it looks to be another spell. Looks like a Springleaf Drum. And maybe 1 more mana played. If that is a Springleaf Drum. Lotus Petal. I mean, that is 1 more mana for sure. 2 mana here off the Petal and the Drum. And we got our reader. Let's see, that looks like a background. So we'll have to go in the tank for what that card is, what's being played. Looks like a Guild Artisan background. And that is 2 mana for commanders you control. Have, whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, so they have the highest life total, you create 2 treasure tokens. So Roger will be able to get in and start accruing a lot of value there without dealing damage. As the turn goes through, the Malcolm Tana player playing a Misty Rainforest fetching, playing a Birds of Paradise, through to the Sisay, who is playing a Boseiju, a Soul Ring, and an Agatha Soul Cauldron, a card that we've seen a couple of times here tonight, which can tap and exile a creature in the graveyard, and will also give a +1/+1 counter to a creature that will now have the activated abilities of creatures exiled. A Marsh Flats to fetch for the Timna Thrasios player and a Delighted Halfling from the Lord of the Rings set, which taps to add mana of any color as long as it's a legendary spell, and then that spell cannot be countered. Otherwise, it's a colorless dork. Roger coming in, 0 mana, but 2 treasure tokens on the attack trigger from Guild Artisan. That red enchantment in play right now. Whenever this creature attacks a player, if no player has more life than that player, you may create 2 treasure tokens. So suddenly, we have 4 mana online. And a fetch off of the Verdant Catacombs. A lot of shuffling going on. Thank you to the players for shortcutting a lot of this, although the shortcutting doesn't necessarily hurt. It does help with the speed of the game. And as we said earlier, these are untimed rounds, so nothing is stopping these opponents from taking 4 hours to play the game, but we would not like that. We would like them to be efficient, and it looks like the players are being efficient. And they definitely don't want to discourage anyone from taking their time, but we do want to encourage efficiency. So a Badlands, the fetch from the Verdant Catacombs. And here's 3 mana, looks like a Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, coming in play. Creature says it enters with 3 +1/+1 counters, and whenever it or another creature dies or leaves the battlefield to the command zone, you may distribute the +1/+1 counters on it to any other creature if it had +1/+1 counters. Mana Confluence, the play after the pass from Isaiah, our bottom left-hand corner player, on Roger and Rayhan. To the top left corner we go with Malcolm and Tana. Draw, Mana Confluence to play. And into the tank. There is 3 mana in play. A Malcolm is available. Three mana and 1 life taken from the Mana Confluence. And again, yes, the Malcolm was available, was the route that player decided to go. Dallas, been on stream a couple of times today. having a very successful day with 2 wins under the belt. Passing over to the Sisse player who's going to play on Marsh Flats. And with the Soul Ring, cast an Arcane Signet. Now 3 potential mana available after a fetch with the Marsh Flats. But we will see what happens here. Agatha Soul Cauldron is the card underneath the Arcane Signet. It will tap to exile a card from a graveyard and distribute a +1/+1 counter to a creature you control. And creatures with +1/+1 counters you control have activated abilities of cards exiled under Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It's like we're asking about cards in hand. We have 4, 6, and 5 going around the board, not counting the Sisse player. 1 damage for the fetch on the Marsh Flats, and will we possibly be shortcutting here to play a spell? Looks like the answer will be yes. So let's go ahead and see what the spell is. Really into the tank here, but I want to make sure that we aren't messing ourselves over for a future turn. I couldn't tell you what that card is. I hope that's a tutor. Because cannot read it. Let's go to the players. We'll see if they'll say the card name out loud so that I can use my ears instead of my eyes.
Yeah, I said Underground Sea. Underground Sea. Y'all already.
We don't worry about you winning with curiosity.
Exactly, because I'm not going to go on the well, there ain't no way I'm fucking putting it out. Unless I roll the knots, another more than likely.
Honestly, I don't know how it's supposed to be.
Mystic?
I was thinking Mystic in a while. Yeah, I was.
Mystic would have been devastating. It does like put them off on a turn.
Does what?
Mystic probably just means pull up the snap. Again, I'm not.
I mean, Nib was coming down.
Nib wins every day.
It was turn 3. I'm worried.
No, that was turn 2.
That was my turn 2.
Yeah, no, but you did win on turn 2.
Oh, yeah, no, I did, yeah.
So now that we're in the early game anymore, I'm chilling. Can I see this?
Yes.
And looks like that was a tutor of some sort, and it will resolve. So we hear the players passing priority over that in our mic'd up session. So let's see what the grab is here. Eyeing over some counter magic, some destruction spells, and abrupt decay was glossed over for just a moment. And if you could just inch that, looks like a dockside taken to the front. Unknown if that will be the card, but a dockside is probably a pretty good choice here. 1 card left in hand, it looks like, from the Sisse player in the top right hand of your screen, Johnny. And it looks like we're talking, so let's go back up and continue to get mic'd up to players and see if they can identify a threat that maybe we want to deal with this tutor.
Actually, this is so just know I have the fewest cards in hand. I wouldn't worry about me too much.
Remora, the grab and play. And it looks like a swift pass to the turn after the Mr. Remora grab. 1 card in hand, so theory being that the draw up can continue to accelerate the Sisse player's game plan. I like it. Graveyard exile in play, draw effects in play with the Mr. Remora. And it looks like a swift play, land, and pass. No Thrasios, no Timna coming down here. No need for it. Everything we need is in hand. There's 5 cards in hand for our Roger Rayhan player, Isaiah, and they're going to see on their turn 3. Now, this is just turn 3. Exciting CDH gameplay for me to see, in my opinion, truly. And we're going back to attacking the two players with the highest life total in order to Guild Artisan. Commander creatures you own have, when this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, you create 2 treasure tokens. So the Rayhan and the Roger coming in order to net 4 treasure tokens. So 7 mana accelerated here by the Guild Artisan background, played just in the deck itself, not as a background for a commander. Here's 3 mana, 2 and a treasure. And let's see what the cast is. Jessica's Will. So we're going ahead and we might be trying to win the game here. On his turn 3, this is Seat 1's turn 3, the first turn 3 of the game. Everyone else in this game has had 2 turns. Not paying the 1,000,000 mana for the Mystic Remora, so the Sisay player will for sure draw a card. And there's 6 mana and exiling 3, a Final Fortune, a Deathrite Shaman, and a what looks to be Defense Grid, which are 3 absolutely stacked cards to see off of a Jessica's Will. That's probably one of the best things if the cards in hand work with winning the game right now. That's probably one of the best 3 cards that you could flip, and that is a Defense Grid in the exile pile. So deciding now where to go next. 6 red mana floating, 4 treasures in play, and a Springleaf Drum that does nothing with no creatures in play. A Defense Grid, a Final Fortune, and a Deathrite Shaman, all of which can be cast right now. And we're going to go ahead and set out some mana because some treasures are about to pop, I believe. 2 on the treasure for possibly a Cabal Ritual. Nope, 1 green, 1 black on the treasure, so maybe a Dark Ritual here to be seen. Maybe we just straight run out the Defense Grid first and see where that takes us. There's the black and the green. And 2 more mana for a 4 mana spell, Culling Ritual, which will destroy all permanents in play with CMC 2 or less, and then the caster will make any amount of black or green, or any combination of black and green, for the amount of cards destroyed, which currently will be a Birds of Paradise, Mystic Remora, Agatha Soul Cauldron, Arcane Signet, Soul Ring, and Delighted Halfling, including 2 treasures, and Springleaf Drum and Roger, if that counts the controlling player's permanents, which I'm not sure if it does offhand. Gonna go ahead and eat the Justice's Will with the Agatha Soul Cauldron. Good call, as it doesn't seem like the Sisay player has the interaction for counterspelling this right now. Voting a mana with the Delighted Halfling. And it looks like this Culling Ritual will resolve, having at minimum 6 mana. And there in fact does go the controlling permanents by the controlling player. So an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the 6, that's 11, making 5 green and 6 black, 11 mana in play total off of that Culling Ritual for 4. 19 mana total in the pool for Isaiah here. And I think it was just an adjustment on what colors of mana were made by the Culling Ritual, which is fine. Nothing here has changed. None of the game state has changed. Just making sure we want to put the correct number of mana in colors that we want here. It looks like it's going to be 7 and 4, 7 black, 4 green. And that looks like 2 mana for the defense grid. Defense grid is going to get hit with a Fierce Guardianship by the Malcolm Tana player, and Isaiah's going to say, okay, that's good. Dallas feeling pretty good about that play. Leaving open interaction for the rest of the opponents here, if they have it. And personally doubting the amount of interaction the Sisei player currently has, considering they have about 3 or 4 cards in hand and no untapped mana, and they drew 3 cards this turn because they only started with 1 card in hand at the end of the turn cycle. So here comes some mana for a Tainted Pact, and Tainted Pact will, let's go ahead and read it. 2 mana for a Tainted Pact. Looks like that's thumbs up around the board. Oh, we got a little weight symbol. And Tainted Pact, 2 mana instant, remove the top card of your library from the game. You put that card in your hand, unless it has the same card as another. Remove this way. Repeat this process until you put a card in your hand, or remove 2 cards with the same name, of which that will never happen. So it is effectively exile the top card of your library. If you want it, put it in your hand. If you don't, do it again. So we're going to see maybe a Breach Find. Maybe a Brain Freeze Find here. Maybe searching for a Witherbloom Apprentice or a Chain of Smog, the combo that is run in this deck list here. Eternal Witness. The Exile. If Defense Grid seems that strong, that's a good take, but guess not. Rending Volley. Card I don't know. Flail. Witherbloom Apprentice. See, and again, did just mention that Witherbloom Apprentice will win the game with Chain of Smog. And it looks like this one's getting all packaged up here. And even he can Final Fortune and maybe potentially find some way to recoup this Witherbloom Apprentice or Chain of Smog if it gets countered. Here's a Roger for 2. We are countering that. Here's 1 mana for a DRS. Deathrite Shaman. All-Star. Every format powerhouse. Modern, Legacy, Vintage. That card, fantastic. 1 mana plus 1. Black and a green here. And there's the Witherbloom Apprentice from the hand. Now, Witherbloom Apprentice says, as Magecraft, I believe is that keyword, but what it says is whenever you cast or copy a card, each opponent loses 1 life. Here's a Phyrexian Tower as the land for turn. Again, this is his turn 3, Seat 1's turn 3. So, Witherbloom Apprentice resolves. Phyrexian Tower is the land for turn. And it looks like Final Fortune was not cast. We're going to flash in an Archivist, which whenever a player searches their library, you draw a card and you gain a life. And just in time for a fetch land by the Malcolm player. Chain of Smog is a sorcery, so Witherbloom Apprentice at this rate will have to survive a turn cycle. I'm not sure if the Chain of Smog is in hand. If it was, it probably would have been Windmill Slammed. Maybe something else is in the hand here. Not quite sure. Looks like maybe a Split Sleeve or something. But fetching the Malcolm Tana player in the top left corner of your screen. Dallas fetching for a Vault, Volcanic Island. And already a lot of suspense. 1/2 of a 2-card win con on board. A Culling Ritual for 11. A Tainted Pact for that card into play, the Witherbloom Apprentice. And this is just some unfair magic. Now here's unfair magic. Tapping a Volcanic Island for a Tinderwall. And there we go. We got it corrected, but Tinderwall has an activated ability of sacrifice it and add 2 red to the mana pool. Now that can be waited on, but at this point, if you are Counterspell Light or you believe your opponents might be Counterspell Light, it might be worth it to try and go for it here, as the Rayhan Roger player only has, it looks like, one card in hand. If shields were down for that Witherbloom Apprentice, one part of a two-card combo, maybe you try and do it all yourself here. A Glinthorn Buccaneer can come down. Would need to find a way to discard a card. Wouldn't need to find a way to discard a card, though. I'm not sure that they have 8 in hand. If they had 8 in hand going to the end step, would certainly do it. Oh, well, the Malcolm coming in does do it as well. Malcolm coming in, guaranteeing the 1 treasure. Yep, Malcolm coming in, guaranteeing the treasure. Now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 mana for a Glinthorn Buccaneer and an activation. Also, 4 mana for the Tana, potentially. A lot of other cards can be cast here for 5 mana, though. It's not just those 2. We got, possibly a Twin Flame Dualcaster situation line here, but at bare minimum, that would be the most concise win con here. And here's 1 damage off the Mana Confluence for 2 mana. 2 mana Spell Flesh Duplicate. I believe that card is from the Doctor Who set, but it is a 2 mana clone. And looks like it copied the Archivist. And it looks like a point to the Archivist. And a pass of the turn off of that. Let's just say player will play 1 land and pass. Not a whole lot going on. I'm only going to 5. And a Mystic Remora hanging around for only a couple of draws. So certainly a little bit more to be desired here, but likely leaving open interaction versus trying to deal with casting Sisay into all of what the other 3 opponents are doing is probably more tame, more beneficial to the long-term game plan of the Sisay player, which they need to develop a game plan here with only a few cards in hand, so few cards seen off of the mulligan, on the mulligan down to 5. It does become backbreaking here. It certainly can. As the Thrasios Tymna player will fetch on the end step of the Sisay player. In your bottom right-hand corner, Pablo is bringing out what looks to be an Underground Sea. Looks like those are supposed to be an Underground Sea and a Savannah, so those will come into play. The Archivist Flesh Duplicate will draw a card and gain a life for its controller, copying the Archivist in the play of Tymna Thrasios. And I remember when Tymna Thrasios was just such a big deal when it came to Flash Hulk, not necessarily Flash Hulk, but just like combo Hulk lines, and how efficient that those would be. And seeing now just how much further things have come, how much further cards have gotten pushed, how much better cards have gotten. It's like, I think if you build that deck from just 5 years ago, it's sort of outclassed by almost everything in the format. Here's 2 mana for a Thrasios off a Shocked In Breeding Pool. And it looks like passing the turn after that. Down to Isaiah in your bottom left-hand corner of your screen on a Rayhan, last of the Abzan, and a Roger. 2 cards in hand. This is turn 4. This is the first turn 4 of the game. 2 cards in hand. We'll see what happens here. A potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana available. Here's a Dark Ritual. Casted with Witherbloom Apprentice. Everyone loses a life, and Isaiah will gain a life. So let's see what happens here. resolves from everything. Everyone passes priority over the Dark Ritual. Here's 3 mana. Three mana can do a lot. Of course, Deathrite Shaman can exile something from the graveyard. With the black, with itself, targeting a land. Also 1 card in hand. Looks like it's something that costs 2 mana. Could be the Chain of Smog. Looks like a Diabolic Intent. Likely going to get the Chain of Smog. At least that's what I would be telegraphing here. So if you think the opponents are shields down, not ready to go, I think that's what you go get. If you think they are not shields down, you think they do have more to give, well, maybe your decision becomes a little bit different. Maybe we get an Underworld Breach. Maybe Underworld Breach, cast it with the Deathrite Shaman, and your 1 remaining mana. You get 2 mana, or you get 5 mana off of casting Dark Ritual again. Defense Grid, but that doesn't win you the game. Plus, not a lot of cards in the graveyard at that point. 2 spells could be cast using Underworld Breach from the Rayhan Rogers graveyard. With the amount of cards already in the graveyard, of course, only 2 spells can be recast. So could be the Defense Grid. Oh, no, just straight tutors up the Chain of Smog. So here we go. This does go infinite with Witherbloom Apprentice. You may target yourself and continue the chain. Every chain of card, Chain of Vapor, Chain of Smog, every one of the Chain of cycles from, I believe that was Torment. But all of those cards will continue to let you continue the chain by the affected player. The affected player will be targeting himself. Rayhan, Rograth player, Isaiah will target himself and choose to continue the chain by copying the spell. And not sure what that was cast, but we'll definitely go take a look at it. And could be a deflecting swat. Let's listen in. Let's put the cans on mic up. Let's listen in to what the players are saying here.
Yep. We need problem solve too. Do you have a psycho?
We'll change the player.
And a windfall. If you can psych-rift in response to my windfall, I'll fucking do it.
Once it hits you. What you ideally want to do.
Exactly. Can you psych-rift in
to knock out options for
him? He's also a devil.
How am I still scaring you? You're one top deck away. Let's not act like you're not running 40 tutors, Underworld Breach.
Anyone protect this with your
yeah, you have 0 cards in hand, but we're not helping out.
Not really, right? I don't know if Dolphin will ever get sent.
So is D-Spot good to target?
Yes, I'll say that.
So you will then choose 2 cards to discard. So you're going to put this right now?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I was sitting on Fierce's D-Spot opener. I was like, if I can just get Malcolm. I was like, if I can just get Malcolm out.
Looks like that was a deflecting swat. We'll see if anything else is happening from these players. Discarding Battle and Swan Song. Chain of Smog, change target.
Because right now the closest person winning is him if he just draws like any tutor for a Windhorn.
Yeah.
So ideally I would knock cards out of the same.
I don't know, cast as well.
Looks like the chain will continue.
So, I have a question for hidden players.
This is not dead. This is semi-hopper.
I have a question for hidden players. Do none of them run specific?
And the interesting politic with this card is that even on the deflecting swap, because it doesn't counter, do you continue the chain? And as we heard the Rayhan Roger players say, that any tutor for Glinthorn will end up winning the game, but it looks like will not continue the chain. And it will just be ended there. Witherbloom, Chain of Smog, although very snug 2-card Monty style, can get disrupted in this way. Just a simple deflecting swat did in fact deal with the issue at hand. So we will have to see if he can bounce back. Again, bunch of tutors, Underworld Breach. It is still a possibility, but 0 cards in hand definitely does not make it easy. Taking 1 life, 2 mana, and as this looks to be on their turn, sacrificing a Flesh Duplicate for a 3-drop with Neoform. Sacrifice the creature as an additional cost and search for a creature with CMC 1 greater. And that is, in fact, going to be the Glinthorn, as far as I can tell it. And I'm sure a big I told you so is in order from the Chain of Smog, not being continued on the chain. Yep, looks like that's going to go through. Looks like it's going to go through. Potentially, I've seen Enlightened Tutor, a Dockside in the hand of our Sisse player Johnny, but no interaction, although there was a mystery card there. Tutor, gain a life, draw a card, so that's at least 1 more draw spell, or 1 more draw, 1 more chance at a counter spell, a free counter spell, as there's no blue up on that side of the table. And there's Glinthorn into play. Let's move to attacks and let's activate this Glinthorn. Ideally, the Glinthorn will go to attack the Sisse player in the top right corner of your screen, Johnny. Will let all the damage hit with both the Malcolm and the Glinthorn. To get the 2 treasures. Either way, getting the 2 treasures to start it off will be good, and then at the end of combat step, looks like we're not waiting for attackers to go through though. Looks like attackers are declared, sacrificing the Tinder Wall. Still 2 mana available with a Volcanic Island and a treasure token. Not sure the discard though, but discard is part of the effect. It is 2 mana and discard. Enlightened Tutor. I'm not sure what the draw up will be, but it looks like that is cast, but then, you know, once again in response to that, another activation. And this is what I mean about likely trying to let the damage go through. Give yourself another 2 mana to work with, but it is possible that does not get punished here. It looks like the Thrasios Tymna player, Pablo, is setting up for a removal spell. And it looks like a bidding war going on here for some intentions, and we're going to go ahead and put the cans on, likely for the last time in this game.
Like, I don't mind. Yeah, go back one. So go to activate the first one. Activation card, you discard it. Draw, trigger.
So essentially you just want to let each time.
And then I'm going to let
Is that a total of 16 treasures, right?
No, I'll net 33 treasures.
Yeah, I always figure out what to do.
Yeah, I will, after he dies, I will have 33. It will be at 3. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and go. That's 1, 2. Because I won't be able to, I'm doing this on top of here, so I won't have any additional cost. I go to do 33 and go to the grave. I mean, I'll go to 3, 4, 5.
Robbie wins!
Looks like we're counting up to 33 in order to kill the bottom right-hand Thrasios Timna player. And then it's possible that there are more interactions at the table. So Isaiah will go to 7, Johnny will go to 3, Pablo will be out of this game at 0. And it's a little bit more than 33 treasure tokens, but I'm sure at this point it is quite negligible. Mind Break Trap in the hand, not enough spells able to be casted to trigger that.
Why don't you pass this out?
It's really these two things. Yeah, I got it.
And it looks like that will be it. Just a bit of gamesmanship there. We'll let you play it out, but want to make sure that you do in fact win. But there it is. There is your winner of this top 4 game in Dallas, who, again, second win on camera out of 3 times, which is very good. 3 wins on the day. Will take you to the finals here at the Lotus Bowl here at Mop Top in Beardy's store in Gray, Georgia. And wow, what a great game that was. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of large interactions, multiple times that the players here tried to win the game. So you always got to love the hustle, you always got to respect it, but in the end there can only be one winner of our 4 top 16 pods. And Dallas will make his way to the finals, in which he will receive a Mop Top and Beardy Lotus Bowl 6 branded playmat. But the winner, the winner vying for that championship playmat with champion embroidered on the playmat, along with a near mint graded 7-point Gaia's Cradle. And so that is going to be all for this. We will wait until the finals, and we will take a little break until then, but the finals hopefully will be as action-packed as it has been all night on camera. And when we do have that for you, we will be back and we will let you know. So if you've been watching this all the time, thank you so much. Please subscribe and like, and if you've made it this far, potentially through the video afterwards, thank you for sticking around through it, and maybe jumping and watching the stuff as it happens. Understandable. But we appreciate everyone being here. Appreciate all 56 of our participants that signed up for Lotus Bowl 6, a Top Deck GG Gold event here at Mop Top and Beardy's, and we will be back with the finals whenever it starts.
So, you were top 4? He played in the, our, twin where the turn 1 after we were there.
So you play online? I'm going 4 by 4. I'm thinking there's no way to gas it. The other players should be responsible enough to have it actually. And I'm going to purge it. You're only worried about me.
Dude, it feels good. I was holding D4. I was like, please just go for the chain.
Well, I couldn't do anything else. I didn't have any other option.
Because you couldn't reach it. If you went for Pierce, I was happy.
Well, if you went for breach,
he didn't have a map.
If you went for breach, you would have had you found a way to make red, you would have had to cast Dark Ritual, lost 3 cards, you would have had to cast Dot
So I could have went for Ad Nauseam.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, why did I was like, Ad Nauseam was a line.
He would have just won something.
He
Everyone was too worried about me.
He didn't have the mana for the small spot.
Yes, he did. He was never tapped out. Yeah.
Who won?
Dallas.
Tournament, here we go.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I could have went. I was like,
Number 8, AJ, Brody, Chris, Joel. Table number 9,
yeah, when he
Sebastian,
didn't copy it, I said,
Robbie,
oh,
Clark,
he's got it.
Jerry.
He's got
Table number
it.
10, Logan, Zach, Martin, Marcus. Table number 11, Lee, Cole, Eric.
Yeah, because to me it just indicated, oh, he really likes what it's in his hand. Yeah. Because if he hits you again, there's no reason why you wouldn't just throw it back at him.
Honestly, I was like looking at the hand when he did it. I'm like, man, he's just got it here. I'm like, yeah, I did put the hand. I was watching his hand. But yeah, he turn 2. I have a turn 2 div in this hand.
He had a lot of interaction with me though.
Yeah, that's why I was like, so my game was turn 1. I kept my first hand because it was literally land, a Lotus Petal, another land, a bolt, a snap, a J-Will, or not J-Will, Joe Lotus. It's just like, this is just a good enough set to keep everything going. Good game.
It's okay, Red's gonna get him next time.
First tournament with Sisse, top 16. Pretty good. Who won yours?
I'm going through the one right now. Turn 1 heat and
Sounds like nobody interacted.
I tapped out for an turn 2 button.
At least I get to collect the
I tapped out for the turn 2, thinking the Esper player should be able to interact. Or Jacob should have the interaction.
Dallas, Malcolm Tana. Yeah, we all interacted with Isaiah.
I told him not to. I kept telling him not to.
This motherfucker went for 2 wins.
I went for 1. I just went for 1.
Then
because I was like, if I can't, hold on. I was like, if I can't go for value, I'm just gonna show them the way it's gonna get answered. They're not gonna be fair. I had no cards in hand. They're like, you're so scary. I was like,
Alright, this is right here.
You blew my fucking.
That's table 11.
I had no cards in hand. I said, there's no way I'm scared, right? Actually, Isaiah.
I wasn't in 10, I knew I was in 11.
So that's in your 9.
Yes. The timid player said, Grand Armor. I was like, I know it. You're so afraid of it. Like, it looks guys, this is what happened. We're gonna go. Okay, then, nice. You can do it. Now, there was a way for us to deal with it, but it required a little bit of shenanigans. Jacob had a packed it. He could have packed it, paid for the Grand Armor. I would have drawn a card from Niv, paid the Scout for 1. The timid player could have cast a counterspell, trigger, Niv, pay the thing for 1. And then he had a D-SWAT in hand to redirect whatever. Make sure he did kind of his own pact, draw, kill the counterspell. But he just, but Jacob, we didn't see the light hit, we didn't talk about it. And then he said, oh, I was going to attack the brass. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, I got counterspell. God damn it! But I had to hold the snap mask, I was like, they should be able to hold it. And next turn I could just go. And unfortunately, my top deck was the first draw. You know what it was? Curiosity.
You tapped out against a Barbary player, right?
Man.
Well, I didn't expect it. I was like,
you never expected, okay?
I was expecting not necessarily Jacob to be more responsible. I was expecting the 10 player to be more responsible. Like, if you are so afraid of this thing, you should hold interaction and not play a random arbiter.
You're supposed to be in top 4.
I'm happy I'm in top 16. This is the first time I think you and me have made a top 16 in a long time.
Hell no, this is the first. No, the last one was the last first time
when me made a top 16.
Oh, together, yeah. Let's say the last one was the first time I've ever not made a top 16.
Like, this is the first time I've ever made top 16 even though it's with you. I'm happy. That's fair. I like that.
You playing Magic tomorrow?
I'll be at work.
Damn, bro.
I might play online, but so hopefully that was proof that you can't focus on one player.
I didn't focus on you, bro.
What did you? So okay.
I didn't have anything. What did you do?
No. So when I had no hand, what did you say?
I You were still scared, right? Still top net. You could still
And I
top
said, what I said afterwards, I'm worried about the person ahead of me who can just win off a buzzer.
I didn't interact with anybody. I went to 5 and you blew the whole thing.
I did. But you were hitting my stuff and I was like, this can't be, bro.
Like if you didn't blow
if I left it, you were gonna hit everything I had. I couldn't afford it.
Okay, then tell me and talk about like, okay, yeah, I'm on breach, I'm on Yawgmoth's will. Don't hit everything, and I won't target it. I'll be like, you know what? Okay,
There is real.
but I still have a Mystic Remora, and I can draw and interact with the table then, because I was already handicapped from going down 2 cards below everybody else.
Unfortunately, because of like the nature of the reputation of my deck, there was no way I could politic my way to that one. Because literally, I played against Dallas like. I won on turn 3, and he was just like,
But that's the thing. He just played against you. You won turn 3, so he's like, okay, I need interaction with this motherfucker. Like,
he had interaction up.
That's just how it is. I'm getting my collectible.
Yeah, that would be nice. Alright, get it. Give me the land. Give me a source of motion. Let me manifest.
Oh, you went where?
Yeah, I got that's why I said I can't really think anything about it. I just don't Hang on. Again. Yeah, but you want to go to bed. I don't know about you. You did. You almost just got up and left. Yeah, but we have a bed in the back room. Unless we need something from the
Yes,
well, I don't think we're gonna let you stay here all night. You could take a quick nap.
It looks like they're not having
I hope y'all are.
it is indeed
Yes. I don't really know what else I'm doing here, honestly. So, what's happening with this? I'll take a move. Before I do, any responses to the activation?
It was also the only card I had.
Nice.
That's crazy. That's good. Was it a Kenneth player?
Right. Is that, I don't know about that. If you're rolling for it, you would choose first or last, right? You can choose anything or just first or last? First or last. First or last. Yeah. You can never survive. Yeah, nice player.
Let's hit the ball.
Yeah. I do not have big. It's a 1/1. You got bigger. Oh, that's right. I was going to try to get a full flyer.
You can never.
Look at what's about to.
creature that has flash that I can use. Really funny seriously. If I could put this team up like this.
Oh yeah, no.
Dude, under the dummy, that'd be fire, because I was like, but I mean, it gets rid of it. You just win right.
More than likely, yes. We could look at
Alright, this is a long game.
I don't know. I'll pass.
itself on ETV? The grinding station see itself on ETV. It's untapped right now. Then what's the question?
Does it see itself in response to its entry?
Oh, you're just trying to go into it. No, I would say no, because that would be silly. I don't think it works that way, but I'll look it up. Because that would be crazy just to go.
Let's go reason cards.
Yeah, it's good cards.
It's just value.
Yeah.
It won't have any impact.
There's a lot of cards that you're
Plus, I would like to know precisely how it works because it's a combo that I'm playing.
I have it in LOTUS.
Someone was telling me I should be on a grinding station. I was like,
How do you make artifacts though?
I mean, I can go back a year and they say, yeah, it sees itself from its using themselves on entry. That's too much effort.
Ask Reddit. Ask Reddit.
I do have, sometimes I have to because, so, the judge app we use, sometimes it doesn't get up there, and then sometimes they don't make revisions, and I sit here and go, okay, well, what do I do? I mean, I took the exam and I'm like, they don't really go over certain interactions when you take the exam. It's like,
a long argument about how like the interaction with the shaming creature that doesn't have enough what pisses me off is right. They just keep sacking this creature, which I don't like.
So it gets the devotion.
Yeah. And when he ETVs it doesn't have the devotion, it's just out of creature. So I thought, no, it would just fall off either. But no, it says sack to the right. Dumb.
So, yeah.
This bill's actually no, actually,
So where do you pass it? I'll make another system player shot. They have to go very much. Your transition.
I just you've talked about this before.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to make you. 5 over here. Still waiting on that. Oh, that's not us. That's for the hopefully my buddy got a swim line.
There's also this thing. So what do you want me to do? You're looking for a swim line. I know a guy. If he wins it, I know he'd be willing to sell. I need the Tyga.
I really am.
No, this is like the Japanese is cheaper. Yeah, it's like let's say like 165. Yeah, it's way more
I didn't hear you.
I guarantee you it's big. I have the full hard anime full hard double season. One on board. We also actually
Cards enhanced since we got to see them.
I know.
Well, I mean, it's revealed information
The only car I don't own is
hard. There is a correct decision. Lance used our land returns, those are out. I remember that you did play that. It was either it wasn't the command tower. Yeah, it was either.
Yes.
So, Soul Ring, he can't throw ball. Soul Ring.
So what's your meta open right now?
Then we can see. So there is a correct answer.
Alright, so listen. He can in theory.
He cannot, because he has to discard his hand.
Oh wait. This doesn't say from. So he can't play.
He can't.
Can't cast those from here. Yeah, so he can't do that. So Will's out of there.
If I give him 10 and a half, he doesn't have Dark Rituals. Dark Rituals are he has Dark Rituals. He has Assets in hand, he has Collateral. So the first thing is if he has Clean the Weapon, his ultimate miss has the 4 10 impact and then uses this for blue, but he can't because he would discard the Assets to second this for the game. Anything he tries to cast, he can't use this because he'll have to discard something. And he can't cast the blue. He can just build it right now.
No, so he untaps
when that's not really a problem right now.
So what's going to happen is if he gets that, what's that? That's white.
Yeah, it's white.
Okay, that's good.
He can't cast it for you.
Okay.
And so we do not give him the champion. That is not giving it up. runs back because he has passes in hand and he has chain back. So if we give him chain back, he can just next turn just.
So he has psychic grip.
Like he doesn't have the mana.
If he taps that from
he has no other one over.
Like he's gonna have, in theory,
he cannot pass on the turn two, so you pay one to get so. He cannot use this right now. This doesn't do damage. This just builds his range. There is a correct answer. I'm leaning towards Cyclone because if you get him Cyclone, it's a gamble that he just has a Simian Spear guy.
check it out. Alright, so I would appreciate the change.
That's not. You're welcome to consider. I am stubborn. So if you have a Simian Spear guy, we're fine. Because I do the Simian Spear guy on that. So if we give him this, he could theoretically just wait until next turn. Y'all would maybe. But this is still here.
Like what, 5 hours?
That's the big thing that's not just right.
Every time I want to go home, these things are gone.
This is
okay, I want the one Robert thing. Like, start, stop answering.
It's a 50-50 job. There could be either one of those things a good answer. I don't.
If I wouldn't go home, my dorm's on my home. My actual home is home. I live in Kentucky. Like, that's where I'm from. Okay. Yeah, I'm saving here.
You want to have the team back? You just maybe just have it.
Sounds like you're from South Carolina?
You got to take it.
South Carolina?
They used to play the sport.
Laser on. You said you're from South Carolina?
I live in from here.
Oh, North
So
Carolina.
basically,
What was the?
So this motherfucker about to put $1,000 guy and then drive right back. Yeah. You wouldn't know. His eye would be you wouldn't know.
Y'all haven't seen us.
Bro would be pushing that guy.
I've been on ever since I like did well, and then I've just done shit.
Nah, if I don't fucking, if I don't.
What do you think is gonna value it?
I just put it on your fucking Snapchat, bro. I'm like,
It will be on my. No, I'm gonna put myself over.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's but it's basically.
I need to see that.
It's up there if you want to see it.
If you win, I'll go win.
No, you didn't. I mean, you guys know what Mark upon the, if he has Mark upon the, at least Samin's rank is exiled.
If I were
Last time, because that Mark upon the Samin's rank is fucked blinding us with his tiny. Well, I don't have enough. He might have enough.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone gets like
Oh my God. Sorry, this is a hard game. This rap thing is trying to grab into so many fucking work, dude.
it's a
swinging at me. Swing the fucking fire. This is just going to turn into a very long shot. I can't swing at you because you have 3 power. I can't swing. I could have swung at you. Tim does that too. I guess I could have swung about that. In case anyone has a thought. Is Tim Campbell still going?
Yes, they're most of them.
All of it? Yeah.
Oh my God, Burley Pond?
Each player target player. Oh, okay.
There was a talk that time where he had to another player also in a jersey, and his friend,
it was
we went 4 hours. We went 4 straight hours.
You want to go get food? If you go for it, that's when it's going to go.
Well, what happened was, I was doing 2 players that
I really don't want this to be.
and then people play Richard Snyder, like, it's not like this, and that one we saw. One person or one year. I don't know.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so I don't know. I said, look, I want to go. One spell.
Don't swing it.
You know where it's for.
For obvious reasons.
Just text you.
He'll make 2 We'll also make 2 Okay.
That's what I'll say. He's gaining a lot of life. It's like,
I understand that for y'all it's an issue, however, this is the one.
I'm not saying take you out, but just don't let you get too out.
Oh, no, I mean.
Are you right? You want to try a 1 resistant iteration?
I feel that. Can we take a time out and do like 1 quick stand?
I want a 1 rep shot.
Sorry, I'll stand up.
Is that point in the game?
I played the Gila against, so I had never touched the Gila.
You don't understand. I don't know if you guys want your back.
I just need to stretch. You know what this means? This is just a really good game. It's been really good.
There's something to argue like a
Yeah, we have to take a stand up.
stretch. Handful of spells will work hard.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to sit like this, like an old.
Whatever you do that cycle.
No, if I win, I just you guys can contribute this year.
$2.
If I give you
You do the same for me.
Have you felt the?
I don't have cash, I have a card.
I got you.
Oh, you got me?
Yeah. I'm like that beautiful play.
Even though I put you in this hell.
Yes, no, for sure, but you also save your ass.
But the same card.
I mean, you might have slapped.
I don't think I should have had that. Because the other card I had, I could have maybe figured it out. Yeah.
You would have drawn the cards and not lost life.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, now he's about to show this value.
I mean,
and that's hard. That's good. I love that.
Oh, right, he covered me.
might be a little bit more. We'll cover later. It's fine.
I'm all this mana. Nothing.
We have all this mana. I have 1, 2, 3.
Remember you almost had triple mana?
If only you would have acted that fucking copy.
No, I should have got rid of that. That could have solved a lot more issues.
Oh, that? Yeah, bro.
I just wanted to make sure you did it so we didn't have to shut
I'm trying to call you guys to give me some more. We're still going. No, I already got the one. Where'd you guys get? Oh, so you won. Sweet. Go. We're still in. I put us in mid-range hell with a single card. Turn 1 gravity. Stop him from winning. Stop him from winning.
We were just talking about how Great Hwy is really powerful in this format right now. Anytime that one drop artifact, it goes in everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
They think you need to turn into my Frank's Red Hot, man. Copy ass.
That's fair.
Actually, maybe just a sec. I
no responses.
You can play any program with 3 great levels.
I think you're one
Yeah. Just like this, that's what Tina back to Thor. He tried to go underwear breach. And he intuition and got chain paper, cyber, and chain revealed a oracle of an ambulance. If he's got it, he's got it. Give me the Tainted Pack because I don't think we got enough mana to cast it. And now we survive. But it's his turn again.
It's not looking great.
Be in the trenches of war. And we're going to be in the trenches.
Redemption players, you have 20 minutes remaining.
Oh, yeah, you lost the life, the data treasure, I made it, no, because the tree one was 40, so you just lost it. The only tree was once per turn, but I did it when he did come. This was a mole of 4. This is mid-range hell, and it's fine.
This game's over.
These are good games.
This is truly a top 16 matchup.
Wow. That's sick.
I really then I hit it.
Oh no, there was 6 of them.
Then looked over and saw like graphic figures. So I literally just.
Sorry, bud. Don't feel
I just threw it. Yeah, I know. Nobody feels bad for them.
Nobody.
I understand it, but you can understand the display.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm just like, I don't even say a word.
I've not been anywhere near Figures any win whatsoever. Yeah, we didn't realize they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't say nothing because they were like, yes, continue to make us list like. I've done the same thing where people are like, I'm going to try to win the game. This is graphics. Send you again. Okay, try to win. Do it. Somebody said the word. I was going for graphics.
I was going for Nick's.
Man, he worthy tutor if you had an experience how he tried to get it, but this was That's fair. I'm not searching.
Hey, it's not bad.
Yeah, but if I want to die, I want to die on my own turn. So,
Yeah, so turn again. Eric, you might be. You know what? I would love a specific land that says draw place. Yeah, Ministerium. I would love a Ministerium right now. That'd be fire.
About the same hill as
I'd be able to. It's a lifesaver. It is a lifesaver.
exactly.
I'll take the 2 from
He'll put us both down to 21, so it's lowering to 2.
I'll take 2 from Malcolm, and you can have fun up with the micro for this. That way he's less inclined to switch energy.
I'm not going to help this. Don't worry. He's got guys to go back. I'm not going anywhere. I can't win without him playing.
I mean, even though he just said because I'm here he can't win.
You're still going to have the very hard time with that. If you're sitting down. Okay, alright. I'll take the 1.
I'll make 2 10 treasures. And I'll get 2 LOTUS.
That's what I'll say. That's why you send it that way. He's going to slowly outvalue it over time.
I think we. Well, that's fine.
Well, even me at 19, I understand that.
He will win the long, so the longer it goes on. The longer it goes on, he will. What's that say?
I'm not saying that's too far ahead of us where he can just swing out. That's not how we finish the EH games, is it now? Yeah, we do combos. We do
All this man, It's the most expensive casual game I've ever seen.
I bet the balls, the money just on the table right now.
I know, right?
Actually,
$7.
Other than my fake truck pilot, it's not that bad.
Yes! Yes! Get rid of someone! Kill!
Don't think it's that guy.
Oh, God. I think it's a redemption term. He's just like on fire for. Yeah! He's like, no, I can't lose, I'll get it again! I'll listen to a Yoshimaru without a kid.
I was like,
Target opponent. He or she chooses one. Put that card in your hand and it's your graveyard. Useless. Make that go faster. That's a nice one. I'd like that.
Does the feature.
Like framed, if I like a frame
What's that on lands?
Oh, you cast a hammer?
That's been out.
Oh.
That's been out for a while. Yeah. I literally untapped. Wait, do what? I was asking if you could
take control of this turn. Yeah, you control the player, so you can cast him. And then I get killed because he has more flyers than I do. So no matter what, he's good. If you two die, it's better for him.
I'm just happy to
Judge! He gets to look. Who's calling the judge? He gets to look at the over there. I don't give a crap. Opposition agent gets to look at the yes, that's how opposition works. What does he have in hand? Watch out!
But
literally did not.
Got prepared like I'm actually going to do something on my turn.
I just realized my clock is way off. It is not 5. It is 11 fucking 9. Click.
So this way with this one. Alright, I'll make a 10 trigger and we'll just like He didn't. He just went to fire.
Oh!
I did.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
So you went to 17. So you would have went down to... Yeah, so yeah, yeah, that one damage really matters.
Fuck no. Both of these lands right here are just not useful.
If you want to, I won't tell the judge you can infinite tap. Yeah.
So if I don't turn it this way, but if I turn it this way, it doesn't hurt me, right? It's the opposite.
Like that thing. Play a non-creature spell, dude. Alright, so we're late in fucking game. Yeah, draw a card.
Is that your first move? Your one and only move?
Draw a card first. I still have more than 2.
How many lands do we have?
What turn is this?
I don't know. I really don't.
That's not
It's turn, no matter how this tournament goes, I'm satisfied.
I'm gonna be honest, if I get to find that's an active god, yeah, I'll be cool just going home with the tiger.
You know what? What? Just going home with the tiger and selling it?
No, that's 100% right.
Don't mind it.
I know, we're at that I'm gonna block. For one, I don't want this on my board anymore.
I'll respond to
Redemption Tournament players, you have 3 minutes remaining.
It's a flashy flyer. That's all. It's gonna block. It blocks Crom. It says
you can do something that gives
it says Oracle doesn't happen, but it also says I don't die to It's a hush for you. It's about to die. It's playing to death. But he heals against a draw card.
I'm not mad.
Prevent. He's trying to bait a counterspell your hand, so you don't have it in hand. You just win the game. You still have that in hand. If he burns a counterspell on a creature, it's going to die anyway. It only saves me for life. Leave it. I mean, next turn I have to take the
know you, but I want to hit you.
They wonder about the day.
I did that just because I know it's
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Chill out. That here would have been it. Go to 5, draw a half. Does.
I'm going to say right now.
Oh no, come on. Well, that LOTUS is there.
Severe reclamation. Get back the North Criminal. Black Chrome again. Oh god. Oh wow.
Dude, this thing from dying across the
If you make when you try to interact with what's going
whenever I make a token. However, I'm not making tokens anymore because you guys have a you know.
If you can target that though, it disappears.
Me and him are partners right now.
You hear that?
Yeah, because image is a copy of Chrome, and it would just never.
So you could target that and it would die.
It's not targeting. It does not target. Like how they're trying to plot against you, my man. Where's my Shizo's Death Storehouse? So I can swing it for damage. I'm completely fine with the new card. Because the guy in Joan Hay would have been great if I could just kill them.
Oh, I'm fast right. Now. Oh no, leave it alone. I don't like it.
Cypress up. I would fucking do it. It should. Honestly. Don't run. It was fun. Damn is more efficient.
Stop.
You're right, but I don't really have indestructible to do.
Because why not feed a dog side at this point? Yeah. Drafting or trying to worry about story. We should be worried about the graveyard.
The problem is also it helped me get to a draw in the last game because I was able to actually cast it as just my disadvantage. I would have been able to cast it. You're right. Honestly, Deluge would have been kind of better. You can draw.
Really good card right now.
until it's 6
Which is a fair question. But I don't think it matters since you're doing last turn.
This just looks like a model league.
It's still very, very good. Marcus is already bad.
This is a Mold 4, by the way. But I know you did one for Mold 4.
They weren't really handling.
There was nothing to handle. Nothing. I'm getting smacked for no reason.
There's no reason. Yeah.
We all know.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason somewhere in this general air.
I am the goodest boy right now.
You know what happened.
I'm a good man.
I will say he did save our butts.
I saved everyone's ass twice. And now I'm getting shot for it in the face. But you still have Lieutenant Mac Thorkel in here.
Yours still tries to hard.
He does not currently have a flyer, but he does have bananas. Tishana's tied by the counter. I have nothing. It's called, the kid's called his dog. Yeah. Eric, just still Eric.
It's not on the side of the delay, it's only target the delay open. Infall stops him and you're all just getting that's what's happening. You can get it first.
Yeah, we haven't been missing. Okay. I was gonna say, no, we probably need to roll for this. That's a big, that's a lightning stick right there.
Yeah, what's going on? I see kind of what's going on. So what's going on? Yeah, you can
Now it's what we're getting right.
He's got every time.
Wait a second. Saying that. That could be dangerous.
He makes everyone roll.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh no, my hand.
My hands. My hands are the answer.
Speed one. God damn it. There's a good scene. Like, Rerun Beyond Journey's End. They're doing it's about like mages and shit like that. So imagine like a adventure type anime, and this is like the epilogue of this.
Is it all?
10 out of 10 anime. There is no bad episodes. 10 out of 10 animation, 10 out of 10 character development, 10 out of 10 story.
I'm not exactly going to be able to unlock that because
I got control right now. I'm trying to do everything. I got a lot of ammo. I'm not doing
Okay, so you said
But there's a scene where they're doing the so they're going to like a first class mage like exam. Like they're at spin out of bed, but they gotta like fight over like a bird and capture a bird. And like they're trying to steal one from another team. And the dude is just like, what are we gonna do? We ain't got any mana left. He's like, what do you think we're gonna do? We're men. Well, I can start punching down. Wow.
Alright, you go listen.
Yeah.
Putting a delay on the swan song.
No one's slow playing either, it's just we don't have it. Not drawing shit. I haven't even drawn another tutor yet. Like, this is, I've had one tutor this whole time. That guy copied it.
Doesn't matter, the kids know 3 times.
Would have been fine if I did not find you. I honestly don't know why I need you to, or I don't know why.
I don't trust myself. I have people studying.
I honestly just want the Henry to draw and kill. Yeah, really.
Like, whenever you like to. Right now. We'll let you do it instantly.
You're off. Have you just drawn an answer?
But you know what? I drew a way to get to the answer in a roundabout way. Okay, with that, we're going to cast the Phyrexian Metamorph. We are paying that blue. That matters.
Are you copying a Crom?
I'm copying a Crom. What does Crom say?
Or you can copy this and just draw a shit ton of cards.
Depends on what does Crom say?
Whenever somebody has their second spell, you get your
Or you can just draw.
You can make the game harder, or you can make it
Yes, I'm gonna hate myself.
Are you
Yes, that's not even that's just play.
Yeah, even me, dog.
Okay, this seems simple, right? Alright, so keep it like that.
Oh, I can't. I just can't do anything.
What is it?
No, well, if someone wins, like whoever wins, if someone, I like how you said if someone are they still trying?
We both are. He won his game, I won mine.
So you guys are in top 4. Congratulations on getting a title, at the very least.
2 teamer days.
Nice.
I just have to beat. He's got to win. Alright, I'm going to go for a third draw.
Yeah, if you win, you get the win. I think it was when you showed me. You did it. I was shooting the delay.
You cast another spell. Just this.
He's just been drawing cards.
Yeah. I got right here.
So he has a lot of mana.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
I'm going back over to your title.
You don't get to untap.
Wings or orb?
You said what?
You don't get to untap shit.
Oh, you get to untap one.
Yes. And yeah, he can. Oh, that does bring I'm fine. I am all untapped. You don't done anything.
In the wild.
I'll tell you exactly what I did. In order, it was this. No, it was this, and then it was that. It was this, and then it was that, and then it was
still have to miss the one card for this fighting card for it to work. If you kill that, you're going to get a ton of bonus.
Wow. He has rows above you on my tool.
You, oh boy, allowing me to get going and kill
I feel like the winner of Final Boss is going to get it easy.
No, there's going to be an even longer game. Because everyone wants that fucking guy.
Dude, if I get there, I swear to God, I would literally be like, I'll make a run, bro. Someone give me
I only cared about the playmat. I thought top 16 got that. I was happy to be here.
I want the Taiga and the playmat. That's cool.
I want like either the Taiga or the Gaius Girls.
Honestly, at this point, I'm honestly cool with just the playmat at this point. You know, we can't see the playmat.
Okay, just cut it.
Got really tiny playmats.
Well, if we each agree to take a fourth of it,
I want you to see what's in it. Just sew the edges and be like, it's like a mouse pad. I call top right hand corner.
what did you put on top?
Yeah. This is still semifinals.
How much men do you have? Okay. I'm sorry.
This will be it.
No, it's at one where I did another draw. I might have looked away. Yes, I did draw another card.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
4,
Is it 4?
6.
Oh, this is 2?
Yes. No, it counts. I'm counting this little bit. So that's 2, 4, 6, 10. So I got 10 minutes. And actually 11. Here, it's
Casting a card.
It deals me in damage.
Grand Bulge. That seems like a card
That seems like
that I cannot deal with.
I'm going for wins for certain.
Then
I got something that doesn't deal with the first spell.
You said what?
I have something that doesn't deal with the first spell.
Oh, you say you can't do it that hard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you on that.
Okay.
Pass priority.
Pass priority.
Alright.
I should have led the game up.
Super.
Gentlemen, time has expired. For redemption round, time has expired.
Submitting it at instant speed, I like it.
I'm gonna wait till my turn.
Bro. There's literally only one answer in this entire grid for that card.
Yeah, let's do that. That's actually great. We'll go this way.
You have a trigger on this one.
Oh, can I draw something?
Let's see.
Letting him draw from
Just have to line first.
Well, they both have one, right?
Right.
If I tap this as 2, so I can pay both.
That's right. I didn't know if you wanted him to draw a card for backup.
Yeah, can I draw for backup?
But, again, we also
I take a life.
Dude, like all my good cards.
That's right, you have a win.
They can counter battle.
My birds. I'm sorry.
actually like use their king dominant also instead of king making situation. King making is not right. Kings of it all break it down more for them. Player, if it's a bad player,
Honestly, just pack it very well.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I was just trying to get
That's fine.
I mean, like I said, that's been settled. But
there's a lot of
learning curve.
It's a very
It's more of
welcome to seeing this. You gotta learn.
It's more of a learning situation and how the board stays current.
Speaking of situations, now we need to watch the actual games that matter. Okay, one second.
You were trying
Yes,
to
this one doesn't.
All right, one second. I got you. Look over here.
Nope, this game sure doesn't matter.
because if you can pick your own wins,
We're not in this anymore.
we don't exist.
because if you don't win, you don't win.
Isaiah! Ball Bruce. Yes!
Well, Comble's a cool card. I know that. I'm not sad about having it thick at all. That's a lot of close.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. There's no
You got
Enough to not die. Yeah, you can get free strike games all 18 life.
well, you know, you want to
Alright, redemption players. Redemption players. If you guys want to come up here. So we have 2 players that had a win and a tie, and we had one player with 2 wins and 1 player with 3 wins. That is our final pod. That is AJ with 3 wins, Lee with 2 wins, Sebastian and Logan with a win and a tie. Everybody else either had a win or a tie or no wins. But if you'll come up here and get your parting gift, we'll make sure you got that. So AJ, Lee, Sebastian, and Logan, if you guys will take a few moments, rest up a little bit, and then we'll go. We'll say about 10 minutes.
Romeo, are you seriously letting me steal your wallet? Huh? What you gonna do?
I'm stealing his wallet. His wallet. Possession is 9 tenths of the law. It's not his.
Somebody tries to steal my wallet, you gotta run my
I didn't get nothing. I was going to my truck. Probably. I was reading the map for it, but I was really hoping that
I'm barely losing weight, which is stupid.
Thank you.
I was amazed when we had a new player son listen to me. I was just trying to help him. Also, halfway through that game, I
Why did you not mention me?
just my head underwater.
No.
One. No. You win?
No. My last other one is in the,
Then I gotta win this throw man.
Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna happen. Back on stack.
I'm sorry.
I wish this one has. I wish this would brought me a 1 ring It makes so many hands really well. They are better.
Yeah. What do y'all
that was your second throw.
Did he do the things as a player draw? I know.
Lingo.
Well, someone operated in my turn.
If you can blame me for all of your downfall.
I'm going to.
All of my decks. He's touched all of it. I've seen
Mine doesn't even have any flying. Let me get that. He has one from every time.
I mean, or you could
One day, after school's over,
Kill Cicero! Oh yeah!
I mean, we're only making 8 trips. So I'll just do some
Go! Banish to the shadow! Yeah, kill Cicero!
I know. I won't be speeding.
I mean, I have no response.
You want to see
Thanks, God.
I would say you're going to find a floor to hit it.
Yeah, and is that good for you guys to see? If I move these guys to the final table? That way y'all can take like a 15, 20 minutes. Just catch your bearings.
Whoever wins this.
This spot is for the Stoker. It's the redemption. They already went through all 3 of their rounds. They're on the last round. That's why we said go ahead and let them be.
Games and last look at that.
Yeah, their games have been relatively quick. I mean, they've done, I believe, 2 or 3 rounds since you guys started.
Who's to say?
Hey, give her to AJ, Logan, leads the back.
You got 10 points, right? Yeah. You're going to be in seat 2.
Seat 2, got it.
All right.
And
Sebastian and Logan, roll the dice to determine 3 and 4.
Can we play rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, that works.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Where's seat 2? Got it. So scissors beats paper. Third and fourth.
Okay. Okay. I see you found out my game plan.
Wow.
I'll take seat 3.
He's got your strategy, sir.
Yeah,
So you're right.
Go ahead and reset 2, 3. Perfect. Okay, reset the clock. Reset. Alright.
Alright, so.
We got a time limit on this game?
Who's playing what?
Okay.
There's not. There's just
Sorry. So we got Thras Tim.
I get to be in here one time today.
We got Thras Tim.
Sis A.
Sis A.
Malcolm
Thras Tim. Thras Rob. Blue Farm, yeah.
It's my deck list that's on the
His deck list is on the
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. This is the final table. You guys will play until there is a clear and concise winner. I will be here, so if there is any questions,
And they're going to start whenever.
I will start you guys as soon as you guys have shuffled your decks, presented your decks.
Is it
for
the
cuts.
same top 16 rule? If we tie, we have to start?
It shouldn't happen that way, but yes.
What's up, everybody? You've been hanging out with Daniel in here, which has been really cool. I appreciate him and his time, and him setting up this stuff and streaming up for us. Let's fix that camera. So right now in this Lotus Bowl, this is the first time we've done this. We've had a redemption tournament. So after turn 4, anybody who didn't see any way possible to make it to the top cut, they had the option to drop, and they could buy into a redemption tournament, winner take all, grab a scrub land. And so what we have right now, we've already gone through all of those matches. The top 16 for the Lotus Bowl are still going strong. So we're going to go over and show you the final pod for the redemption tournament. So here we go. Check it out.
No.
What's the value on this?
It's a $300, I think. I'll check.
Actually, I mean, that would be the reason, but then he could just do that from that.
No, it's not up to him, because they can all concede to one person, and that one person gets it.
No, what they're talking about is doing a 4-way split.
Alright, so right now they're talking about trying to split the prize. A bunch of gurus. Hold on just a minute. Let me go talk to these guys.
I know. If you split, I keep it.
Well, yeah, you keep the stuff and we get the money. Now,
we want money.
He says he needs content. We gotta play.
You got content.
Well, I'm fine with playing. But splitting is fine.
You are a content engine. Play.
You are here to get me views.
You're fine with splitting until after we play, and then you win. And then you're like,
Hey, do we want to just like say that we play for fun and then we split?
That's what I'm saying. Because now, and then we just play. Are we allowed to
No, it's not up to him though.
everything you say, right?
It's not up to you though.
Hear it.
If one of us wins and gets the scrub land and then we decide to split.
I don't think he's going to allow you guys to do that. So, alright, anyone like they're trying to split the pot? It's a scrub land. So they would split the value.
If I'm gonna be completely honest, I think we should actually cut it into 4 pieces.
Dude,
I think me and you are the most down for it. I don't know about this story. That would be great.
I like Magic too much. I can't destroy a piece of Magic history.
I can.
To have a piece of a scrubland is hilarious. Because I will have it.
It's an authentic
and
piece of
like, this is my legal card. Look at my...
Alright, so they're obviously still going on about the scrub land. So as they're shuffling, we have, let's see, what did we end up with? AJ ended up with 3 wins, so 15 points, and then he is in the top right-hand corner. He will be going first. And then right across from AJ in the bottom right-hand corner, that is Lee. He had 2 wins out of the 3 rounds. And then in the bottom left-hand corner and in the top left-hand corner, bottom left-hand corner is Logan. He had 1 win and 1 tie. And the top left-hand corner, that is Sebastian, who had 1 win and 1 tie. And so they did a rock, paper, scissors to see who was going 3rd and 4th. And so that is our seating arrangement. So we have Blue Farm in the top right. We have, I don't even remember, oh, Sisse in the bottom right. And then, which that's Princess Buttercup. And then in the bottom left, we've got Timna, is it Kedis? No, that's Malcolm Kedis. There you go, Malcolm Kedis. And then Timna, I'm trying to look at that. Is that Crom? Is that Vinyl Smasher? Let's see. All right. Determining the hands that they're going to keep.
Listen, hey, it would never be.
All right,
your
guys,
hand.
I need you guys to present your decks for cut. We're playing. You are in it for the win it.
We get that. We're gonna play either way. We just want to cut it into 4 pieces. Honestly, at this point, I just want to destroy the scrub.
I hate scrublands.
I hate scrublands. Why can't it be a volcanic island?
Then you wouldn't cut it in half.
Oh yeah.
What colors I actually play?
For real, right?
How about we just take Joel's and cut his in half?
Joel has one?
Yeah.
Oh, then let's just take his and cut his in half. And then we get the other one and cut it in half.
And Logan gets his. It works perfectly.
Yeah!
I mean, it sounds legit. I like it. I like it.
Stop with those mad ramblings.
17.
You're stressing me out. Lee's like, no, we're emotionally distressed.
We're not attacking the scrub. We're not attacking Joel.
Oh,
damn it.
What?
Good job, Lee. You got Joel's back.
You're telling me that
That would be for
Nick 17.
Whoa, slow down. Slow your roll there. That's yet to be decided.
I'm
like second.
I might go last, and I've seen no lands.
That's good for me. He just brags about it in the apartment.
So we never hear from him again.
That's fine. Neither of us can brag against
If I know when I'm getting a graded scrub,
yeah,
that's not what I was getting at.
Any pregame of
That's a great ball. I know, but it's another great ball.
I'm ready.
You got it.
Best of luck to you last week. Good luck.
Can I flip the tables and try to stay at turn 1?
No. You cannot damage my cards.
That's your second spell, sir.
Now you get to look at
There's no other problem.
I'm surprised that's
It's him. He knows it's true.
I will take damage from the city.
Yeah, I know. That's
What is it?
Let's go.
I don't have a response. I was joking on the turn 1.
Just like that. Turn 1 coming straight up for the tutor.
He was joking about splitting it into 3 or into 4. This entire time he's just gonna turn.
You're the good if you're at 40 life.
It only takes 1 life. Good. I'm just wait.
You're the good if you're at 40.
Just love the flashlight.
Okay, guy to a grip trigger.
Demonic Tutor is just card goes to hand. I wasn't sure if that did damage or anything. I know that black has a bunch of tutors, and I don't know what all of them do. Diabolic sack.
Resolving my search.
If I could give you my treasures, I don't need the extra credit.
I'll play submit.
How much mana does it take to activate?
I'll tap 2. Cast my insane. Sure. Cast light out. Sure.
We got some ramp happening. Mana on board for next turn for sure.
Second draw. I was like,
Flooded Strand, cracking that. Fetch. Just speeding up, grabbing the land that he was tutored for. Malcolm is now on board.
So 3 other mods and redemption mods all finished.
so we're still good. Keep going the way you're going. Eating redemption pod championship. I heard that he like
Probably is. It's their fault when I go to soccer. Well, if you should go to time, until you make final on a pod no time.
There's Timna. There's resolve.
We were so close.
If y'all hadn't tried to win so many goddamn times, let me alone.
I tried to play a creature one time on the top. That's been watching.
Timna is in. Esper Sentinel has been cast. So we got a tax piece. And Sisse is on board.
If there was no response to Sisse,
Combat. Even turn. Combat. Flying. I'll swing 2 with Malcolm's. This is on the field every
No, he's doing another grand abolishment. So he's basically saying, I don't care if the fairy gets countered, I'm going to silence. So I'm silence is Teferi at this point. God damn.
Alright, so Kenan and Malcolm did damage, so now we got some treasures up. Alright, there we go. So we have shifted back over to player 1's turn.
Alright, exactly. Please give me
I'll take the push.
God damn. Migrate trap. Trap.
said what?
Yeah,
you literally have nothing else. I think he's going to win it either way at this
I will intercom that.
So what's covering all this?
He mental misstep, his mental misstep.
You want to do the different
Yes. The turn damage happens? Yep. Lifelink? You see it's dead? One count. One count attacks. What is missing? Post
First turn does what?
Thunder. That's right.
What's activated abilities?
That taps mana form. One Buccaneer's ability is a activated ability.
Okay, so okay. This is triggered. Gotcha. Correct. This is triggered. This is triggered. Okay.
But something like Crash or something like
I will pass priority.
So you can pass one
Man, that's
tap exactly. Yes. Okay. Makes sense. Past turn
he's still hurt.
Nothing on board right now.
Never could do the full combo. Too many troubles here.
Do that. Is your issue you don't have answer or you don't have mana for answer?
Phantasmal image.
Really? Can I see your... You could actually. You could do a thing to do a thing. You could do the thing to get the thing to stop it.
The big
Bad tuners, but and they do that.
Basically telling me like
because he's the one that Alright guys, so I had to step out for a little bit and take care of some business, but that's alright. So just going to keep following the game.
Like your option is to do that for
you guys look good.
He just gets still around.
So the question is, do you do that, or do you use your or are you like
Then comes Crom.
Second spell, turn draw card.
Your spell. I declared
Crom's fine. Okay. And stuff. Trigger on damage. Each of you take 1 damage. If you got one thing to do, you do it.
everything's damn.
Lucky.
Here's the thing.
which is fine. He doesn't care about it.
So yes. Alright, so I'll use one and put it all three cameras on the back.
second 3.
It's the third odd. It is the third odd. You don't have 4 opponents.
I feel like it's hard to it's a not
There's so many interesting things about the LOTUS. You would have either broken or unplayed. Yeah.
So, nothing was set back on the stack.
No, he's you're countering the system.
Oh wait, no. So you gotta remember Bible is like
What is
spot
the
A.
Silence.
It is going under it, but
Silence is countered. Sorry, no, Mandarin back on the ferry.
Combat.
Y'all have a good night. Responses to main drops. Alright, so ferry is also countered, no grand abolisher. No silence.
Oh, Crom Flyer.
I hate your life to you, dude. You can concede at any time. You make tokens. No, it's a major. Oh yeah, well, yeah, they would lose 2 life because of you. The overlord, I have a mace, and I don't really feel like putting Bobby down.
That's for sure.
So what's going
on? I'll also make the token.
But I can pay for it. Prom happens, you can pay for it. Okay.
Well, you lose to him.
I'll resolve my turn.
I do have 2 targets. Phase.
So you're targeting this and
I
can't activate this, and that's just sitting there for in case it slows everyone else down. Minus Alright, so how long does that last now?
Until you're
okay. So after successful blocks, you're now going to phase out my
on declared blocks.
You can help.
But it's still a block.
Yes.
It's declared as a block. So the only thing that happens is block. I guess that's what you want.
That's what I want. Okay, phase.
Oh.
With this, I mean, you can block this percent of this. You can look at yourself, kids.
I cast rid of the hard card.
Alright, so Logan swung at the Crom player, forgetting that Crom is a flyer, and so the block was declared. As the block was declared, he marched to the Swirling Mist to phase out 2 creatures, and he phased out Crom and he phased out the Esper Sentinel. So that's what's happening right now. And then he passed his turn, so he didn't get to make his treasure.
Before your untap step. He did. He didn't could have like done
I will classify. I have no idea. I'm not sure if the copy has
I know he did well.
Any lemon wolf. We can all have flyers. Crom faces back in.
You have no mana. You have one.
The
only thing I can do is kill you in.
Put me
I can kill him in. But it doesn't matter. You have the mana for it.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they all. Is that a handshake?
Actually, it's really funny. But it doesn't do anything.
And they're good. That's a priority.
So combat damage.
I only play against
Are you
No, he has the
still like, hey, but at least you got that kick. Yeah. One politics.
Basically,
Can't do that. I enjoy playing. Solid. I don't enjoy playing against one that just don't play. He's so.
fun, which he makes it so
annoying.
convenient to each other.
I don't just want to.
I cannot activate the kid.
Have anybody darker?
Cannot.
I think that's not.
You're gonna tap for 5?
Yeah.
It's like, wait. Oh, you only have 1 mana?
I will.
You don't need to explain everything.
Obviously, have no blockers, so I'll abstain.
I will attempt to target this combo.
They didn't ask you to go.
Well, not target, just.
How much life?
It's additional cost of cast, so it's like this combo, I'll make a token.
I thought you had to pay per person that I build damage.
Oh, I thought it was the damage dealt.
Okay.
I am not.
No, he got there.
Oh,
Finally.
Awesome. All right, name? Got it. Alan made it to the final table.
Oh, you got it?
Dude, I want to go.
Yeah, well, guess what? You didn't. You're going to the final pot.
You get to stay here another
What was my next card?
Another. I'll do it again.
Why am I drawing?
Whole life.
Where's the win?
No, the next game, dude.
Please make it quick.
That's for 2.5.
It would have been way quicker. If we just didn't have that, this could have been way quicker.
What do I get for the top 4?
You get
Please
kill me now.
That was no. Even search. Are you saying like that's not?
I'm gonna look at actually. I can see how long you play.
Is it? I might just order you an overdue. Will you happen to have it with me?
It doesn't help that I can't see from this angle because of the deck. I'm going up right now, so I'm trying to draw interaction.
If Kinnan was a 2-1, I would.
No, I know. I'm just obviously I'm not interaction, so I'm trying to get something to keep you there.
I will make it up to you at another event. I will call it yeah, dude, that was hard fought. That was such a grind.
I saw Kinnan, and I was like, I know, I've never seen Kinnan.
Because I literally have to
First of all, like whenever you've done well, I've lost a lot.
Yesterday is tomorrow.
It is 12.
2-day event. 2-day event.
After I whipped, I thought I was going to get around to him, and he had it.
I think I've been to every one.
One sacrifice by
If I did not mess up something, so had I not realized that's what he had, I would have grabbed hot oven and put that on top, waited until played 1, 2, 3, 4, like got out of here.
Some of
That would have been my go-to as well, if I ran that card. That was a genuinely good.
Hey, yo, this guy's wild.
So, you think this would have That's an egg.
It would have been over the turn.
I didn't believe you until the third
time. The underworld breach.
Combat. I did tell you straight up. What do you know? In theory.
No, but
that was what? How many turns after I went for the?
It was turn 4.
The turn 4 that I went for on.
Yep. Yeah. I recall vividly.
Okay. And yours was
the next turn. Red. Yep. Turn 5. Start of the round.
I was supposed to grab
very for. What? My better.
Me to stay in my position.
I'm happy to have made it top.
We gotta be like, hey, this part.
Congratulations. Work together and kill 10. You both get a bang. You get a break.
Yeah. Do that? I would go look at the sky, down yourself then.
Unless there's something else on this person's skill.
So I don't care about the 10. I care about that. The Magda is a big issue here.
I care about. Can you get another trigger off?
I'm trying that. Yeah, like they have the 2 damage. But that Magda is.
No, I was asking if you could get another trigger this turn to kill the Magda.
What are you targeting with lightning bolt? Malcolm.
I haven't so how do you trigger Divinity?
Whenever I draw a card, whenever I play sorcery, you draw a card.
Whenever you draw a card, deal 1 damage.
So, Missioner Sorcery, it draws, So, this would be the last thing effect, so...
Actually, we haven't finished resolving the damage.
So, yeah, you do this, amend mine,
I will...
She works
I will...
By the way, I was
I'll let you know back. These are all my cards.
Big Magda. And then lightning bolt back next time.
Back on the side.
Magda was only
Magda's only 2.
That's why I said that earlier.
That's just way too scary.
I thought Magda was a 2, so I thought you were going to kill it. No, I completely agree killing Magda.
Trigger,
I will redirect the bolt to...
We lose right now.
Yeah, it's like play the tutor so I can get a local tutor.
Yeah, and so the guy literally just goes,
Do you think I should do 10 American?
that is hard to say something like that.
And then right now, okay, so Kenan doesn't matter because it's a curse.
But he does, but it only has 1 land and these will tap for 2.
I will say that me not interacting. The other option here is trying to find a way to kill an opposing Niv-Mizzet, but I don't know if that's something you can.
I'm going to redirect.
Okay, so lightning bolt being redirected again from trigger.
Alan!
First.
Yeah.
I was in the finish trigger.
Yep. Does this trigger happen before?
I'm gonna respond.
Does this happen before or after I draw? Before.
It happens before. Okay. And I'm also gonna respond to the finish trigger.
Yep.
So, ask your podmates. If they say it's okay, then yes.
I will
find
podmates.
I'm going to return this playmat back to Malcolm.
At the beginning of the trigger. Said I come back.
Am I good to sacrifice and draw?
Can I play the top 4 playmat in the game?
No, these happen first.
Well, because if he wins, it's your playmat that he's playing.
Yes. So I draw.
Don't we have mats already?
Yes, but he wants to play with.
Okay, I don't want to forget.
Now I do.
Thank you all. I didn't think you guys did.
Yes. I don't want damage to get in.
Alright, your playmate said it was okay.
Thanks, homie.
I just had to make sure.
I will ping Magda.
Okay.
Now then.
That is yours for right now.
I'm at 10. Oh, sorry. They both start with no.
So much.
Or end with. Yep.
Could have went.
Didn't you already do your next?
And he got 3 compliments. That ain't it. That ain't it.
Where's my discord?
I was just like, I just don't know.
I really sorry.
Before you think you
did that.
mean, I just
But
didn't.
that's just bias. I gotta take those off. Yeah, but when you.
Why don't you like Warzone? You play Warzone.
Yeah, well, I play Warzone Plus. I play extra things.
I just like Warzone more. I like my thing because it's
Ping this. Back to the, can we get back to D SWAT? Oh, this gets back to the.
So there would be no actual damage triggers resolving if you were going to respond to this one.
I didn't get because they're not
You would have to respond to the SWAT before the
When you watch it, you go try and start the car.
No. I'm thinking about the SWAT. Yeah, no, it's SWAT infantry. I was thinking about it back to SWAT.
SWAT.
Nick can do it. I misplayed once.
All the open.
Even if you do well, you can't. It's too good.
It'll resolve. SWAT results.
I'm worried. No damage triggers from Malcolm.
It's the only big event.
I didn't think it would do that much.
Is it?
I don't know if it does a little bit. Good card.
Signed up.
That's why I like having it. Yeah, copy spells are fun.
I'll move that instead. I would like to grab the last one. They have to, right?
Or cards hands.
Go ahead. I'm going to get a shock land and I will not shock it.
It's Kesman's.
I didn't think it was.
I think I never did.
No, honestly, I did. This was like 3 weeks ago when I checked. I don't know. People signed up. I've never seen it in the bank.
Yeah, because I was jumping like shit. He jump scared me. I wasn't in the living room.
That's what I'm instant. But also, Cal's
It's also a
shotgun.
well, and Cal's not.
I almost
I just can't do that.
You didn't want to shout out to Cal's now? It's another play. It's sold out. It's sold out like 226.
Too far away.
I'll go. But I can like only go like maybe once a year. You know what I mean?
Well, for me, it's I'm in the middle of my semester. I mean, college. Luckily not. What's that? I care about my career more than
You don't?
Well, I know why I've done this, and that's the right.
I'm working on it. I mean, I feel like I'm doing it pretty good for half.
That was a proof game, man.
No, it was brutal because on top of that, so it's gold.
Skinny as fuck. It's a gold one.
I didn't know a graph maker's cage had stuck out. I was unaware. And I literally hit a worldly tutor, grabbed Nick's one, stuck it on top of it, and it hit an activation. And then found out that it was out.
You could just keep it with 10 minutes, I won't block.
What do you mean?
I'm fine with that.
But like the prize pool is
I'll declare no blocks.
I didn't know that it was out. So I didn't know, like, I didn't have to say it. Like,
Post combat, I will pay 1 trigger.
or nothing like that. So, and he had it, like, he was sitting over here, and his graph maker's cage was all the way over here. He had his command.
Every day I get the feeling that I should swap the graph maker with File Smasher.
I just didn't see it. I didn't know. I didn't see it.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Post combat, I'm going to tap into 2 light.
But it's just, no, it's not that. It's like, okay. So, no, it was more so the fact that I rolled a tutor thinking I was going to get to do it. Like, I could have went and grabbed. I have,
I don't have any way to
so
stop
I had the
it.
vanity cat. Because I was going to go. I should have waited. No,
I have a counter, but it's not going to do it.
and they grabbed, oh, really?
Because he can.
Battery's picked up.
Would you like to use your counter spell?
They because there was two people who I knew were but they didn't have priority, correct? So like I was like,
Days.
And dazes unless I pay.
Trigger counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. Trigger. Yes. Who triggers first?
Mine.
Why does yours fall?
We can start. Second one on the stack. So, no trigger.
Yeah, dude, I'm ready to fucking raw dog this and go, dude. I got a monogram from yesterday. I ain't eaten in 24 hours. I I'm alright, man. Big chicken bone. I'm okay, I can't have Snickers.
We can ping to me.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
How was your last game?
My draw.
You went fast? I fucking did. I was out there for 3 hours.
I won 30 minutes. Ping to me.
Dude, I wish. First 30 minutes of the game, I had the combo. Turn whip. Because
Sure.
he had got through stage.
Okay.
Punished for the next
Back to the days.
He didn't do anything. He was doing shit, but he was policing the whole game.
So, pay the one or I counter.
Yeah, I was going hard.
Yes.
I was being rude.
Okay.
I think he cast a double except not this way. I don't know what else happened.
I can do something first. I can't affect him. I have no idea.
He was just kind of pausing, kept himself, and then he just like,
Yeah, that's what I got. It lets you, it triggers Niv Mizzet again if you need it. And I don't know if, because I think we just lose here if we don't do something. Just do that then.
I mean, at least he was like,
So I will A2. So you're passing priority. Yeah, because if he passes priority, I don't think there's
my head's actually got
You want some?
because it's back on the last time I passed was before Niv Mizzet's happened.
Yeah.
Because it's back. I got you.
Yeah, because
But Days just resolved. I just paid the cost.
that's not near Atlanta, okay.
So back on Grand Abolisher on the stack. Okay, I got you. Yeah, back to Grand Abolisher after everything's been happening.
it's on this.
Just making sure we're doing it.
That's why
You want to see if anyone else is heading that direction?
I
don't want to give you your own fucking
want to
night.
cast Long Goodbye.
what does it do?
Destroys target creature, planeswalker, mana value 2 or less. I'd say Rograph is the best.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking.
No, yeah, they got the top 4.
Oh, they got top 4.
Yeah, just got decided, so that's the top 4.
I get the draw first.
As soon as the redemption round's over, we're going to be top 4.
I agree with that. Thrasios. It was what I was thinking of targeting. You're targeting Thrasios. You get a trigger.
Because I was only like, because when they went out to tournaments, I was like,
I will pass
and
on.
they come back, I'm like about to go to sleep, I hear the door open, and they have like cook out and all that.
What do we
I'm
pay?
like,
Thank you very much.
I'm hoping, actually, I'm just hoping.
Walls are back on the stack.
Me too. I got how far do you guys drive?
Hours winning, but I've been up since
Yeah, we've been up since 6:30. We've been up since 6:30. We had to struggle. I'm not trying to hold it out, obviously. We had to drive from Charlotte.
It's either really good or really bad, depending on the looks.
It's 4.5 hours.
Every card.
And I'm going back tonight.
Or have 3 opponents cast. How does this card work? The one opponent has to cast it.
Oh yeah, we're going.
I've cast
We're
trigger.
Two people with power of me. So I'll have them hit me.
Dopamine trigger.
Thank you for having me.
I'm out.
But you did pretty good today, right?
How you looking?
Dude, it's in a perfect fit.
Yeah,
You feel good?
you know.
So it's getting a little intense because they suspect that AJ is trying to go for the win here, so they are casting whatever they can in desperation to try to get some draws over to Sebastian that maybe he can stop something. He did just cast a Mind Break trap. They got a couple of triggers on the stack there, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do.
No, not if you can't get it. Team or Pirates?
Can they stop AJ from winning here, as they suspect he may be trying to?
And I
I needed something to make sure the net visit to guarantee endurance as speeches.
So we're still down for splitting.
Go and base. I will win, like, any year. Well, because I have multiple bouncers to be, like, you know, I'm able to.
I thought about hitting I do
Oh yeah, in response to that. Like I can let.
Do you have a response to this? That gives I have not drawn one. That it would give us a reason to pick it up.
But also, you know, being really
I'll
ping Cromwell. Your response to
what do you look at?
Just need camera souls?
Back on use.
Random offer?
Now you gotta go tell them. You haven't looked at that.
I'm still seeing that.
I can see it.
Well, in the trigger charge.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally don't want to win. I just don't want to win. That's really the only reason I don't want to win. I want someone else to win.
So does he draw first?
I know. I just don't want him to win. Plus, like, I don't know Tim as well as like I would know you and Alex.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, does it not go to him next?
Like, you have the tutor, I'm like, will he fail?
Will it work? Will it not? I don't know. I can't lie to you because I don't know either.
It's so fun.
And back to Muddle the Mixture.
I think we played once. One other.
It's just
last weekend. CCS.
I think you won round 5.
Yeah, you were trying to win on top.
Downside to not driving. Which is
Stack.
how much is it? You hear that?
If you want to try to find someone
If you can find anyone else going to win.
Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah, I'm going to
Thank you, Dave Visit.
You think the One Ring is fine?
Finally, cast down resolves.
Oh, yeah.
I need everyone in the game so I can win.
Okay. On top. So wait, we have something on the One Ring.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Okay.
Y'all got a backup dungeon reward yet?
He has all the nice cards.
Yes, it does. I think it was, so next time, as I said before. No, we'll have it. Sure.
Every round, you bring that one.
Holy hell. Combat. Sure. I hit you.
How much is the jacket?
It's protection, that's fine. I passed her.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is what happens at 12. Yeah. Brain's not thinking anymore.
I was guessing even sir. I was guessing like 120.
Oh, yeah.
So I was asking around see if you use the starter. SCD Planet Landed. It sells free. No, you have to get them at like at the event. And I'm free.
So that's why you're.
Maybe on Sunday. Oh yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Good to go to main phase. Cavern of Souls. Pirates.
If you said something, I would have. I put on last night.
Hotel chain, they like had this promotion or whatever, and I bought a weekend in Las Vegas for like $250. Okay. Yeah, and it's supposed to be I'll get reimbursed if I just
Shatter Skull smashing.
Yeah, like an hour or something.
So like, but it's not even a second.
Okay.
All three.
What's that?
That's 3 and 10. Sad thing was,
They want us to play on yeah, here's the problem. Tim's going
I just don't.
Tim's going first. Wait.
They thought that their games were
That's redemption. Tim's won like 2 games.
Green.
Who? Tim, he won green one.
Yeah, he's won.
Okay, we gotta kill it. We gotta
Oh, he's live?
Yeah,
we gotta drag. Yeah, he only won 2 clubs. I'll agree.
Tim, you want to can't give him the three.
So he's won Lotus Bowl 2 and he won Lotus Bowl 5.
No, he won 3 too.
He won 3 and 5. I'm gonna do
Say I won 3.
Don't be late. I mean, technically, if he's later than 10 minutes, yeah, it's qualification for round.
Tim to go hold him down.
Go knock him out.
Let's go beat him up.
Give him one of these.
That's where he said he was going. Is he really? Yeah, he said he was going to his car real quick. No, I'm not waking him up. He doesn't make it back. He's got to crank one out to get post nut play ready.
Or he might be way too tired and just passing out.
And then you gotta go to church on this. Oh no, that was Tim. Kim said. I live in Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah, forget it. What do you think? The Lotus Bowl was just a local thing? They know about it, right? I mean, whenever I lived in Georgia, here, then I moved away. I was like, nah, I'm still coming. I'll drive 8 hours to the thing. That's the most I'll drive. After that, I'm flying. Bro, I mean, eventually the Lotus.
That's alright. Everyone's the yellow. I know, dude.
Everyone who works here, really all locally.
They get like a handshake.
Family shit,
Yeah, it's
I'm not doing nothing. I'm here.
They get like a plastic ring. That says number 1.
Yeah, we'll have to host it in Las Vegas. We're gonna have to buy off that store. Yeah, the Asian restaurant. Not there.
For 2.
You want to see it? You're not. It's a hard one. I would like to see it.
I'll tap the one.
Inviting you guys for another cruise?
I go with everybody?
Yep. You really got one?
Yeah, this is here for fun. This man's primary is harder than my future.
Bruh. I just want points. I'll take the credit. I need more points.
Been a draw?
I'm at like 270. I've done really bad in the basket.
And the one of
I may tapped it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's late. Listen to his fingers.
Yeah. I'm kind of just saying to speak with his eyes. Finale.
Trigger.
No, I think because I know winning is 500.
Yeah,
Okay. You get your second one?
On trigger?
Yeah.
Oh, I know winning